Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into current and future public transport needs in Western Sydney. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thanks for making the time to give evidence. Could each of you, starting from my left, please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting with you, Mr. Harding.
David Harding, Executive Director of Business New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Borger.
David Borger, Executive Director of Business Western Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Just before we begin, I will just let you know we have a number of our members online today participating via WebEx, so they'll be able to ask you questions from WebEx. There's 3 of us in the room and 3, I believe, are online. Would either or both of you care to make a short opening statement to begin with? Mr. Harding?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to make a short statement on behalf of both of us.
Thank you.
Business New South Wales and Business Western Sydney welcome the opportunity to be here today and witness to the inquiry into current and future public transport needs in Western Sydney. Western Sydney is an area that houses 1 in 10 Australians and forms an economic powerhouse, only 3rd in significance nationally to Melbourne. It is also home to many new Australians whose productivity and well-being must be valued and fully supported. For many decades, Western Sydney has trailed behind the rest of Sydney in infrastructure and amenity. Despite considerable recent and ongoing investment, it still has plenty of catching up to do. It is therefore appropriate that we continue to focus on smart investments at the right time and in the right place to continue to raise productivity and well-being factors across this large and vital region. Much of the focus on public transport needs for the last 2 decades has been on east-west links, connecting the gateway to the west, Parramatta, with the Eastern Harbour City. This is highly welcome and we continue to call for the vital West Metro and second stage Parramatta Light Rail to move ahead with all speed. Specifically, we support West Metro connecting more people with opportunity with additional stations at the western end. However, we must also embrace the reality that Western Sydney provides many jobs as well as a significant domicile across a very large land area, and be aware that the public transport linkages connecting Western Sydney's major commercial sub-hubs to each other are sadly lacking. Parramatta to Liverpool links connecting the 2 major centres of population and economic growth remain badly underserviced, and the new airport will not be best serviced by one Metrolink alone to St Mary's. It also needs to be connected by fast transport on 15th Avenue to Liverpool. Active transport is something that remains largely the preserve of the eastern city and can be utilised and prioritised further in upcoming planning and investment, especially for last-mile journeys around commercial hubbing. Logistics is the lifeblood of Western Sydney as it grows to be the logistics hub of New South Wales and far beyond, and we must fully integrate smart 24-hour logistics and public transport thinking as we plan for new rapid bus services in the meantime before further mass connections hit the ground. Specifically, we must embrace the opportunity of cleaner and quieter trucking throughout the night hours, serving last-mile hubs as we seek to utilise our major existing arterial road link assets properly to get people out of cars and onto those public bus services. We stand by the recommendations of our September submission and will both be glad to discuss further. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And not from you, Mr. Borger, that's
That's for both of
Thank
us.
you. I'll kick off with questions before we go to other members. Could you just expand a little bit in terms of what, over, say, the last couple of years, what business, New South Wales Business Western Sydney has been involved with the government in terms of planning for public transport in Western Sydney?
I might leave that to Mr. Borgia because he's been much closer to this than I.
Thank you. Mr. Borgia.
I mean, Business Western Sydney is an advocacy organisation, so we have members, we do thought leadership. We started 11 years ago, we've got 135 odd members, and I guess the mission really is how do we shift the needle on jobs in Western Sydney, and so we've thought that infrastructure is a key way to do that, infrastructure delivered at the right time. So we've been really significant supporters of Metro West, for example, to reduce travel times between Sydney and Parramatta and Westmead, but also to try and open up new areas that aren't currently served well by public transport, and to also take advantage of those above station development, the station catchments around them. We've also been supporters of other projects like Parramatta Light Rail Stage 1 and Stage 2, and we continue to sort of, I guess, urge or argue that there are other parts of Western Sydney like Campbelltown, Liverpool and so on that are still really poorly served by public transport, and there are a whole bunch of links that would improve access to jobs, access to the good things in life. One of them would be by extending the airport metro to Leppington, and that would then allow the Southwest to access the airport in a way that they won't be able to when it opens.
So can I check then, you mentioned Metro West. In your view, is Metro West as currently planned, and that in fact we're waiting to hear exactly when and whether it's still going ahead, of course, but is the current scope, as far as we understand it, sufficient in your view, and what have you been lobbying for if not?
So I think the key deficiency in the Metro West as it's currently planned is that very large gap between Parramatta and Sydney Olympic Park. I think the rationale for the short travel time between Sydney and Parramatta as a way of inducing job growth probably wasn't well understood or accepted by everyone. We think that having a station at Rosehill or Camellia and possibly other stations would allow Western Sydney to capture more of the benefits of Metro West. So I think that's probably the chief issue. I think the timing and the delivery, I mean, of course there are delays. I think some of those are probably inevitable with a sort of heated infrastructure market, but we certainly think for Western Sydney to benefit from Metro West, it probably needs to have more stations in Western Sydney.
If I might add to that, Chair, I think we need to be careful not to get too confused between rapid point-to-point transit systems and Metro, which by its very nature is a mass transit connector of people with relatively short intervening distances between stops to maximise the benefit.
Thank you. So your conversations with the government in relation to Metro West, what have you been telling them in terms of urging them around Metro West, just generally to begin with?
Well, I think two things. Firstly, certainly we've been encouraging consideration of additional stations between Parramatta and Sydney Olympic Park, as I just sort of explained. We saw Mike Murdoch and had an interview with him during his taking of submissions into the current sort of inquiry, and we made those points clear. Probably the other thing I think that's important is the way we design the station catchments for Metro West. A really good example is the Parramatta Metro West station box site, which essentially takes up an entire city block. It's a very large site. In the reference design by Transport for New South Wales that was done a few years ago, that envisaged about 200,000 square metres of gross floor area, mainly devoted to office space in very large footprint towers. We think that post-COVID, the demand profile for that sort of really significant large office footprint has shrunk, and that there should be a different approach to the design of the station box site. We should really intentionally design that precinct to allow nighttime economy, potentially media industries, and maybe a mixture of uses rather than just commercial offices. So we think the way we go about designing these station precincts is really, you sort of get one chance to make it right. They're going to have such a significant impact on those centres that they're located in, and we think that needs to be revisited.
And again, if I might add, in the conversations we've had with the Konofsky review, of infrastructure more generally, we think that where there is fiscal constraint, we need to look very carefully at over-engineering systems, which effectively are very, very expensive, particularly around some of the station designs that we've seen on the City and South West. And I'll put on record, I've been involved in some of those designs myself in previous life. But there is an opportunity to push ahead with vital infrastructure while not perhaps gilding the lily, and looking for getting that productivity and well-being bang for buck from the dollar, as much as through seeking perhaps to have the best in the world.
Yeah, I believed I asked a question along those lines in budget estimates recently in terms of the stations. Is that what you're referring to? Could you just expand upon what you mean by gilding, not necessarily gilding the lily?
I think we need to be cognizant of the way that cities move today and in the decades ahead. This is always a little bit of a dark art, perhaps looking forward and understanding quite how cities will move. But we are seeing globally trends for people to make shorter journeys, and not all in a diurnal movement of first thing in the morning and last thing in the afternoon. So the large pipes that we've designed for mass transit systems around the world and here in Sydney are really sized for very, very significant growth of Sydney for a very long time, which might be seen as appropriate. But it also might be seen that we have been building our stations to a standard which is probably over-spec'd for what we need to move people around comfortably and safely. And I, for one, would say that I think now's an opportunity to look, at how people move, where they're moving from and to. As in, are they all moving from the west to the east in the morning and back again in the afternoon? I think we know that that's not happening. And also, at what time they travel. Are we looking at more trickle transit in people's movements, or are we still looking at mass transit movements and therefore systems sized to meet the peak of the peak? And I do think genuinely there are lessons to be learnt from around the world as to how we can take costs out of the stations in particular, which as we know are very, very expensive.
Thank you. I'll just move to questions from other members. Dr. Kane.
I have one directly relevant to the type of stations. I completely understand the rationale of wanting to get the infrastructure up and happening and, not necessarily taking years in design. I do worry, though, that Western Sydney often gets functional over beautiful. So how would suggestions on how to reconcile that? I don't think we should save all of our beautiful buildings to Eastern Sydney. How do we reconcile that tension?
That certainly wasn't what I was intending to say. I think what I was saying is they can still be beautiful and they can still be very functional, but they don't necessarily need to be overspec'd from an engineering perspective. So what I'm talking about here is perhaps coming closer to the surface to enable easier design of station boxes and the like, and also not intending to build very heavy structures directly on top of stations, as has been the inclination. I think we can do beautiful, and as a general rule, you shouldn't seek to make every single railway station the most beautiful one in the world. I think it's entirely appropriate that we might want to put a flagship one in Parramatta and perhaps slightly more functional ones elsewhere, as indeed we have in the CBD of the East.
Thank you. Ms. Ward.
Thank you both, Mr. Harding, Mr. Borger, for coming of your joint submission, which was very helpful. A number of things there, but I just wanted to go to the additional stations question. And you mentioned, I agree with you completely, we've got a lot of catching up to do, and talking about productivity in the area, it's important to support that, which is obviously the push behind these projects in the first place. But you did mention having met with Mr. Murdoch, and I just was interested in your meeting and discussions around cost, excuse me, and expense. Mr. Harding, yes, we should have beautiful stations, and yes, we should have more, but have you had discussions about the cost of any additional stations? And I might then lead into part 11 of your submission.
If I could just say, I think one of the challenges with the whole debate around public transport projects is that they're often done on the basis of a lack of information in the public sphere. So we certainly believe that there should be much more information, report studies, cost benefits and so on made available to the public so that we can have more informed discussions. So we're not experts on the cost of stations. We understand that stations are really significant and obviously there's a trade-off between cost and benefit. But unfortunately, the public doesn't really have access to all of that information. We can only argue this on the basis of what's in the public domain.
So in your discussions with Mr Murdoch, have you, and I'm just interested in the outcomes, we all want more, but there's obviously a trade-off with cost and time. And in doing so, for example, you mentioned Camellia, and I think it is known well to the public, there is significant contamination in that site. Have you had any discussions about how you might address that in the advocacy, the cost and remediation to that, or what the trade-off might be for that station vis-a-vis others at that cost?
Yeah, I mean, so in our discussions, we talked about Camellia, Rosehill and Silverwater as possible additional stations that could be included in Metro West. Obviously, there's a significant cost in building all of those metro stations, and I think all of the discussions were based on the fact that there would need to be significant uplift around those stations in order to capture some of the value and pay for some of the cost.
And then in doing so, in your submission at, I think it's numbered 11, in your recommendations, public and private sector involvement, you've said both the public and private sectors play crucial roles in providing effective public transport services. Innovative funding models such as transit-oriented development and value capture mechanisms should be considered. Can you just speak to that a bit more to the committee about how you might value capture and supporting all options for value capture is essential, especially in land values in Western Sydney. How do you see that happening? I mean, we need to have a big picture, we need to have infrastructure, but clearly there's got to be a program about tin tax. How do we pay for it? Can you just speak to the committee a bit more and help us understand what you mean by that?
Yeah, I think we're just arguing the principle that if there's a significant gifting of value by the public through building a train line that's going to be very accessible throughout all of Sydney, then there should be some sort of a value capture model incorporated. So we're not specifying which one or what rate or whether it's done through a state infrastructure contribution or some other way. We're just saying as a general principle, if you're building $10 or $20 billion train line and there'll be significant private beneficiaries, then there should be some capturing of that to help pay for the cost of it.
I think it's worth noting that, and maybe this is where you're going to, that value capture, even when run very efficiently in global cities around the world, doesn't tend to pay for the whole station. But it is nonetheless a significant contribution, and I think we're just saying it's well worth looking at now before we put spades in the ground.
All right, and can I come back to your discussions with Mr Murdoch? I think that wasn't really expanded on in your answer. Discussions around cost or how this can be achieved, how it can be done?
So we had a fairly brief meeting with Mr Murdoch, outlined our concern that there was a large gap between Sydney Olympic Park and Parramatta, and that could really benefit the local community and economy if there was additional stations. Obviously there was discussion of cost as well, and there's a trade-off the government needs to consider between cost versus benefit. So it was a fairly general type discussion. We didn't talk specifically about precise figures. I understand there's a range of costs as well around metro stations depending on the conditions and the depth of it and so on. So it wasn't highly specific to a single set of costs or anything.
Yeah. Given the tunnel boring machines, Daphne and Beatrice are under the ground already working hard while we're inquiring. Do you have any comment about the potential for changing routes now that you're given the extensive years it takes to plan these things and get them in the ground and understand that work? To kind of just change route is obviously a technical issue. Can you comment about how that might be achieved in your view?
I might be leaning a little bit on my expertise of previous years in this world, and I completely get the question that you're asking. I think that changing the route of tunnel boring machines can be done, but it is typically quite difficult, particularly if you're changing the horizontal depth of it. But so therefore, I think that any engineer who was working on this project would be giving that pertinent advice as to whether or not the request the economic request was feasible from an engineering perspective. I'd only make the point that once you've built an automated metro line and the tunnel is complete, then it becomes exponentially more difficult and to an extent almost impossible to retrofit a station. So if we are going to discuss it deeply, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, certainly. And can I just turn quickly to PLT, Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2? Can you just talk to that in a bit more detail and expand on that in your submission for the committee's benefit about the need, as you say, the critical imperative for that PLT 2?
Yeah, sure. So light rail systems work better when they're part of a network. They increase patronage if there's more than just one route. So two's always better than one generally, I think. That's my understanding. The area that Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2 covers includes a number of really high-density residential precincts, so places like Melrose Park, Wentworth Point, Carter Street, Sydney Olympic Park. I think there'll be something like 120 to 140,000 people living in those high-density precincts in the future. They don't have a lot of redundancy. There aren't that many alternatives in terms of getting around. They kind of are ideal precincts for light rail because they are very high density, quite walkable, and Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2, in addition to giving those people access to some form of public transport, would also allow them to arrive at the metro station at Sydney Olympic Park and then have access to the Sydney CBD or the Parramatta CBD or all the other stations along the line. I think PLR2 is unusual in that there's no historic main streets to be ripped up, so I think it only has supporters in the community. It's supported by local residents, it's supported by the council, by universities, and of course by business, and yes, of course by developers. And I think it could also seek renewal of the Ermington public housing estate. There's a small old legacy public housing estate on the banks of the Parramatta River with housing that's no longer suitable for, it's beyond its economic life. And there's a chance there to sort of salt and pepper and create new public and private and social housing. So we think it's a great project. I think it sort of has to happen. I think there's about 600 million allocated now to sort of build a bridge, but we've got to make sure we don't build a bridge and get over it. We need to build a bridge and then go to the next level and build it.
Well, the bridge is fantastic, and it's great that the bridge is open. But thank you for your advocacy and given your experience you bring to this. I think we're all in agreement that these things need to happen, but it's always the difficult challenge of how to implement them and what to prioritise first. So, welcome your more detailed submission on that. But Chair, I can ask questions all day, but interrupt me if you feel that others want to ask more, or I can keep going.
Yeah, I'll just check. Ms. Ward, firstly, whether there are other questions. Ms. Merton, yeah, we'll go to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you,
Speaking to them.
Sorry. Okay, good. On the air?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harding, Mr. Borgia, for your attendance today and your expertise and passion in this area. If I could just open by just referencing just the current environment we're in, where we've got, the federal government sort of presiding over one of the largest growth in migration numbers to Australia, and the impact on sort of. So we're looking at, sort of Australia on track to receive a record 520,000 net migration in 2023. 37% of new migrants reside in New South Wales, and we know firsthand in terms of Greater Western Sydney seems to be a very popular home for new migrants. And then on the other hand, I also signal that we've got some massive housing targets that have been set by the Albanese government, and we've got agreement here by the Minns government on these new housing targets. And then the third piece, if I could just say that we've had some unprecedented infrastructure cuts for New South Wales from the Albanese government. Just given those three issues in the mix now and what we're dealing with here today, I'm just value your views about what you consider will be the impact in this current environment on meeting the future public transport needs of Western Sydney.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we think that some of the cuts that were made recently by the Commonwealth Government in terms of reducing their commitment are wrong, and I note the interchange between the M12 and the M7. That has to be built because there's a $2 billion road that will connect to the the M7, and it can only do so via an interchange. So we think that sort of doesn't really make sense. I'm not sure about the commuter car park program, whether that was money well spent or wisely spent. I think there's been some criticism of the efficiencies around that program, but we certainly think the Commonwealth should be more involved in cities, more involved in the provision of public transport, and actually the state spend kind of dwarfs the federal involvement. So I wouldn't say they're bit players. They're doing a lot around the new Western Sydney Airport, but we would certainly encourage further investment in public transport in New South Wales by the Commonwealth Government.
If I may add to that, Chair, I think in our opening statement we talked about the need to connect Western Sydney to Western Sydney. Much of this conversation so far has been around West Metro, which is of course incredibly important. But I do think that if we're going to bring people closer to home, to where they work, and to be able to provide that economic uptick, productivity, and of course the well-being for new Australians, we do need to look at that interplay between where we look at perhaps the smaller links, as well as where we're providing housing. If we provide housing that of course is not serviced with amenity, including transport, then it's probably not such great housing. So I get your question. They're deeply intertwined as issues, but I think the days of looking at public transport separately from housing, or as two separate things, are over. And if I may add, I think we need to look at logistics very, very carefully in this as well, because we're moving far more goods now than we used to, and less people than we used to. So we need to look at that balance again.
Can I jump in terms of you were just talking about housing, Southwest Sydney, Camden, just has no public transport infrastructure, and unfortunately none planned for that area, which is just gobsmacking, really. So what are you advocating for public transport solutions for Southwest Sydney and that incredible growth area that's just not having the public transport built to match the expected huge increase in population?
So we certainly support the extension of Metro to Southwest Sydney, because it's not there yet, and whether that be connecting Bankstown to Liverpool, or connecting the Aerotropolis directly to the Macarthur region, or even via Leppington. So we support all those things, but that's not going to be enough. We recently were involved in a symposium around the bus network, and we do think there's a lot that can be done. Buses are unfortunately the unsexy side of public transport that no one particularly cares about in public transport, and I think that includes advocates as well, but it is almost half of all passenger journeys are via bus. And there are jurisdictions around globally that have reformed their bus network, New York in particular, by creating more of a trunk and feeder system, which can increase patronage by using electric buses, and by using buses that improve ride quality and comfort, by allowing more express bus lanes. I mean, there's a lot that can be done to actually develop more effective bus networks that might be the precursor then of heavy rail, fixed rail systems. So we think we need to look at all of that, and the focus really has to be Southwest Sydney. As you correctly say, it is public transport deprived. People in Southwest Sydney pay taxes. They don't get much back in terms of public transport.
And Chair, if I might add as well, I think it just goes to the point that I made, that we can't look at housing separately from public transport. So when we're approving very significant numbers of people to live in expanded parts of Sydney, up to 80 or 90 kilometres away from the eastern harbour city, it needs to be a fundamental part of the discussion earlier rather than later, because it's not only very expensive to retrofit, but it's also quite difficult and disturbing. So I think we just need to think about those things together. And again, back to the rapid bus transit networks, we all know that our roads are very constrained at particular times of day and particular times of the week. I think that's been particularly noted in the press with some of our new roads recently. But to be able to get rapid bus transit networks, we do need to look at our logistics on the roads, and when, not where, we move our logistics around.
Yes, I think Ms Ward has a question on this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to jump in at that point. You mentioned Metro West and Metro Southwest. Just given the current question marks over them and given you represent business, could you talk to the committee about what feedback you've had from your business community and your kind of members about the uncertainty of this delay and what they're sort of thinking and what the feedback has been to you about the uncertainty? Given the review?
I think not all members agree on these things, but I think in terms of Metro West, the majority of our members would certainly support additional stations. I think there's really strong support for that. And I think on balance, if there was a relatively short delay to make way for the additional stations, that would be seen as an acceptable trade-off. Not everyone agrees with that. There's some people that would prefer that the current route's built as it's been planned.
So for those that would prefer the current route as it's been planned, given it's underway, what has been the feedback from them specifically in relation to certainty and to having something, a bird in the hand, say, as opposed to something kicked down the road for a lot more cost? Can you just speak to their concerns?
Yeah, I think to be fair, the dominant view amongst our membership has been that additional stations would provide additional value for Western Sydney. They'd provide opportunities for housing, for investment, for uplift, and that would benefit the broader area more than no stations between Olympic Park and Parramatta. There's probably a minority of people that would disagree with that.
Can I add to that, Chair, please? I think taking it to a state, international, national kind of level in the way that the international construction markets and players look at uncertainty. I think Ms. Ward has a point that certainty is very important to the design and construction industry, and I think there has been some degree of questioning by perhaps those who are less aware of what the review is all about. But I kind of echo really what Mr. Borges said, that those who understand that it's better to measure twice before cutting once, I think do understand. And of course there is the overriding point that there is a great deal of infrastructure work underway in New South Wales at the moment, and a quite significant skills shortage. So in reality, I think that most informed players understand what's going on and probably understand some of the reasoning behind it too.
What is the potential cost of delay and cost of adding additional stations, particularly in contaminated areas, when there is a skills shortage, there is a hot market for infrastructure construction? What's the cost of that and potential further delay?
Unfortunately, we don't have the costs before us. To my earlier point, I think that there needs to be more transparency by governments and agencies in providing that information to the public, because we've got an inquiry now taking place in the absence of a lot of these data points. We're arguing about things that we haven't seen the reports for.
Yeah, agreed.
Dr. Kane?
Thank you. Can I go back? You talked about better interregional connectivity, and I know your first recommendation talks about the sort of sub-regional aspects of Western Sydney. I know when we were convening this committee, we were having discussions about what is Western Sydney, and I wondered, am I to presume that there wasn't, for the past however many years, a comprehensive transport strategy that did try to tie this? Is that something that's been lacking?
So I think what's been lacking has been these sort of place-based transport strategies for centres. So a good example would be Liverpool. I currently chair the Liverpool Innovation Precinct. We meet every month with the hospital, the Medical Research Institute, Council, etc. We've been wanting to get a place-based transport plan for Liverpool. One was developed 3 years ago. Transport are now advising us that it's out of date, they need to redo it, but it's never been public, so it's not driven any behaviour or any spending decisions. So there is a sense of frustration that a place like Liverpool, it needs that sort of detailed level of planning about movement journeys. How do we actually change the modal split more towards public transport? There's a whole lot of potential recommendations, but they're sort of 3 years behind, and then we're going back to the drawing board to start it again. and I don't think they've started on Campbelltown and other places. So we think that that sort of detailed level planning around centres about connecting those community suburbs, neighbourhoods into the centre so they can use the heavy rail system if there is one, that should be prioritised.
Can I just jump in about that particular? So who is part of that place making plan? Who feeds into it? Who drives it? And you said it wasn't made public. Is that correct?
No, it has no status.
So
It's,
what was its
3 years
genesis? Talk us through.
So I think Transport understand that if we're going to sort of improve transport outcomes for local areas, there needs to be a lot of detailed local on-the-ground sort of planning, working with councils and their transport planners, working with local communities to improve, buses, trains, to look at the parking situation, through traffic, through the middle of city centres. All of that sort of detailed work has to take place through lots of workshops, discussions and so on. And that started to take place in Liverpool and took 3 years.
Driven by, just to be clear, driven by transport. Okay.
Correct, yeah.
Right.
So we think we need to really lift their vision on doing that, because that's one way we can get more people using public transport. It's a way of sort of reviewing the local system and trying to improve its efficiency. But unfortunately, it takes too long to, to do these studies, and it's incredibly frustrating after 3 years of hearing that this place-based transport plan is going to be implemented, and actually we're back to the drawing board.
Was that complete in your view? Did you see the end result for that plan for Liverpool?
Well, at least it contained some actions that would have improved transport outcomes. So I don't think it was completely completed. We're not transport experts, but we thought that it was a reasonable attempt to try and start to address these problems in Liverpool.
And were there any other examples, or was Liverpool the prototype?
I've seen one for Westmead, which is quite good. That was fast tracked, I think, and that's quite a good.
And that was published?
Plan, and I think that was published. Yeah,
Okay.
I think so, Sarah.
Thank you.
Chair, as a general point, I think we would really encourage that transport and productivity and social and housing needs are indeed brought together when we make these decisions. And as a general observation, I think there's been an awful lot of planning in Western Sydney for many years, some of which, of course, has been very successful, but some of which has been less so because it hasn't necessarily been following the social and economic drivers, which is why we have transport. We don't have transport for the sake of transport, and I think the bus network in Western Sydney has fallen victim to existing routes not being questioned and existing services not being questioned.
I guess that goes to your recommendations about workforce planning, demographic planning. Yeah.
I was just going to jump in actually about a question in relation to buses. So you've just said in relation to existing bus routes, what problems particularly are you hearing about, some of the key ones in terms of bus services in Western Sydney? If you could just expand upon those for the committee's sake. Thanks.
So, I mean, I think one of the real opportunities in Western Sydney is to move away from point-to-point bus services and try and move to a sort of a trunk system where there are sort of main corridors, regular bus movements, short headways, and then other bus services feed into that trunk. So it might mean people have to catch two buses, but ultimately that might mean a far better system with far more patronage. So I think that's a key one. And also we've got, the other thing to mention I think is that Western Sydney does have a bus manufacturing industry. It's quite strong. There's a number of big players there. They would like to do more. They're very keen on doing electric. I think we need to be bolder on our vision for electric buses for our fleet, because not only will it improve the quality of sort of air and so on in city centres, it'll improve the ride quality, we hope, but it'll also sort of create jobs in Western Sydney. So we're really keen on seeing a really ambitious electric vehicle strategy.
What further?
Give us an example. Sorry, can you just give us an example of that
Anthony.
trunk bus system where you think that would operate most effectively?
So I think where we've got sort of main roads, it's kind of hard to explain without visually drawing a diagram of this. But in our symposium recently, we learnt in places like New York and upstate New York, they'd sort of revolutionised the bus system by taking out bus routes that go from point A to point B all over the city. So these are, and trying to move to a system where there's, a good example would be places like Woodville Road, Victoria Road, Parramatta Road, they would effectively form the trunks, and then more localised services would feed into those trunks, rather than those local services also using the Woodville Road, the Victoria Road, and Parramatta Roads. So this is Transport Plan to say this is one way you can really increase patronage and get more regular services with more frequent services.
And also, if I may add, I think there's a learning there about the quality of the bus stop, if I may say so, particularly in a hot Western Sydney summer. We need to look at the amenity of the service there, and a little spent will go a long way. And I think we've seen that on the Northern Beaches bus link, how successful that's been, because the amenity is quality. It's a quality service.
Can I just come back to the Metro West? I just wanted to ask about the proposition of a Silverwater station. I mean, obviously, Silverwater has substantial employment lands, but in order to fund a station, you'd have to have residential uplift that would erode those employment lands. Do you want to make some comments about the relative arguments and trade-offs that are associated with that decision?
Yeah, I mean, so Silverwater is a large contiguous employment area, correct? Contains a range of industries and some logistics as well. My understanding at Silverwater is that the depth of the metro rail at that point is quite deep, and there's sort of an angle to the train which might make it difficult to include a station. I'm sure these things can be reviewed and redesigned. There probably does need to be a discussion, though, about the nature of employment lands going forward. There is a view that employment lands can be mixed-use precincts, that very little of what exists in those employment lands like Silverwater are actually have negative externalities that are sort of that would cause concern, and they may well be able to have a number of those employment uses mixed with housing. So we think that there's an open question there around how you could generate a mixed-use precinct in a place like Silverwater, but still keep the jobs, still keep the employment. Maybe they're in different building forms.
Thank you. I'll just check whether there are additional questions. We'll go to Ms. Merton again.
Thank you. Just checking whether your organisation engaged in advocacy to the Albanese government concerning the unprecedented cuts to infrastructure, with Western Sydney being a prime target here.
Yes, so I actually sat on the Western Sydney infrastructure panel. That we had 10 meetings.
Yeah.
Lots of people sort of providing input to sort of generate recommendations about what could be done next. So we're obviously concerned about some of the cuts, particularly the interchange between the M7 and the M12. We made public comment on that basis. I don't think I've written a letter at this stage.
And Chair, I might add to that we're a statewide organisation. We have directors all over the state who made local comment, for example, around Moree, or around the Newcastle faster rail projects and so on. So there were local comments across the state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if I could just follow up, in terms of New South Wales housing and the recent reports relating to density being a critical piece of the housing solution. And I think I read something about Parramatta or Greater Western Sydney where there were some, details and plans around what density may be able to deliver there. I'm just wondering about the link between increased density inevitably lead to a greater demand on public transport, and whether there's been any discussion or engagement or consultation with the government as to how this is best addressed.
I think it's a great point, and the best example of that is Wentworth Point and Melrose Park in the future as it's developing out. So these are places that were designed for public transport. They don't really have effective public transport yet. But I think it's a great point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just checking, Ms. Ward, any other questions? We've got like a minute or two.
Two quick ones.
Yep.
Just in your advocacy, thank you for additional buses. What do you see as the way in which, it's great to have buses and great to have infrastructure, but we need drivers. How do you see us addressing that challenge?
Great question. I don't have any particular insight into the bus driver recruitment campaign. Agreed, we need more bus drivers.
I just make the point that it is a difficult time as we move an awful lot more goods around by truck in Australia. Goods movements are going up very fast. So the demands and pressures on that sector are high and will probably remain high.
I have a very quick follow-up.
Okay, sorry, Dr. Kane, just with one last one, if that's okay.
Just when you were talking about logistic and truck movements, we have a parallel, nearly finished inquiry on heavy vehicles and rest stops and the lack thereof in Western Sydney. And I don't think I saw anything explicitly. You talk about logistics, but I don't think I saw anything explicitly there. Any thoughts on how we make that part of our considerations? You know, what we do with trucks, the need for them to stop and rest, etc.
I just encourage us to think about the movement of our city in a 24-hour way. Rather than widening roads, how do we use them more effectively using time as opposed to space? But anything which can facilitate the proper resting of vital key workers in the trucking industry would be highly welcome, particularly if it's tied into a broader strategy of making it possible for them to use the roads when the roads are quietest.
Thank you very much. That's the end of our time for you. So thank you. Really appreciate your evidence today. Thanks again for your submission, and we'll be in touch if we need to, if we have any further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
No. Thank you. Begin now, just that we'll get you sworn in. If you could please state your name and position, title, and either an oath or an affirmation, the words of which I understand you have in front of you. If we start with my left, please, Dr. Grace.
Thank you. I'm George Grace. I'm the Mayor of Campbelltown City Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Ben Taylor, General Manager, Chair of the General Managers Group of the Western Parkland Councils and also the CEO of Wallandilly Shire Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now to be given by me should be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Casacelli.
Good morning, Chair. Charles Casacelli is my full name. I'm the CEO of the Western Sydney Regional Organisation of Councils. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to start with opening statements? We'll start with you, Dr. Grace.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the invitation to address this. Firstly, I'm glad to hear that there's a discussion being had as to what is Western Sydney. To me, what is Western Sydney at the moment is very ill-defined. I'm here this morning to represent the Western Parkland City as defined in the regional plan by the Greater Sydney Commission and the City Deal. The 8 councils of the park strongly believe that our region has suffered great inequity in terms of lack of infrastructure, particularly transport. The Western Parkland City is enormous. It spans over 8,000 square kilometres with a population of almost 1.2 million people. We are growing fast and we are set to absorb 34% of Sydney gross in the coming years to 2041, as we are projected to grow to 1.5 million people. Our population is diverse, with pockets suffering the highest social and economic disadvantages in Australia. Our people have not enjoyed the same level of investment in public transport. We do not have equitable access to public transport at all. As a result, few people are now located within 30 minutes of a metropolitan centre for public transport, and even fewer have access to a bus stop within 400 metres of their home. We are like a high concentration of jobs in our region. This, coupled with a transport system that does not enable adequate connectivity within the Western Sydney Parkland City and within the Greater Sydney, means that our residents must travel everywhere by private cars. This car dependency has social and economic and environmental impact that I'm sure everyone is aware of. We deserve investment. Public transport is vital for the health, well-being and livability of our city. I'm sure everybody knows and understands this. There has been a significant investment made into researching and developing plans to address this disparity. This includes most recently the Blueprint Western Sydney Transport Infrastructure Panel, the District Plan, the Future Transport Plan, just to name but a few strategies that have come across in the last few years. As well as the current business cases underway, the Sydney Metro, Western Sydney Airport, various road business case upgrade and others that have been announced and cancelled. We can continue to plan and modify our strategical direction in search of an ultimate solution. But we have a good enough solution now. We have the plans that could significantly benefit the 1.5 million people from a diverse background that are going to call our region home in the future. It's time to start building something. I commend our submission to the committee and I welcome members' questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, who else is doing? Okay, go. Thank you.
Thank you.
No worries, Charles.
What is Western Sydney? That is a really, really great question. And let me tell you, since I've been at the Western Sydney Regional Organisation of Council since 2015, I've seen the definition of Western Sydney change on no lesser than 18 occasions. And every one of those have been driven because of political expediency by politicians, not by the professional officers of the New South Wales bureaucracy, by politicians that serve political ends. So we have a lot of, what would I call it, differing views of what is Western Sydney. But I look back at Western Sydney, back to the post-war period, we're talking about the late 1940s, when Western Sydney came into significance because of its social issues, but also in terms of its economic contribution to the state. It became what is termed today to be Australia's third largest economy, but that is under threat. If I have a look at the 50 years that Wesrock's been in existence, there's been no confusion in our minds, in the minds of the board members, of what Western Sydney actually is. In 2015, the New South Wales Parliament published a paper on Western Sydney and made it pretty well clear what they saw as Western Sydney. And what they saw as Western Sydney was what currently today comprises 13 LGAs, from Cumberland in the east to the Blue Mountains in the west, from the Hawkesbury in the north down to Wallandilly in the south. Now that has pretty much been our driving force in terms of our advocacy and how we deliver programs and projects for the communities of Western Sydney. Our advocacy has always been on Western Sydney. Marcus Aurelius, one of the great emperors of Rome, once said, what's good for the beehive is good for the bees. So our mantra has been that we should, as a region, look at what the region offers, not only to the New South Wales economy, but the Australian economy in terms of its strengths. And if you have a look at Western Sydney and what it offers to overseas investors, to overseas businesses who may want to relocate to the eastern seaboard of Australia, is we have a compelling proposition. But that proposition is being challenged by the likes of South East Queensland, for example. In South East Queensland, there is a council of mayors comprising 11 LGAs that have just come together and negotiated their own city deal. Actually, I don't think it's a city deal. I think it's a regional deal that looks at the whole region. And that region, whether we like it or not, its regional economy is $100 billion a year better than Western Sydney. In terms of offering an attractive proposition to overseas investors and businesses to relocate to the eastern seaboard of Australia, Western Sydney has a challenge. And how do we meet that challenge? Well, one of the things that we did, when I say we, I'm talking about the state and federal governments, is they came up with a Western Sydney City deal, which divided Western Sydney into two halves. Two halves that were so intrinsically linked to one another that without the other half, neither could actually put forward a compelling proposition for anyone to come to Western Sydney relative, say, Melbourne West or South East Queensland. So the Western Sydney, I call it the Western Sydney half city deal, because it only really delivered benefits for half a city, not the other half, and actually divided the city in such a way that it provided a distraction and division to a region that should be promoting itself as the best opportunity for people to come to Australia in terms of investment and businesses. And the Western Sydney Airport makes that abundantly clear. The Aerotropolis, Bradfield City, all of those in combination have much to offer. But without the recreational opportunities of the eastern half of Western Sydney, without the labour force which is domiciled around Parramatta and the like, the compelling proposition is no longer there. So we have always looked past it, beyond the Western Sydney half city deal, and thought the region has strengths and we must promote the region on its strengths. Now the issue is for some unknown reason, in the late 1940s, someone came up with an idea that we don't need public transport in Western Sydney because the future of Western Sydney is all about cars. There's going to be high levels of car ownership. So why do we really need to invest in Western Sydney in terms of public transport when we've got the eastern half of the city that is really calling out for even more and more investment in this? As late as the 1970s, in 1971, 20% of Western Sydney still didn't have a car, and still we had these ludicrous policies that allowed most transport investment to happen in the eastern half of the city and not in Western Sydney. And if you have a look at the latest outcomes from the Western Sydney half city deal, the Joint Rail Needs Study in 2015 identified 5 major rail links that was needed, not in priority order, not in a sequence, but had to be delivered at the same time to provide the transport network that is required of that fast-growing region that we know as Western Sydney. Of those 5 links that was identified in the Joint Rail Needs Study, and by the way, it was the mayors of Western Sydney that came together in 2015, 3 years before the Western Sydney half city deal came along, and identified transport and intra-regional connectivity as the number one economic, social and environmental and economic issue for Western Sydney. So this isn't new. This has been identified by local government and its mayors for quite some time. But what is new is, regardless of the attempts by the federal and state governments to try and do something about it, the reality is that the Western Sydney half city deal is going to be delivering by 2026 1/3 of one link. And that 1/3 of one link has 2 railway stations outside of St Mary's and the airport. So how valuable is that to the people of Western Sydney? And that rail link, at the end of the day, is there simply as a utility of the airport. It does nothing for the people of Western Sydney in terms of interregional connectivity. It is impossible to move in Greater Western Sydney by public transport. It can't be done. But someone forgot to tell Prime Minister Turnbull and Premier Mike Baird on the day when they announced that areas of Wallandilly and Camden were going to be where people live to get to jobs to the Aerotropolis and the airport. My staff fell out of their chairs and said, when was the last time the Prime Minister or Premier actually tried to get from the south to the northern part of Western? You're joking, aren't you? And the reality is, folks, here we are at a parliamentary inquiry where there is no plan for a transport network for Western Sydney. And what I keep telling politicians every day is stand on the tallest building at Parramatta and look east and imagine the transport infrastructure which is there today. Then turn around and look west. And by the early 2040s, you need the same level of infrastructure in Western Sydney, simply because you need to cater for population growth. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Casaselli. I'll start with you. You sound extremely frustrated at what has been clearly a lack of attention, lack of will from governments to really strategically plan for Western Sydney. Is it frustration that you're experiencing?
Well, I'm Italian, right? So you can't tell the difference between frustration and passion. So I apologise for it. But I think it's
Don't
more
apologise.
passion, but there's a little bit of frustration as well. Now, keep in mind that when we talk about some of the contemporary things we're talking about now in terms of, they call it, I think today, station area development, building around major transport nodes, right? Well, I hate to tell the politicians this, but in 1996, I attended a board meeting in the RTA talking about transit-oriented development. And blow me down, what are we, 23, 27 years later, we're still talking about it. That's where the frustration comes in.
So we did have previous witnesses who from Business Western Sydney who did talk about blueprints and what have you. I'd be interested to know from you, is there anything, like even what have we got so far that, as far as you're aware, that might be even sitting on the government's desk and hasn't really been actioned? That's the best that has happened so far in terms of planning. Let's start there. Is there something that we should be looking at?
I think there was a wasted opportunity when the Joint Rail Needs Scoping Study came out, because it was the first time that, in my in my history that I actually saw mayors, senior members of the bureaucracy there across a number of ministerial jurisdictions that came together, and we had a really good discussion about what does a transport network for Western Sydney look like to serve the aspirations, not only for population growth, but we have actually aspirations to create 200,000 jobs in Western Sydney. And the one thing that worries me is, even though we had the outcomes of that scoping study that made it absolutely clear that across at least 2 levels of government, I think there were some reps from the federal government there as well, because I think it was in response to the airport.
That came out in 2018.
Yeah. So that was the end result of it. But the process actually began, it was a 3-year process. It began in 2015, some of the first workshops that were actually held. There was an opportunity that we could have said, look, here it is. There's consensus in what this transport network, certainly from a rail's perspective, was going to be. And then for some reason, it made its way into the city deal documents as saying, look, this is the way that we can shape the future of Western Sydney. And then from that point on, nothing more was heard. All I heard every time I tried to get a business case made available to me so I could actually have a look at how the business cases were progressing for the rail links, to this day, I still haven't been able to get a business case for the entire north-south rail link from Schofields to Macarthur as one of the major preferred things that actually had to happen. And one of the things that shocked me was, as I asked questions about how can you actually announce a link between St Mary's and the airport when you haven't completed a business case for the entire link, which was the preferred one of the preferred outcomes of the rail needs study, that said this is a game changer for Western Sydney if we build from Schofields down to the Macarthur, right? And I said, but what if the business case came back and said that there was a greater need for urban renewal and for dealing with a whole bunch of disadvantage, between St Mary's and Schofields, for example? How are you going to deal with that? And the answer that I got back was, oh no, we believe it won't. So subsequent to that, I've been asking questions about, can I have a look at the business case so I can actually get a good feel as to where the other links, the missing north link, the missing south link, sit in this. And today, I still haven't been able to get that. That's the other frustrating thing. It seems to be a lack of transparency in what gets prioritised and what are the assumptions that are being used in setting those priorities.
Yeah, I'll go to you in a second, Dr. Gross, just to get your opinion on this as well, in terms of what you think is there, in terms of strategic plans, blueprints, what have you.
Yep.
But Mr. Casaselli, is it your opinion or view or knowledge that the business case does exist? Because, it potentially could not. That's very common as well with governments, as you, I'm sure, are aware. Does a business case exist, to your knowledge?
To the best knowledge that I have, the government's made multiple announcements to deliver business cases. In 2020, I think 2022 was the latest one. So there's a history of announcements, but we never actually see them. So I don't believe that the business case for the North-South Rail Link doesn't exist. But then, as you would know, and members of the committee would know, there are business cases and there are business cases, okay? And they have different names and they try and do different things, that they require different levels of consideration and the like. I was actually sort of half delighted when the previous government made an announcement about funding the business cases for the remaining rail links in Western Sydney. I think they committed $265 million to that, which I'm sure delighted the consultancy industry. But what became apparent to me was, do you really need to spend that amount of money to do business cases for links that there is consensus across the stakeholder communities that these things are required? This isn't about a business case as to whether we build it or not. It's more about a business case was, we need to build it. Can we all come to a consensus about when these things need to be delivered by and then work backwards? So the answer to your question, I think, is there are plenty of documents out there. There's Future Transport 2056. There's been a strategic paper on transport. I don't know why. For my sins, I love transport. Something to do with my Roman heritage, I think. I think an empire was built on roads. But I think there's significant strategic documents that are in place right now. But what is missing for Western Sydney? There is no grand vision articulated in sufficient detail that says, in 10 years' time, this is a level of investment that's required in this particular type of transport capacity or transport type, and we will work backwards. What do we need to do to deliver this 10 years from now? What has to happen? How do we get the funding? What are the funding models? How does this play out relative to the other parts of Western Sydney's transport network, which, as you know, is roads? So, there's this issue about there's no public transport and the roads have been at capacity for the last 30 years, and you've got 300,000 people driving east to get to jobs too. And can I just finish the question on this? I'm actually very disappointed that Metro West seems to be an admission by the state government they've given up creating 200,000 jobs in the West. There can't be any other explanation as to why you would invest that amount of money to build yet another transport link in a well-serviced transport corridor between the CBD of Sydney and Parramatta that does very little for interregional connectivity, but does a lot to get people for jobs that are going to be created along that corridor. So the question in my mind as a former transport planner is, why would you put in place that level of investment relative to all the other dire needs of Western Sydney? And the only conclusion you come up with is I really believe that regardless of all the announcements made by everybody, that the jobs target aspirations in Western Sydney aren't going to be met. So do you really need the transport connectivity to actually service those? Or are we going to actually still think that most of the jobs are going to come between Parramatta and the CBD, so we need even more capacity along that rail link?
Thank you. Dr. Grice, just in terms of the
Yes.
blueprint strategic plans, what do you think is the best that's out there at the moment?
I think that our most important connection is the north-south connection. That certainly will be quite a significant change for Western Sydney and for the 8 councils, as well as connecting from the airport to Leppington to Glenfield and possibly connecting that all the way to Bankstown, as has been announced before the election. I think these are probably the best, most impactful plans that we have seen. I disagree. There hasn't been a vision for Western Sydney. I think there's been many contradictory visions for Western Sydney. What hasn't been is a commitment to carry through with any of this vision and actually deliver the infrastructure that is ready to ensure that we get a successful outcome from a planning perspective. So we do get a lot of announcements about housing targets and housing density, which then we go and implement based on the assumption is going to be all of this infrastructure that will become to follow. What happens is, unfortunately, then the vision changes 6 months later and then there's a shift. However, areas like Wilton has already been built and we can't take them back.
Thank you. I'll just go to other members now for questions. Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for coming along today and for your submission to each of you. Very much appreciate your input. Can I just go to your last comment, Dr. Grace, about the housing targets and where councils are expected to, or your members are expected to, I guess, pivot between plans. What is your current thinking and your members' current thinking on sort of the uncertainty created by the current reviews going on, and how are you adapting to that, and how are you sort of prioritising in the midst of that sort of uncertainty at the moment?
Well, I mean, it is certainly a lot that's going on at the moment. It's very hard to keep up with what the current target is or what the current strategy is. Our perspective in Campbelltown, which is the only area I can speak about with certainty, is we do welcome densification. There is better ways of doing it. We have put forward proposals. We have written to the government asking them to try and work with us to densify our city centres in a way that can utilise public transport, in a way that it can utilise current infrastructure as they're already built, but at the same time not to decrease the quality of life of people that live in the area. I think we all understand that growth is coming, and as we see it from my opening remarks, 34% of the growth happening in Sydney for the next 20 odd years is happening in our park city. So we do expect growth. We do welcome growth, or I certainly do. The problem is when it comes unplanned and it's a bit haphazard, we end up with the worst outcome that we could get.
So what would be your priority, I suppose, in response to that, in moving that forward to give you that certainty? How would you prioritise, and what would be your recommendation?
I'll prioritise dealing with actual city centre developments rather than pushing towards this transit-oriented development. And as Charles said earlier, this is not a new idea. This is how Sydney was built, based on the 300-odd railway station that we have. That was our planning strategy for a very long time. You brought a station there, you brought 5,000 odd dwellings, and you brought a school, and voila, you've got a new suburb. We need to look more at having concentration in cities where we can have not just density of housing, but we need density of employment, we need density of services, we need network density, so everything is within the same walking distance, so we can have a city that is more livable, that is walkable, rather than city that everybody has to jump on a train regardless, or on a metro line. Again, what seems to me, anyway, I can't speak for certain what's been planned, but what seems to me at the moment is we're continuing with the same traditional model where everybody's going to wake up in the morning, hop on a train, and head into Parramatta CBD or Sydney CBD, or possibly somewhere in the future into the airport with the 200,000 jobs that we've heard early on. But what we really should be looking at is making sure that we're creating jobs locally so people don't have to do that. People can then live in density and have density of jobs and can have the same lifestyle as you see in the eastern suburbs.
Chair,
And have you
can
had
I add-
discussions, I'll come to you in a moment, Mr Casaselli, thank you. Have you had discussions and input into how you might achieve that, with housing, with infrastructure, with education, with amenity, with the budgetary implications of those? Have you had interactions with the government about those and how you might prioritise and achieve those?
Look, I have tried, and I'm hoping that there will be an open dialogue as we go through. But at the moment, we have written to the government saying that we do welcome density and we want to work with them to make sure that we'll start with our CBD. But we haven't had a response to that yet. But that has been relatively recent. I'll be happy to elaborate a lot more on this and later on this afternoon when I'm speaking as the Mayor of Campbelltown rather than the Chair of the Parks. But at the end, we are trying to do the best we can to house as many people as possible. But we just want to make sure that we have the connectivity to deal with it.
Can I just take
Thank you, Dr. Grace.
Mr. Taylor, you had something to add earlier.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of adding to Dr. Grace's comments, in the southwest particularly, we have the fastest growing areas in New South Wales, in Sydney, in Australia. And what we have is we have land that is zoned, it is ready for housing, and actually the thing that is stopping the housing going into those places is state infrastructure, so water and transport. So, for example, in the southwest, the Greater Macarthur, you've got around 20 years worth of housing supply that is zoned, ready for housing, but what it is lacking actually is water, sewer and transport. So I just want to add that as well to the Mayor's comments, because I think that's actually what we're looking at here in terms of the housing crisis, is not necessarily a housing zoning crisis, but an infrastructure delivery crisis on the ground. And when you look at particularly the Western Parkland City, what we're looking for here is we're looking for a change in focus away from the radial focus into Parramatta, into the city, to have the west connecting to the west. So on behalf of the parks, our priority, even for those right down in the south, is a connection directly between the Macarthur and Schofields through the airport. So that north-south rail link is our number one priority as 8 councils, 100%, plus the connections from the other councils into the Aerotropolis, which we see obviously as a hub for us in terms of future jobs. But one of the things I think is missing from all these strategies, so the strategies that the Chair talked about, the Western Sydney Transport Infrastructure Panel, the Blueprint, Urban Development Program, the Growth Infrastructure Compacts, is thinking actually about how we create jobs locally and create a land that is focused on the west connecting to the west rather than all looking eastwards towards where we used to focus.
Thank you. Dr. Kane?
Can I ask a follow-up? So we're looking at going forward and hopefully the appropriate consultation that needs to happen to make sure we get a plan that works. What happened in the past? Why was there such a mismatch between, for example, having those housing lots ready to go? What was the nature of consultation, or what was lacking that meant we ended up with this mismatch between projects delivered and need?
These are just observations. I can't tell you exactly the fact, but having worked at the officer level, what it appears is that the zoning precedes the infrastructure plan. So rather than those documents happening exactly at the same time, a rezoning in a place like Greater Macarthur happens without the detailed infrastructure plan signed off at the same time. And that's through a general desire from the officers within the departments to get the housing moving. But what they're not able to deliver is the commitments directly from Treasury for the transport and for the water infrastructure that's needed at the same time. And it tends to follow, and when it follows, sometimes it's a year later, sometimes it's 5 years later. In the example of Wilton, for example, it's 10, 15 years later that the actual infrastructure plans come when the houses are already there on the ground.
Thank you.
Can I just check with your comments earlier, just in relation to the north-south link being your greatest priority? Is it your evidence today that that's a greater priority than the government building the Metro West?
For me, Mr. Chair, would you like to?
Yeah, just all of you. If you yes,
Well,
Dr. Grass.
yeah, for
begin
us
with.
it is, because that connects Macarthur to the airport and Macarthur to the northern Western Sydney. So for us, from a selfish perspective, it is more important.
Oh, it's selfish. You represent, what was it, 1.2 million
Million
people.
people, yeah.
It's not sure.
I would support the Chair's comments there, Chair. Particularly for the southwest, you have the fastest growing area in Australia. You look at Camden, for example, I think it's 120 new households every week, and those people do not have a public transport network at this stage, so they're going from a zero base. So it's not about enhancing and providing a better service, it's going from a zero base of car only.
Mr. Gazazelli.
So, from a transport planning perspective, I'll tell you why the Sydney Metro West doesn't make sense in my mind. One of the biggest capacity constraints on getting people to and from jobs in Western Sydney is the Western Rail line. It's at capacity in the morning, capacity in the evening. So there's a definite need to increase capacity between Parramatta all the way up to Penrith. Right, that's well known in the transport professionals. So what happens is a government commits to building the Metro West. So it increases capacity between the CBD and Parramatta. But what does that do for people of Western Sydney that live at Blacktown and Glenmore Park and St Mary's and all that? It does nothing. You just can't get to the added capacity at Parramatta. So in my mind, I'm thinking the transport professionals wouldn't do this without a reason. And I think the reason is that the Joint Rail Needs Scoping Study identified that other link between Parramatta and the airport as a connection that would drive a certain amount of capacity to make up for the capacity that's lacking there right now. And also, I think the other thing is that there's got to be plans within government to increase the capacity of the Western Rail line. Now, I'll tell you the reason why I think it's got to happen. One of the major advocacy positions for my board has been for over 20 years, is that even when we identify the North-South Rail link as something which is really important, and there's no one who says it ain't important, the problem we have with it, that if you put railway stations at the same spacing you have at the link between St Mary's and the airport, the utility of that line is greatly diminished from the Western Sydney residents and business perspective. Right? People don't build homes along a railway line, believe it or not. This may come as a shock to a lot of people. They build homes around railway stations, places that give them access to the transport capability. That's 65 kilometres from Schofields to Macarthur. At 2 kilometre spacings, has space for over 30 railway stations, 30 new communities. Imagine what that means in terms of local economies. Local education, local health facilities, different densities of living. You can actually accommodate the growth of Western Sydney along that corridor. I call it the corridor of livability. You could accommodate the population, I think up to 700,000 people could be accommodated in that space within walking distance of a railway station. That is a solution to Western Sydney's intra-regional issues that it has right now.
So that's it. Like, why isn't that the priority of state government?
I've got to be careful what I say. I'm wearing different hats. I think if you have a look at the commitment given for the St Mary's to Western Sydney Airport link, from a transport professional's perspective, that outcome is mostly driven by the need to actually achieve a certain budgetary figure at the end of the day. So the number of railway stations along that link was pretty much determined by how much money the government thought it could spend at the time to deliver that piece of infrastructure. If they actually do this, if they take the same approach when they deliver the entire link, and I think it's only a matter of time, people of Western Sydney are cottoning on to the idea that we're missing out. But if they take the same approach, that North-South rail link will be a disaster. It just doesn't have enough railway stations. I don't hear within professional circles discussions around things like, if we're going to build a 65 kilometre link, which is going to be a metro style if you want to extend the metro from the west down to the south, and you're going to have 30 railway stations along the way, it's going to make for a pretty long journey, stopping at every railway station. So where are the discussions about, if we added a little bit of investment, could we actually build a metro line that allows for express services to service the west, so it's the north to the south, at the same time as servicing the local needs of people just wanting to get to the next township, the next, the hospital down the road or the health facilities down the road. what I'm hearing is there isn't a conversation within professional circles that would appropriately inform ministers of the day in terms of making real decisions that last a long time. Sydney Harbour Bridge did something for the city. I think the North-South Rail Link, in terms of the potential, will be Western Sydney's defining moment in terms of shaping what it will become over the next 50 years. I'll bet my house on it. But I won't for the purpose of this committee, of course.
Other questions? Okay, I'll jump in while members potentially think of others. What about bus services?
Oh, it's a great question.
Mr. Casaselli.
So I'm still amazed that there are documents out in the public domain that talks about rapid bus services between the airport, Bradfield City, the Aerotropolis, if you like, and the adjoining regional centres, if you like. So it talks about higher connectivity with Penrith, higher connectivity with Liverpool, higher connectivity with Campbelltown, and all these things are a given. They must occur. But why in heaven's name would you leave Blacktown out? Can someone explain to me why Blacktown isn't on those documents saying we need a connectivity between the airport and Blacktown, just as we need it for Penrith and the others, for example? And the other thing is, I think in Sydney, the bus network that doesn't have the same sort of feel about it as rail does. You know, rail, it's permanent, it's there, you can depend on it and stuff like that. I think that the bus network doesn't enjoy as high a reputation in the minds of its customers like rail does. But in Western Sydney, there is an opportunity to take some real sexy, innovative stuff. I call it sexy because I get attention when I use that word sexy. But there are things around the world being deployed like trackless trams, for example. One's being actually trialled in Western Australia, in one of the cities, even as we speak. And the people that use these things actually talk about a tram-like experience more than a bus experience, because it has all the features, all the wonderful attractiveness of trams, but they're actually not fixed on rails. They can actually be deployed with minimal capital infrastructure around the public domain. Now, that should be considered as an alternative to just taking a number of buses and making them run fast between the airport and these regional centres. And I think David Borgia was absolutely spot on. What Western Sydney doesn't need are point-to-point fast bus services. It needs a bus network which is tied to the rail services of Western Sydney. As deficient as they may be, we need a network of connectivity. And point-to-point, and I think the argument now between the state in terms of funding what they determine to be the rapid bus capability within the city deal is it's got to be a little bit broader than just linking the airport to the regional centres. There's got to be more than that.
What about the parklands?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I suppose from our point of view, we see, well, first of all, we're extremely disappointed that the so-called rapid bus doesn't appear to be going to be a rapid bus connecting Campbelltown, Penrith, Liverpool and Bradfield. That is significantly disappointing for all of us. What I would say, though, is we see buses as transitional and complementary to rail. So the priority still remains the south-north rail connection between Macarthur and Tallawong. The buses are complementary to that service, but also a way to transition away from completely car-based through to rail. So you have places in the south, for example, like Wilton and Appin, that at the moment have no public transport plans at all. Well, an opportunity there is to put in a rapid bus service as a transitional arrangement until the population is at a scale that actually warrants the train line. So we could actually see rapid buses be used in that sort of format across the Western Parkland city as the train line is then enhanced over time to follow, and the bus network become, as Mr. Casacelli said, complementary to it. So you have a network that feeds into the train line rather than it being the be-all and end-all. I'll just finish before handing over to Dr. Grace and highlight the B line on the Northern Beaches. The B line on Northern Beaches was seen as something that was a nice to have. It wasn't going to do much. And recently the studies come out that I understand said it delivered a 15% modal shift away from cars and a 25% time saving for the people that live in that area, which is quite significant from a relatively small investment for the people of that area. So that's the sort of thing we're looking for in the short term, and then in the longer term for that to transition to metro or rail. Dr. Grace?
Yeah, look, I mean, I agree. We do definitely need a bus network that is fit for purpose. That should be our key priorities. The rapid bus is disappointing that it is not going to be a rapid. To get from Campbelltown to the new airport at the moment using public transport, when it opens, it takes just a bit under 2 hours. It's actually quicker to get from Macquarie Park or Sydney CBD to the airport than it is from Campbelltown if you're using public transport. It's about half an hour drive max, but to do it on public transport. Now we're talking about a rapid bus, but unfortunately because we're not doing the investment that was required to make the bus rapid, it's going to take over an hour again on public transport. If or once, I'm not sure actually, if or once we get that connection. So we are talking about what people are claiming to be a game changer in Western Sydney and over 200,000 jobs being created, but the majority of Western Sydney cannot get access to it by public transport. And when we talk about a rapid bus network, that's going to take over an hour, 72 minutes, I've had that number running around somewhere, to get there. That's not a realistic target, and that's not something that people will be using every day to try to get to where they are. It's actually quicker to get to Sydney CBD.
Can you just talk the committee through the reasons why you're saying it's not rapid? I think you said, 72 minutes? Is that what you said?
Look, I haven't received any formal commitments at the moment, but that's some of the words I've heard somewhere. I can't really remember where it came from. Ben, you might know?
Thank you, Dr. Grace. So, committee, for your information, so the original commitment in the city deal between the councils and the state and federal governments was for a rapid bus network connecting Liverpool, Penrith and Campbelltown and Bradfield, or the new airport. And our understanding now is that service will not be rapid in its first instance when it opens. So the commitment, as I understand it, is that a bus service will be in place to connect those centres and the new airport. However, it will simply be a normal bus service because of the lack of infrastructure and foresight, I suppose, in investing in what's needed to provide a rapid transport service. I understand it will, over time, evolve into a rapid network, but not from day one of the new airport.
Dr. King.
Can I just ask on that? So the characteristics that make it a rapid network as opposed to not are things like dedicated lanes, non-stop. Could you just expand on that a bit so I understand a bit more the difference between the two?
Thank you. So I suppose the word rapid makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
The bus rapid transit is a continuum. So you go from the basic bus service through to the highly rapid bus service. The far continuum effectively is almost like a train line where you have the stations that exist in the middle of the road, you have a wholly dedicated lanes, you have priority through intersections, or you have overpasses and underpasses.
Right.
And because of that, it effectively operates like a train line.
Right.
And so you can cover the distance really quickly. You can move through a lot of the buses at the same time, which means you get a huge volume as well. So you can almost get the volume of a train line with a bus service. What can happen is if you don't have the priority through the intersections, you don't have the dedicated train lines, you don't have enough buses, it's not fast enough, and so people won't use it. And because people won't use it, then the investment doesn't come, and it becomes a bit of a chicken and egg here. So our understanding is what we're getting at the first instance is a normal bus service, and over time that will then evolve into a rapid bus service. But we haven't seen the detail behind how it will evolve.
Was that a commitment for it to be rapid, and like commencing from when? Was it a commitment for it to originally be rapid?
So my understanding, Chair, was in the city deal, which was signed between the federal, state and local governments, it was committed to be a rapid bus service connecting those three centres and the new airport from the opening of the airport, from day one of the opening.
That's right.
When was it notified that it would no longer be rapid? When were you notified of that?
Approximately 6 to 12 months ago, Madam Chair.
Okay. Right, are there other questions? Ms Ward, and then we'll go to Ms Merton.
Certainly, thank you, Chair. I'm happy for Ms Merton to go first. I've had a go, so if she'd like to jump in, I'm more than happy.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms Ward. Gentlemen, the federal government are of course presiding over one of the largest growth in migration numbers to Western Sydney in Australia's history, and we've had acknowledgement of that in earlier comments today. We're also seeing in the same breath announcing the unprecedented cuts in infrastructure in New South Wales, cuts of $3.5 billion to key infrastructure projects here. And if I could just add, then we've also seen housing targets set by the Albanese government and agreed here by the Minns government, with much of the increase to be absorbed by Western Sydney. I mean, in this environment, what is the view as to these massive cuts to infrastructure spending and what we think the impact will be on future public transport needs and availability of Western Sydney?
Yeah, so there's an interesting dynamic at play in Western Sydney. The dynamic is this. Local government doesn't have a say in setting immigration policy. End of story. However, the services that are increasingly being contested by new immigrants are either delivered by or have an impact by the amount of money that local government has to spend on delivering those services. We've been trying for quite some time as an advocacy position that local government must have a greater say, at least to inform the federal government of what the likely impacts are to increase immigration levels in Western Sydney. And we know what they're going to be. You have a range of services, and and relative to when my parents came out from Italy, we have a wonderful suite of services to support immigrants to our great nation. The problem is that there is a disproportionate impact on local government and its services to actually deal with that issue. The fact that we don't have a say and we just get told numbers, mostly by media announcements by the federal government, doesn't help us in planning the services that are required. Now, the interesting proposition is that as these immigrants, actually, let me say this, regardless of the federal government's view, and to a lesser extent the state government, that we can make certain areas attractive for new immigrants so that we can actually inform their decision making as to where they will eventually settle. The reality is, given the Fairfield, Liverpool, Cumberland experience and Parramatta experience, is they will settle where they most feel comfortable. Existing communities, existing cultures and the like. In terms of transport, the immigrants ain't going to come out here and buy a car, the majority of them. They're going to come out here, they're going to be dependent on the social fabric. And one of those things that we need to provide is reasonable public transport throughout the region where they're going to be residing. And there's no question that Western Sydney's going to be doing this. The impact to them will be they're going to find it increasingly difficult. You know, the social tensions within their communities will rise. The lack of transport and the new flux of immigrants makes existing transport capabilities less effective, if you like. The customer experience lessens for everybody. So I think one of the major things that's got to happen is we've got to become a little bit better in forecasting and helping shape the immigration agenda and do some proper planning about service delivery, not only about transport, but a range of other services as well. The interesting thing in Western Sydney is local government has a skills deficiency, and the impact of those skills and talent deficiency within local government impacts the productivity of the state and the state's economy. That's how bad it actually is. On one hand, we want increased immigration of those people that can actually help us solve that problem. But as we know, there's a time lag. We want increased immigration, but the problem is that because it's not necessarily targeted to those things that we actually need, the process of getting people through the visa system, the getting the accreditation, the local accreditation system is so time-consuming, it's so costly, that local government, just as one sector, will suffer from skills deficiencies for quite some time. We welcome immigration to try and sort out that particular problem we have in local government because it impacts everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me take it in reverse order,
Yeah.
if I may.
I appreciate I put the three issues to you, but
Yeah.
just in terms of the mix and how we manage this.
So look, Western Sydney in general, and certainly the Parkland, we are very heavily car dependent. There's no way around that. It's not a choice. It's not something that we choose to do. We're not, doing it for fun. We have to. We have no other way of getting around. And any cut to infrastructure around our road network will have a huge impact in our city going forward. Realistically, as we go forward, and hopefully this committee will resolve to get us a north-south connection, that's still going to take a very significant time to build. So the reality is we need this investment, and it is very disappointing that the federal government chose to cut those. As far as immigration, the reality is most immigrants will land in Australia that will live in Sydney, will end up some part of Western Sydney, whether it's around Parramatta, whether it's around Liverpool, whether it's around Fairfield or Penrith or Blacktown. This is where they tend to go. So any increase in the intake will have an impact on Western Sydney, not just from service perspective, but also from an infrastructure and housing deficit. So now we're getting, it's a double hit. We're increasing the number of people coming in, but we're decreasing the ability for them to travel around, and we're not giving them any other alternative because we have not built the infrastructure from a public perspective so they can catch these buses or metros or trains. Or
Thank you. And just to each of you, has your organisation engaged in any advocacy or communication to the Albanese government concerning these unprecedented cuts to infrastructure spending?
So from Westrock's perspective, we haven't done anything yet except we're lining up meetings with some ministers and we've got some media announcements ready to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So similar, we're looking at the same sort of thing, and I would suggest as well that what was a little bit surprising about the timing of that release was also at the same time the Western Sydney Transport Infrastructure Panel report was released, and that document actually highlights the need for investment in roads and public transport across Western Sydney, and we would like to see those initiatives supported and funded into the future.
Thank you. And further, did the Albanese government engage or consult with your organisation in the phase leading up to the announcement of the huge housing targets which New South Wales have agreed to?
No.
No, we had very minimum engagement with the Albanese government.
Mm-hmm. Did the Minns government engage or consult with your organisation in the phase leading up to the agreement to these new housing targets? Targets something like 75,000 homes each year New South Wales need to deliver on for the next 5 years under the National Housing Accord?
So there was no regional forums that were held or proposed that we knew about where we had input as a region as to the setting of those targets and what it meant.
Mm-hmm.
We've had zero engagement.
No. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Go to questions from Ms Ward now. You're right.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just trying to unmute there.
Yeah,
thank you for that. Just going back to Mr Taylor's comments, just on infrastructure, I wanted to follow up on your comments about that. Obviously, the need for that services and water, I think you mentioned. How do you see that playing out? Can you just expand on your comments about that? Because obviously you can't just pop more houses in without having infrastructure and water and services that go to them, and the challenges around how you would have input to achieving that and how you see that being dealt with.
Thank you. So the comments were particularly related to land that is already zoned for housing, and one of our challenges, I think, is probably some under-resourcing perhaps, or some being stretched thin within the infrastructure agencies. So it appears to us that Sydney Water, for example, and Transport are stretched quite thin in terms of their allocation of resources to the on-the-ground detail to plan the water, wastewater, and also road and public transport networks in those growth areas particularly. And as a result, it does take some time for the infrastructure plans in detail to come to fruition. At the same time, the houses are being built on the ground, and so we have extended periods of time, for example, where the houses are having to truck out effluent out of the towns, and because of the fact that the trunk infrastructure, Sydney Water infrastructure, is not in place. And we're getting the same sort of thing now on transport as well, where the roads or some of the intersections aren't able to be upgraded at the right time, and as a result that's actually slowing down housing supply because the councils can't sign off the subdivision certificates and can't sign off the DAs until certain intersections are upgraded. So that's the on-the-ground challenge we're having with housing delivery. And I think what that all rolls back to is actually the fact that the infrastructure plans aren't signed off at the very start when the rezonings are happening. So the government is trying to address this. So there's an urban development program now which is analysing the whole infrastructure need across the Western Parkland City, and it is looking in detail at what's needed. But we've still got a lot of catch-up to play for things that were done in the past where houses or land was rezoned without the appropriate infrastructure plans in place.
And what, just in relation to that, what input have you had with the government on those infrastructure plans?
So my officers at a council level, and talking about Wallandilly specifically, my officers work directly with the Department of Planning as part of the urban development program and are analysing the infrastructure needs for the areas that are needed. I understand also that officers from the other councils across our area are also engaged at a senior level. So that engagement is happening well up front. Again, where we do struggle is where land is rezoned without the infrastructure plans being put in place in the first place.
And obviously the challenge of retrofitting that is much more costly and difficult for you to then deliver on those targets.
Well, that's right.
I would have thought.
Well, it's
Just
also
elaborate on that challenge.
Well, it's also, I suppose, a challenge for the communities of that area, because you have big greenfield areas that are being redeveloped. There are existing communities already in there. And so if they can't see in detail the future infrastructure plans, then unsurprisingly, they react negatively to the change. And so instead of embracing the new facilities and the new roads, the new public transport, the new schools, the new hospitals that they'll be receiving with the population growth, some of them naturally tend to oppose the growth because of the fact that it doesn't come with those services and facilities on the ground.
And understandably, they want those with housing. You hope that you've got water and sewerage and eventually in time some roads with schools and hospitals and education. Okay, that's helpful, thank you. And so what ongoing input do you have in relation to those areas, and not only the infrastructure but reaching the targets and sort of ongoing engagement opportunities for you? I might put that to each of the witnesses.
Okay, I'll jump in first if that's okay. So from again, from a council level, I can't talk on behalf of all the parks, but my officers are involved with the Department of Planning and also Transport and Sydney Water. For each of the growth areas, there is a project control group that looks through the detail and seeks to finalise the detail for the infrastructure plans in that area. So I would comment that going forward, it is positive, but where we do have trouble is in the longer term planning. You know, when you're talking about greenfield planning for areas, you're talking about providing schools, hospitals, public transport systems that are beyond the short-term budget cycles. So what we need more than anything is actually to have a clear understanding of when schools will be delivered on the ground in 5, 10, 15, 20 years' time. And the government isn't in a position, or the officers aren't in a position to commit to those timings because of the fact that they can't provide funding beyond the short-term budget cycles. So it sort of creates a bit of a catch-22 where we can't plan adequately because we can't get firm long-term commitments as to when the infrastructure will be provided.
And sorry, just to clarify, that project control group sits within planning, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
How often does that meet?
That's on a monthly basis.
Dr. Kane has a question on this.
I guess the thing for me is all of that makes complete sense about what you're saying in terms of timing. And I guess, though, being relatively new in government, there's been sort of quite a period of time that hasn't been in the control of the current government. And I'm still not clear on what the processes were that were happening previously, and let's go positive and negative. What should we be continuing that worked well, and what perhaps wasn't happening that we might want to consider?
Thank you. Look, I think the relationship between the Department of Planning and Council, speaking from a Wallandilly point of view, is good. There is good engagement from the officers. They're positive. They're seeking to resolve the issues that need to be resolved. I would say that the ability of the Department of Planning to secure the long-term infrastructure priorities out of the infrastructure agencies, such as transport or education or health, is limited, and I do think they need to be given, let's call it, a bit more teeth in the game to seek to secure those big ticket infrastructure pieces into the future, because that will then provide community certainty. I also would say that as part of any rezoning process, my advice to this committee and government wholly is to sign off the infrastructure plans at the same time. So when a large area is rezoned, that the structure plan detailing the big ticket infrastructure items and the timing for when they will be delivered is signed off at the same time.
So that wasn't happening previously? That hasn't happened today?
Not in my observation.
Okay, thank you.
But even now, you are talking about Wilton and Appin. I just mentioned that, like even that, there's just not even a basic bus service being planned. Is that correct?
So for Wilton, Chair, there is a transport interchange as part of the town centre, but there is no clear plan for when the bus service will turn up. For Appin, there is a transport corridor as part of the overall structure plan, but again, we don't have the detail as yet on what that transport mode will even look like and when the buses or the trams or the trains will turn up.
Yeah, with Wilton Town Centre, is it your expectation that town centre is going to be completed by the time houses are completed and people are in their houses though? I thought there was a delay to that, or is that on track?
So there are people living in Wilton now. So there's 2,000 houses in Wilton now. There's another few thousand being developed in North Wilton. The town centre itself rezoning has come into effect. They're seeking to finalise at the moment the planning agreement with the state government over the delivery of some of the state infrastructure within the town centre. I would anticipate that we will see some of the houses within that town centre before the commercial core and the school and the transport interchange come, but from a whole of community point of view, we'd actually rather see it flipped on its head so that the school and the public transport infrastructure and the jobs are delivered first. The challenge is actually making that work economically, particularly for the developer.
Thank you. We've just got a couple of minutes left. Any final comments before we break for morning tea for the committee?
If I could just add
Sure.
what Ben has actually said, totally agree with. He's actually spot on. If I have a criticism, and we do the typical thing that councils do, we write letters to ministers, we meet with them, we talk about it, and we do all the stuff. And you know, councils have been very intimately involved in helping to draft the district plans, for example, when we had the 3-city metropolis, now the 5-city or 6-city metropolis. But the one thing I've always had concerns about, and I articulated this on a number of occasions, is that while we get councils together and we talk about the infrastructure that's required for livable communities in terms of today's contemporary standards of what livability actually is, and that translates pretty well in terms of definitive outcomes when we put the plans together. But one of the things I've always had a problem, I keep asking the Greater Cities Commission, the Greater Cities and then Greater City Commission, the other way around, was how do you determine regional priorities when infrastructure serves the needs outside of the particular city or outside a particular grouping of LGAs, for example? So there are facilities that have regional benefits. And I said, where is the forum, where is the process that you get the interested stakeholders together to try and give some priority to, you know, what are the things that we need to be building that have regional benefits? So it's big picture stuff. Normally, that's been done by the New South Wales Public Service through its different agencies. And normally it's done pretty much by them, and then there's announcements made. Through the Greater Cities Commission process, I actually said, look, where do we have the forum to talk about sporting facilities that serve the greater regional good, for example? Where do we have conversations about where are the likely places for the next generation of waste infrastructure? And everyone knows that waste is best handled outside of LGAs, it's best handled at the regional level. And the comment I got back was, look, we'll consider it. We'll get inputs from individual councils and we'll bring it together and then we'll form a thing. And I said, but individual councils may not have the same perspective in terms of what the greater good for the region may actually be. So the conversation was, can we have a forum where we can discuss the regional priorities of regional infrastructure? And up until now, that hasn't actually manifested itself in any forum that I'm familiar with. There is still a gap where local government can't influence the regional priority setting outside of the things that it determines it's of greatest need to their community of interest. That's the one thing.
Thank you. That's Dr. Grace, you're appearing later today. Is it okay if we leave because we are out of time? Thank you very much. If the committee members have any other questions, they can provide it to you via supplementary questions. I appreciate your evidence today. The committee will now break for morning tea and we're back at 11. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, right to go. Excellent, thank you. Welcome back to our next witness, Mr. Mann. We'll begin by swearing you in. If you could please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
My name's Steve Mann. I'm the CEO of the Urban Development Institute of Australia in New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Do you have a short opening statement to make?
I do, thank you,
you.
Chair. Well, thanks for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry and focus on the future transport needs in Western Sydney. UDA began its operations in Western Sydney 60 years ago in 1963. Many of our 500 member companies are very much operate in those markets today. Our strategy focuses on we are city shapers. We believe that developers, together with government and the community, are shaping the future of our cities, and we advocate for them being livable, affordable and connected smart cities. UDA policy platform, the Next Gen West Manifesto, we shared with you in our submission, which is 2 years of work with government and industry looking at how to open up the West and the big issues for the West. There's 3 things in Next Gen West which are crucial for this inquiry. The first one, the need to start planning for new rail lines to better connect the West with the West. The second, that the New South Wales Government charges its appropriate rail business cases to focus on accessibility in order to achieve greater integration with land use planning and transport over the current approach, which focuses on time and time travel savings. That the New South Wales Government plan to increase the number of stations at key transit hubs across Greater Western Sydney to provide high density, creating transit-oriented development, i.e. cities within cities. Western Sydney falls behind the Eastern Harbour City for most livability indicators, as our submission shows in Table 1, if anyone's looking, it's on page 9, whether it's the average salary, housing affordability or unemployment. The Western Parkland City and the Central River City are last or second last in both. Yet they'll accommodate more population growth in the decades ahead. Clearly, in terms of access to public transport, there is a mismatch in relation to the more established Eastern Harbour City, which has almost 4 times the number of stations and more than double the number of heavy and light rail lines. As a result, car dependency is significantly higher in Western Parkland City compared to the Eastern Harbour City, and time spent on public transport is typically 2 or 3 times the Eastern City. The obvious gap in the current network is the Southwest Growth Precinct, and the Leppington connection to Aerotropolis and the North-South Metro line currently terminating at Bradfield. There are plans to join Leppington to Bradfield by rail and to extend the Metro line from Bradfield to Macarthur via Oran Park and Narellan, but there has been no commitment to timing nor budget since the announcement in 2018. We have to get this right if Sydney is going to maintain its global competitiveness and attract the talent we need to grow our businesses in Western Sydney. There has never been a time where the phrase density done well is more important. And from our members' perspective, the delivery of new rail line infrastructure offers a once-in-a-generation chance to deliver high-quality, high-density living close to public transport. Historically, New South Wales has not taken full advantage of city-shaping opportunities for key transport infrastructure. Instead, it is focused on a siloed business case for transport, with that focus being travel time savings. Often this approach centres on the now outdated concept of delivering shorter travel times between existing CBD centres rather than the power of rail infrastructure to support the creation of new employment and housing centres in between existing CBDs, i.e. this concept of cities within cities. The current transport approach typically results in fewer stations, and this has occurred with the West Sydney Metro, which has large distances between station. The best example is Parramatta to Olympic Park, which is 6 or 7 kilometres. We welcome the review of this government into Metro West currently being undertaken. The scale of public transport infrastructure needed to service Western Sydney is very significant and will take time to deliver. However, integrated land use planning along already protected rail corridors should commence immediately, so that landowners and developers have the certainty required to plan for the long lead time projects. But more importantly, so that community benefits from the eventual delivery of that infrastructure can be maximised. Strategic planning for both the major regional projects in the southwest Sydney should commence immediately, with a strong focus on driving housing supply to address the existing and future housing shortages, and to ensure that a network of rail-based centres can be delivered over time to meet the growing needs of the West. A focus on transit-oriented development, building homes near major public transport, is critical. Prime example of this current planning proposal for homes and commercial precincts around the established Leppington Railway Station. The delivery of a Western Sydney Airport Metro by 26 and city-making infrastructure solutions such as Aerotropolis Road Package, which will connect the West with the West. UDA believes the current process demonstrates the need for government to act and take control of the delivery of these types of precincts by establishing a delivery authority to lead all aspects of planning through to implementation. The authority would have responsibility for consolidating land holdings, setting aside existing restrictive controls, and developing new aspirational goals for design, energy efficiency, carbon emissions, public services and open space, which aim to deliver improved value for government, communities and for business. UDA also believes that the New South Wales Government must take bold action to ensure residents have reliable and affordable transport options. UDA has long advocated for innovative private funding models which can capitalise in enabling infrastructure like roads being delivered alongside developments. A progressive works-in-kind policy could allow industry to deliver the necessary infrastructure for rapid bus services, transport hubs around new greenfield and infill development, and drive housing options for workers around existing heavy rail and metro stations in the Western Parkland City. Works in kind and land dedication provides opportunities for a developer to forward fund and accelerate the delivery of a particular item of infrastructure in advance of government's business case planning activities. In summary, this inquiry will see great alignment from the community in Western Sydney, its councils, business and residents, that now is the time to deliver city-shaping transport for the residents of Western Sydney. It's urgent, and there is much at stake for the economy and for our communities alike. UDAA stands ready to assist government in this, and infrastructure is holding back growth and livability in Western Sydney. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. In your opening statement, you mentioned, hang on one sec, that you welcome a review into Metro West. What do you hope to be the outcome of the review?
Yes, we did a lot of work on advocating for more railway stations on that piece of railway line, and we feel like the objective of a 20-minute travel was the overriding decision-making piece. And that will be bad for housing affordability, it'd be bad for Sydney's global competitiveness, and it takes 90 seconds for a train to stop, and integrating that with developments can have fantastic outcomes in the long term. What we've got to do is match up transport planning, which begins at 50 years, with city planning that ends at 20 years. It's a massive gap between the two, and we need much greater alignment. And we do a lot of that work using geospatial thinking that allows you to think about what the future city might look like and plan for it alongside transport.
In terms of stations, what priorities have you put to government? What are the main priorities in terms of Metro West to begin with?
Yeah, so for Metro West, the obvious missing piece is the 6 or 7 kilometres between Parramatta and Homebush. And we've done a huge amount of work on Camellia, being that alternative. It's about 1.6 kilometres from Parramatta. We think Parramatta's growth is pretty much done after 20 years. So there's a huge opportunity, like there was way back in the Olympics in 2000, to regenerate a site that does have challenges from contamination, and a station would be the ideal way to do that. Developers will do a lot of the heavy lifting on that work. We've studied how the rail orientation could easily change. In fact, the rail currently requires an evacuation tunnel because the distance is so long and wouldn't require it if there was a railway station. So there's wasted money in that business case. And it's come out of this mismatch of long-term planning for transport and shorter-term planning for cities, and we've got to get better at doing the two together.
Thank you.
Possibly 2 stations could fit.
Was about to ask that.
Yep, quite easily. and I won't debate where the other ones could be, but there's a few flying around as to the possibility. I think as soon as someone takes that glasses off and looks longer term, there'll be a realisation that cities could be offered in those locations, and we can share in the cost of those as a development industry if we get it right.
What about, we've had witnesses this morning, I think you just did as well, talk about the importance, obviously, of that north-south connection.
Yes.
You did as well. What about the priority in terms of government spending, in terms of infrastructure? We heard from previous witnesses about the north-south link almost being more important than Metro West, but is that the next priority? Should it be prioritised and committed to now, in your opinion?
Yeah, we've done an enormous amount of work over about 5 years studying that north-south connection. We've always been hugely impressed with the councils at both ends, Campbelltown and Penrith particularly, advocating together for that work for over a decade, probably heading towards 15 years now. And I think, we're excited that we're tackling the first part of that in the north. But what's the city that goes with those stations? The city has not been planned. So if you want affordable housing, if you want jobs closer to homes, you've got to plan the city when you're delivering the rail. There's an obvious connection around the hook to join Leppington to Bradfield, at the same time to be getting to Narellan and Oran Park, where there's already strong growth. With some of the resilience issues in the northwest, the southwest will become the powerhouse growth centre. It has been the northwest for most of the last decade, but really the south is taking over and will be the long-term story as we stretch all the way up into Wallandilly, and those connections are hugely important. So we've done an 18-station, 24,000 building connected TOD city using technology. I know the value of an apartment in every one of those 24,000 buildings, so that we can study this long-term city and how it needs to emerge. And of course, the city only emerges when you've done enough planning and enough work on enabling infrastructure. So the transport has to come with, water, sewer, power, roads to successfully deliver that density. In that table I talked about on page 9, there's only one indicator where Western Sydney's not the worst, and that is on having a detached home. So there's opportunity for density clearly in Western Sydney to catch up on that front.
Thank you. I'll just check now. Ms. Ward, questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mann, for your submission and your work in this area and your comprehensive detail in your submission. It's very helpful. Just a couple of things. You talk in your submission about evidence-based research and the work you've done in that. Could you just speak to that in terms of the cost, in particular in relation to sites such as Camellia, which you've mentioned? Have you done any of that evidence-based research on costing and what would be involved in remediating the Camellia contamination, and whether developers, you've said they would be prepared to share in the cost of that? Would they be prepared, would your members, so they indicated they'd be prepared to share in the cost of that remediation, or how do you see that challenge being overcome?
Yeah, very. Excuse me. Yes, very much so. I believe there's been unsolicited proposals to do exactly that. The developers will face that anyway as they build the city part of somewhere like Camellia. So they've already built that into their feasibilities. I think the tunnel itself, I'm not an expert, but tunnels, manage their own, encapsulate quite well. So I don't think there are huge issues there. I know the developers have studied that with Metro, and there's a deal of agreement around how that could be achieved.
So when you say they don't have a problem with that, it's obviously a significant cost though. Are you indicating in your evidence that your developers are prepared to share that cost and that you have some numbers around that?
Yes, I do, and government does as well, but they're in unsolicited proposals. But I believe they would share, that word is a good word, they would share in those costs. And it needs to come with integrated city approvals. That's how you achieve certainty. It needs to come with enabling infrastructure so that development can proceed. But I think all of that is very achievable in Camellia. mean, if you study it carefully, it's called the River City. There's actually twice the amount of frontage in Camellia to the river than there actually is in Parramatta. And there's this huge opportunity to make about 3 kilometres of connection with the river and really get that useful and opened up for community as you go through and develop. If you think about the neighbours, you've got a racecourse, you've got industrial, and you've got the old petrochemical piece. You know, the neighbours are fine. You've got a little bit of Rose Hill, but across, you know, some very significant intersections. So it's ideal. It couldn't be better. I have a boardroom wall which has every road in Sydney on it, and you can see the grey bits where there's no development, and that's a grey piece right in the middle of our city.
In terms of addressing that remediation cost and the changes to planning, and given that the work is already underway, so there would be some roll-on effect, could you comment for the committee about your evidence and share some information about what potential delay? You've talked about needing certainty from government, and I agree with you that having certainty around that allows for planning, given it does take quite some time to plan and implement such enormous projects. Could you speak to what evidence you have about those costs and the potential delay if that were to be changed, and how you see that being met?
Our focus hasn't been so much on cost, it's more been on value. And there's some broad numbers around on costs that give you a sort of decent idea. But as I said, the bulk of the remediation problem is the developers, as I understand it, not so much the transport piece of work. There would be some there, but I think the value that's created could easily outweigh that. In terms of the bigger picture, let's get above Camellia, I guess let's focus on that north-south rail. So we're building from St Mary's to our new city next to Aerotropolis at Bradfield. There's something like 6 stations, I think it is. We would actually advocate there should be 8. And we don't know the city in any of those stations. So we haven't thought about the road connections to them. We haven't thought about water. We're not taking advantage of that railway line. So what will happen is we'll retrofit it over time, which means you lose value, you lose impact, and you lose accessibility. UDA has done a huge amount of work with University of Sydney professor David Levinson, and he makes a simple proposition in his work, and it's cities should be made for access. Sounds great, doesn't it? Cities should be made for people, not just a railway line going through a city. So we need to do better at this planning challenge to make sure that and so does the federal government, when it says, well, go ahead and they call it a city shaping project. It'll be city shaping in another decade if we're not careful, not now when we're building it. So integrating all of those pieces, working with the development industry to integrate and consolidate as best as we can is crucial.
I guess to continue on that, you won't get disagreement from me about having to plan for it. But again, the challenge is in the implementation. What ongoing dialogue have you had with the government about that?
Lots, on and off. Yeah, the piece to own is that word integration and the disconnection of 50-year planning and 20-year planning. That's the piece we've got to get on top of. I think the challenge for government is to make sure the government is constantly worried about losing value. That's exactly what happens because they keep it disconnected. They're worried about bringing it together, that value will move out too quickly. I think that can be resolved with that integration story.
So in terms of that ongoing engagement, how do you have a program of ongoing engagement, or has the government invited you to be part of those discussions, or how is that going forward?
Yes and no. I think that's why you're having your inquiry, because there just isn't enough integration. There's a focus of rail people delivering rail and city people delivering cities, and it's challenging but far from impossible. A good place to look is in Auckland right now, where a new metro is being planned and the city is being planned at the same time. The development of that city has been planned. Very impressive.
Sorry, just to clarify, to understand your evidence to be that you don't have any program of ongoing engagement with the government that's planned now?
No. Correct.
Is that of concern to you?
Yes. And really tell me the body that would be. There's a whole lot of different bodies. That's the challenge.
Yeah, well, just one is a start.
Yeah. Well, look, it probably was Greater Cities Commission, but their brief is much broader, and certainly their reach into transport was not strong enough to drive that integrated outcome.
How do you see funding then? You spoke so your submission speaks to funding for design and delivery. How do you see that being addressed?
Look, funding is clearly a challenge. I think the first part of it is to get over the idea that you're protecting value by waiting and delivering a railway station first and then trying to deliver the city. And just take a look at the North West Metro to make that decision. Very hard to go back to a community who's got their railway station and now say, well, now we want to deliver the city that goes with it. But if you think deeply about the wall of change our cities are facing, climate change, livability, resilience, this TOD idea, this cities within cities where people can walk to a railway station and get quick access to jobs, remembering that you only live in a city to access things, so it's actually all about access. We're blowing that by not getting that done up front. And to retrofit it is extremely difficult, and you battle with community rather than actually helping community recognise that there could be less cars and more open space and this balance of density that delivers services. There could be different types of railway stations. You have employment sort of focused railway stations in the balance.
I've got a question now from Dr. Kane. Just about, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. I just been trying to understand, I guess, the balance between what we should be doing in the future. So it would be fair to say that for some time we haven't probably been grappling with the issues of planning and delivery as effectively as we could.
Yep.
Okay. You talk about convenience a lot in your submission and highlighting the importance of convenience to encourage people in Western Sydney to utilise public transport. And I just wondered if you could explain a bit more what convenience looks like for users. So it's more than just being very close to a station, isn't it?
I think being close is one of the keys. So this opportunity of TOD, which I think this government's really grappling with now, which is great. It goes right back to some of our very first railways. We don't have TOD throughout them, and often with lower density. So for Western Sydney, it is more spread out, and it will continue to be. So it's that balance of having some intense living that delivers that services that certain types of families will want, and some living that requires, some transport in. If that can be on buses, that would be best, and maybe in time that will be, last minute type travel, as opposed to families needing 2 or 3 cars. That's where we've got to see the change for Sydney to remain globally competitive.
And I guess I'm also interested in the other types of, say, technology, tracking, those kinds of things. Could you explain a bit more the types?
Yeah, I think a lot of our work when we think about cities has gone geospatial. So the power of geospatial is that you can actually come up with a concept or some scenarios of a concept very, very quickly. So when it came to Camellia, I drew 3 cities in Camellia in 3D. And then with computational design, you can understand the cost and the makeup of that city incredibly quickly. I can move roads and change the makeup of that city. So will it be the one you finally plan? No, but it'll be 75% close to it, and you can understand the cost and the value impact. So I think that's going to be incredibly important. I think government gets nervous about showing industry that work, but we're not confident it's doing it itself. And understanding the optimal city, we've got to get it absolutely right for Sydney if we're to attract global talent. If your home is more expensive, if your travel time is longer, you're going to live somewhere else. And that's proving a bigger and bigger challenge for Sydney, the second least affordable city in the world. It's been second or third now for about 8 years.
Thank you.
Can I check, you were talking about coordination, basically the lack of coordination. We've got I think, January the 1st, a new department, planning, housing and infrastructure. Is that going to fix the problems, do you think, in terms of coordination? How are you feeling in terms of being positive about that change by the government?
Yeah, look, I think we've got such an enormously deep housing crisis, I suspect for decades ahead of us, that aligning delivery and cleaning out any roadblocks to that delivery is absolutely crucial at the moment. So some of that strategic thinking is now pushed in and probably focused, on that delivery piece. What we've got to do, and I think this government is embracing that challenge, is recognise the opportunity of TOD, but it's more than TOD, of thinking about the future, the big challenges for our cities, and that's climate change, it's jobs closer to homes, it's livability, and one of the things we recommend is a delivery authority. So if you think about it, if you're going to create a TOD outcome, then your site might have no development because you want to park on it, and your site might have 30 stories. You actually need a delivery authority to work that out, and because that won't happen quickly if it's as difficult as that. Whereas if you can work through that in a delivery authority and either acquire the land or work out the FSRs to make sure everyone's part of delivering that upside, then it will happen much more quickly and you'll get a better place outcome.
So just TOD, transit-oriented development, for the
Yes.
purposes of Hansard, you're just throwing a few acronyms in here, and then you just said FSR.
Floor space ratio.
Okay, thank you, floor space ratio. Ms. Merton, do you have questions?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mann, for your participation and your expertise here. The federal government are presiding over one of the largest growth in migration numbers to Western Sydney in Australia's history.
Yeah.
We've already seen in the same breath unprecedented cuts to infrastructure in New South Wales, cuts of $3.5 billion. And then the third point, we've seen massive housing targets agreed to by both the Albanese and the Minns government. In this environment, what is the view of your organisation on the Albanese massive cuts to infrastructure spending when we're confronting these issues today?
Disappointing. And I was in Canberra last week telling them exactly that. I met with Minister King and, we communicated our concern that you can't go halfway as a developer. They're developing the Western Sydney Airport, and we think that's absolutely fabulous for Western Sydney. But that airport's all about accessibility, and it's actually about the centre of a new city, the lateral north-south Western Parkland city, and it is the most important city to Sydney's future in terms of its competitiveness, in terms of its growth. It's expected to take the bulk of that growth. So our message is don't go halfway, finish it off. And same message to the state government, work together to plan the cities before we deliver the infrastructure, or with the infrastructure. Another one of our strong recommendations is works in kind. Allow the developer to deliver a bunch of that infrastructure. As long as it can offset its costs without taking on additional risk, you'll get it much more quickly than government being able to do it. In fact, this government's policy of the housing and productivity contribution is actually a no-nexus fund. And ironically, that's very powerful for Treasury to be able to do things like works in kind. Get on with that and that and that, and we can fund it from a no-nexus pool of funds in HPC. So real opportunity to grow it. In fact, Eritropoulos will fail if you don't put in place a progressive works in kind policy, in our view.
Thank you. And further, did the Albanese government engage or consult with your organisation in the phase leading up to the announcement of the new housing targets?
The Albanese of the new housing targets, a little.
Okay.
Yes, we're very engaged with them on the challenge of housing right across Australia. UDA is delivering again, geospatial project where we will map the 15-year growth geospatially of every capital city in Australia. So we're very engaged with the feds around the importance of their leadership, and that word productivity. Productivity should be the focus of everything we're trying to do in cities. How do we do it more affordably and with greater integration?
Thank you. And just to follow up, in your submission under point number 2, you're talking about the Next Gen West, and you make reference to housing affordability and ensuring the right balance of density and diversity.
Yeah.
There you go. To address affordability in the supply crisis. Could you elaborate a little bit more on the density and diversity?
Yeah, we've spoken a fair bit about density, so the
Yep.
transit-oriented development approach. I think the other key is diversity, because affordability looks different for me than it looks for you, than it looks different for the next family. So that diversity of product, the different types of housing, again, we're excited about the strong step forward last week from this government in medium density. So all the way from, I've got to be careful to not use acronyms, but different types of housing, multi-generation housing, smaller lot housing, affordable housing, social housing, all the way through to retirement living and aged care. That's where we've got to see growth in all these different types. And as I said, the missing piece in Western Sydney is apartments and higher density living, and that medium density piece.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. That's the end of this session, unfortunately. We could have kept talking. We'll be in touch with you if you have any supplementary
Yeah, pleasure.
questions. Thank you.
Thank you all. Welcome.
Okay, we'll begin by getting you sworn in. If we could start with you, Mr. Perich, I think. Is that? Yes.
That's right, yep.
Thank you. If you could state your name and position, title and oath
My-
or affirmation, please.
My name's Mark Perich, Director of Greenfields Development Company. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Mr. Owens.
Yes, my name's Mick Owens. I'm the General Manager for Greenfields Development Company, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, do either of you have a short opening statement to make?
Yes, I'll
Mr.
start off
Owens.
with, please.
Thank you.
Greenfields Development Company is a privately owned company by the Perich family with significant land holdings in the southwest. The one that I'm predominantly responsible for is called Oran Park and the extensions to the north of that. Over time, over the next 20 years, we'll create a whole community and a series of towns that will create for a population of about 50,000 people. The family also, and the Greenfields Development Company, also has a significant portion of the Aerotropolis, the future Bradfield site, and probably about a 30% of that to be done, and that's over much a longer time period. And we also have land holdings to the west of the new airport for a new agribusiness and logistics centre. So quite a significant play in the southwest, and something that we can help the government in delivering. We're very supportive of the rail system that's been put in place. There's some good work that's been done over the number of years in a strategic sense to set up the planning framework for particularly the north-south rail line, and also the connections back into Leppington, and the further connection that'll connect the metro system all the way up to back up to Rouse Hill. That's very good long-term planning, and we would like to see how those things are prioritised. The area that's been committed so far from St Mary's down to the airport is a great start. That's called stage 1 of the north-south line. But I guess from my point of view, I think it's a bit of a spur line, and it only really services people who live in the Penrith and those immediate vicinities to get access to the new airport. So until the network is expanded, until you get a really that's when you need it to be connected into the wider Sydney environment. So in our submission we made two important recommendations. There's some subsidiary ones, but the main two important ones is the extension from Bradfield to Leppington. That's really important for the network and for greater access for the wider Sydney. Then also from Bradfield to continue on with the north-south line and commit to stage 2, and that's to get it to Oran Park and then also down to MacArthur. And that's when you really see the benefits of the whole system coming together and to capitalise on the infrastructure that's already been done for Western Sydney. We have worked hard with transport and believe that you can break out stage 2 into 2 sub-stages. One from Bradfield to Oran Park, and that would be extremely cost effective from the government's point of view. We've worked with the Department of Transport to both for our alignment, and we've also designed with the agreement of Transport for the vertical alignment of the future metro line, and that's important to understand where crossings are going to be. So when the state has to come in and do it, you don't have to relocate any services. That's all been pushed out of the way. We've also designed the landform, and we'll continue to do the landform to make sure that when the metro line can be done as an open cut rather than as a tunnel, again saving the money, and that future cutting can also then be used for attenuation, so for sound attenuation. It also allows, by doing this design, Steve spoke about access, allows for access across the rail lines. So that's just as equally as important as about delivering the metro system to get that in place. We are committed to, Steve spoke about a transit-orientated development. We are doing that. We're already creating Oran Park towns, creating significant mixed-use housing. We've got our first lots of apartments already in place. We are trying to do the high-rise, the complete diversity of product to get there. We are also supplying and building a strong pedestrian and cycle system, and we've been doing that, designing that for the last 15 years, and we'll continue to do that over the next 20 years. We believe there should be another train line to the north of Oran Park. We call it Greenway. There's no name that's been actually officially been named, but that's about 3 kilometres apart. So that gives the right dimension for people to get access to these stations, but then also to without compromising the operational frequency of the metro line. So they're the 2 main points that we'd like to make, and open up to any questions from the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So what discussions have you had with the government in terms of trying to get the transport solutions that you've identified, particularly in terms of the priority one, the station, I think, is to Oran Park. What discussions have you had?
Well, we've had a series of discussions over time with different committees. We were even contemplating an unsolicited proposal to the state government to build some of these works, or to do what's called the bulk earthworks and the bridges across the future corridor that's been established. We had tried for a few years, but I think over time the nature of unsolicited proposals was a bit out of favour with the government, and also I think there was a concern about maybe preempting some works that had yet been committed by the state. So I think that was why we didn't proceed with our unsolicited proposal. But out of that came a really good working relationship with parts of transport for this design coordination, and I think that's equally as extremely as valuable. So we've already designed bridges in knowing where these future metro line's going to go. So it means that when you come back, or when the state comes back and builds this, there's minimal retrofit that has to be done. You might have to dig up a road and replace with a bridge, but you not have to do expensive abutments and acquire new homes to be able to do those works. We've already catered for that. We're shifting sewer lines so that it doesn't become a problem in the future. So it's the nature of that type of design coordination that has worked well. Probably for the last 5 years or so, we would have, depending on the frequency, either monthly or quarterly meetings on that design coordination.
Can I check, so that design coordination, is that, have you been requested to do that? So the bridges, what have you, is that all just being coordinated? Has that been your initiative?
Yes, it's been our initiative. So there's been earlier comment about what happened in the northwest area. I happen to be early in my career involved in the northwest area, and extremely disappointed from a career point of view that when a corridor was established, it didn't get moved. Also, trying to design around areas that were kept on shifting around. So what happened was that there was no proper nodes that were done. I was involved in, and my colleague Steve behind me was involved in the Rouse Hill Regional Centre. We were able to design where that station could be, and thankfully was supposed to be an underground, by the way, but it ended up being a SkyTrain, but still it got in its correct location. So saw those things that happened from 20 years ago. I was adamant, and with the family's commitment here, to make sure that we could do whatever we could to make public transport work the best it could be. So that's, I'd have to say it's been our organisation's initiative to drive this coordination, but we have been listened to a lot. We went to the extent of when the corridor was being established in the southwest, suggested an alternative alignment, which then got adopted by the state government. In order to do that, we did our own railway design. We did geotech testing design, looked at ultimate rock strata to see what could happen, and by doing that, we've, at least in our section of the southwest, we're confident it'll work easily from when the metro line does come down to Oran Park.
How many employees does Greenfields have?
About 20. We're a very small team. I'm talking about direct employees, but we engage a lot of consultants and have a huge flow-on effect in the southwest. Yeah.
Okay, you've mentioned, was it Bradfield to Oran Park that you said, in terms of a station, extremely cost effective?
Yes.
In your point of view, could you expand upon that? Have you done the work to cost what it would be?
Not directly from the state point of view, but knowing that it'll be much cheaper to do. So from going from Bradfield through to Leppington is a really important connection. I'm sure many people have spoken about that before. From that spur line there, we're only about 5 kilometres down to Oran Park to extend that down. But the nature of the construction of the work won't have to be tunnels. It'll all be quite easily open cut and then laying of lines. And these things and there will be no need for retrofitting or relocating services, and all those things are the very expensive things that happen with infrastructure layouts. We did do an assessment on our unsolicited proposal, and we thought that we'd save about $200 to $300 million for the state if we were able to do that. Steve earlier spoke about works in kind arrangements. These things are possible by doing these types of works in kind arrangements. We already do major works in kind arrangements. We've already worked with we're on the roads authority side, all the sub-arterial roads and things we do under works in kind arrangements with the state, and also all the local facilities we do under similar works in kind by what's called a voluntary planning agreement, and built all the community facilities out at Oran Park. So those things do help enable things to happen, and by having an open dialogue of what can be done, and there's a suitable mechanism that there's obligations to pay infrastructure contributions, either whether you call it a sick infrastructure contribution or housing productivity is the new framework coming in. You can always offset those things by doing that, and by doing those works, by engaging with people like us early, you can do those works quite effectively, particularly whilst we're there doing the surrounding development. And so, for example, to move material, what we call earthworks material, if we're there, we can do it for $7 a cubic metre. If the state has to come back later, it's like $200 a cubic metre to move. So that's a sort of significant savings, quite a simple thing that can be done on site. But anyway, so that's probably quite a small component in the overall infrastructure delivery of something this size, but it is looking at for all those things that can help make that work. So, but I did mean to say, sorry, one thing I did mean to say earlier, if you don't mind, I
Yes.
should say it's that the reason why we think it's probably important to come down to Oran Park is also where there's a great amount of population going. I just mentioned that stage 1 of the north-south line service helps Penrith, but there's a huge growing area around the Camden, Campbelltown areas that won't be able to get access to it, and that's where the huge growth is. You're also working with people like us, there's some other quite significant land developers around that area who can coordinate, have a similar approach to what we do, and it's where the bulk of the population is going to come from before you get into these other fragmented areas. So the rate of development will happen much faster in the southwest than other parts. So trying to cater for that future public transport is important for that area. I also mentioned that what are we doing to help the state? We've also set aside land near our town centre as a future construction site. And we won't develop that until the metro line comes. So it makes it easier again, logistically, for making it easier for people to do these work. So anyway, sorry.
Thank you. Questions, Ms. Natalie Ward, do you have questions?
I just had a quick follow-up.
Oh, we'll go to Dr. Kane
just because it's directly relevant. My apologies, Ms. Ward. Just, I'm not asking you to speak on behalf of other developers, but you did mention that other developments in West do have that same sort of holistic approach. That's your
yes,
understanding?
they're large. I'd like to say, because we're a very large scale, so we can have this quite large view. There are other ones on the other side of on the western side of the Northern Road.
Yep.
The metro line's not going directly there, but certainly creating communities and being able to respond to density, knowing when there's public transport is going to come, are those important. It'll be those connections that come across into the future stations that they'll also be supportive of.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for your submission and coming along today. We appreciate the comprehensive work that you've done and the constructive relationship you have in this area. Can I just ask about, you've said that you would be able to and prepared to obviously engage with government. Can I just understand what engagement you've been invited to have so far with the government on these projects and whether that's ongoing?
I think it'd be fair to say it's only probably what's called the corridor preservation section within transport is our main contact, and quite little outside that.
So to what extent has that been? How often, when and who with?
So it'll vary. We had a lot of interaction with the corridor section particularly when we were doing some high-rise apartments near the future railway station. So we were having monthly meetings. That's probably scaled back now to quarterly meetings just to see how we're going. And that's because we had quite a lot of intense activity around where the future station would be, and now it's more about the corridor in between the stations and that coordination. So there's not as much that needs to be spoken about there, but there's still stuff that's happening through there. The people who we talk to, do you want individuals' names? Yeah.
Just the project control group or the
I think they're called
directors.
The Transport Coordination Group. There's Jeff Cale, is the leader of that group, and Dave Hartman is another senior person within that group. And I've just forgotten the fellow's name here. I feel very embarrassed.
Yeah, that's okay. No problem. I'm not trying to interrogate you in any sense. I'm just trying to get a feel for the committee's, in terms of the ongoing working together with you on, you're a particularly key stakeholder in this, and it would be pleasing to see if that commitment is to be meeting with you regularly. I just wanted to understand how that you talked about in your submission that constructive working relationship with that team. I just wanted to understand what ongoing in the future interaction there might be with that group or others that have been invited from you.
Yeah, well, certainly with that particular group, yes, we'll continue to, until the service is delivered, I guess. So we're probably at least another 10 years. I think we've got areas to the north that's still going through planning exercises and rezoning exercises, so that'll continue on for the next 15 to 20 years. So our interaction would be at least another 5 to 10 years at least. We would certainly welcome if we had the opportunity to be able to work with future designs of the metro stations themselves, and these have become important. Whilst we've been able to work quite conceptually, but knowing exactly where the front door is going to be of a station or some of those things, and if we knew what they were, we would finesse our final designs to make it more compatible. It's probably a little bit late for Oran Park, but the future, there's another town centre to the north of that, about 3 km to the north. There'll be a great opportunity to be able to design with a future metro
Which
station.
town centre is that called?
We call it Greenway. It's not on it was on a plan for a while, but it's one of these ones that if you look at the strategic plans, there's no nominated station between Oran Park up to Bradfield, and I think that's because there's a need for them, but I think that there was a nervousness on nominating exactly where they are. But we've done enough planning to say yes, there's a need for one. I think there's been an endorsement certainly from the local council, Camden Council, for that to be. We are going through our planning studies at the moment, so that will come. That'll have to be addressed, with the different agencies over the next 3 to 6 months as we make our submission. So that's a formal planning submission, but the opportunity to be able to design a future station with what we were doing around it would be absolutely fantastic.
Natalie, if I could just add that Greenfields Development Company and our family work to the benefit of the community. So everything we do in that corridor is to try and get a result for people that live in southwest Sydney. This rail connection or metro is actually very important for people to be able to get to places of work. So we think it's really important, and even to connect all the way to Campbelltown to Macarthur to bring the existing population that's there back up to the new city of Bradfield and the new airport. So it changes people's lives, it changes people's way that they plan what they can buy and where they can buy and how much they can buy. So, with good public transport, which southwest Sydney doesn't have compared to other places in Sydney, people are able to then make a choice of owning one car, for example, instead of 2 cars. They then can say, well, I can live in an apartment because this apartment only has 1 car parking space, not 2. So that ability to create density and affordability around these metro centres or metro stations shape people's attitude and where they will live and where they can afford to live. So we are working really hard to try and, I guess, help government achieve those density in the correct places. So planning, I think, is really important. People still want a backyard. People still want to have the Australian dream of owning a block of land and having a dog run around the back, but there's also those that can't afford that. And they actually want to live where they can afford, and they're happy to walk around the corner to their favourite cafe and to grab their groceries and not actually rely on cars. So density around these centres is important so that you can actually have enough places for people to live, but also create homes that people can still have a backyard. Because if you were to build, for example, terraces to get density over the whole space in the southwest Sydney, you won't be achieving people's dreams of, having that family home and other people that want to live in an apartment. So
thank you, Ms. America. Yeah, I
really
appreciate
important.
that, and you're getting from me someone who was right at the table when it came to advocating and delivering infrastructure and reaching into a long-term transport plan. So a lot of that is well underway. You and I both know that. I'm a fan of these things happening, but I guess I just want to understand, particularly given your importance as a stakeholder, your ability to have that ongoing interaction and have that input and feedback to government. So that's that was really the crux of it. I think we're all agreed on transport needs and how much has been done so far. So no issue with that. Can I just ask one quick question though? As a developer and stakeholder, we've heard some evidence about contaminated land and areas that might need remediation. Is it your view that if there was contamination in an area that you would be prepared to wear the cost of that to remediate and to participate in that, to be able to get that development going, and the impact of that is not insignificant, but can I understand that your consideration for those additional costs, if you never quite know what's under the land until you get there, or whatever's been there before, particularly where we know there's been petroleum. Can you just fill the committee in on your perspective on that?
I'll explain, I guess. Oran Park, the development we do, if the land is contaminated, obviously you can't build anything on it, and you don't want someone living on contaminated land. So it's in the developer's interest to clean up a site and make it available for a safe place to live or to have a business. So to answer your question, the developer does normally pay for the costs of decontaminating a site. We are pretty lucky. The sites that we own are farmland, and it's farmland that we've owned for many, many years. So
your land is pristine. It's not no petroleum stations there. I understand that. I was just interested in the perspective of the contribution to the cost.
So can I just make a comment on that, if you don't mind? So from our point of view, yes, it would be cost. It depends on what your line of questioning is. If you're talking about if the state was buying, say, a specific corridor or say a station box, and it was fully contaminated, who bears that risk? It's normally with the landowner, but if the contamination is so expensive, you'd have to. It'd become part of the cost. I think it'd have to become part of the cost of the delivery of the station. So then, how you need to make cost estimates for doing that. Then it comes back to your funding mechanism that you do for it. Do you spread that over? I think for around Bradfield, of a high levy that's for people who are at advantage of it. But there is different ways of how do you recoup some of that cost. But I think that if you're talking about a single use in a location, it's something that would ultimately be part of the delivery costs of the delivering the infrastructure.
Yeah, and somewhat difficult to estimate. I mean, all of these things need to be addressed. Not trying to be negative, but they are a component part of some projects. So it's often difficult to place an exact cost on until you dig and see what's there.
That's right. Yeah, and that's one of the biggest unknowns. And you'd have to do if you suspected that, you'd have to do a lot of research and a lot of investigation before you actually and try to work out your best method before you made the commitment. And that's always a danger if you're under pressure. And sometimes these become political pressure to deliver these things. Once you make it, people debate these for ages, and then once you make a decision to hurry up and do it. You better make sure, it's better to spend a bit more time to do the investigations properly to mitigate against that cost. And I think the light rail down George Street is an example of that. So spent more time on service investigations, the things you don't know underground does need more work.
Yeah, indeed. But how beautiful is George Street now? Can I thank you for your work, and as a stakeholder, your involvement in this is critical over the long term. So
thank you. We'll go to questions from other members. Can I, Ms. Merton? Thank you.
Thank you very much for having you, and definitely we value and recognise the expertise and experience you bring in this important space to the inquiry today. If I could just start by stating, we're in an environment here where we've got the federal government, residing over one of the largest growth in migration numbers in Western Sydney in Australia's history, and we've also had the unprecedented announcement by the federal government of infrastructure cuts to New South Wales of $3.5 billion, and some of these key infrastructure links are at the heart of the southwest. And if I could just also signal that housing targets have been signed up to, and the New South Wales government has agreed to these, which are putting big expectations here on New South Wales to deliver these. In this environment, what is the view of your organisation on these massive cuts to infrastructure, and where should we go from here?
Well, I guess. Understand there's always, funding pressure, but from our point of view, I think the connections from Bradfield to Leppington, and then from Leppington to those, and the station down to at least to Oran Park, as an initial stage, I would hope that doesn't get jeopardised and be put back on the back burner for a long time, because there's such an opportunity to be lost if that got delayed by another 10 years. Steve Mann earlier spoke about in the northwest where things weren't capitalised enough around the transport nodes. I think there's been, thankfully in the southwest, there's been good planning and strategic planning that's been done to establish that. But getting the delivery timing in areas that's about to go through rezonings and developed, it'd be an opportunity lost if that funding for the stage 2 of the north-south line got deferred for a long period for decades, and the same with the connection to Leppington. I think it'll be a tragic loss for the people of South West.
And just further to that, the M7, M12 link on the Aerotropolis, and if I could just make reference to page 4 of your submission under C, when you talk about the South West experiencing phenomenal growth in the last decade and gearing up for the largest economic shifts in the modern times, with the Western Sydney International Airport commences operation in 2026. What's the impact of not being able to deliver that connection of the M7 to the M12 of the new international airport? In terms of developer confidence, investment, business, jobs?
Well, again, I'm not sure what the impacts really are from that announcement on that particular intersection. So if it meant that it wasn't happening, yeah, absolutely. It would be crazy because you're already committing and building a whole motorway there. So not building the intersection would be pretty silly. But I don't know if that's I believe that the state has already committed to doing that. So that might be some argy-bargy between the state and the federal government about actually where you get the money from that. But I can't see the sense in not building that intersection. Why? It'd be a waste of money for all the other the M12 that's already under construction.
Yeah, thank you. If I could just ask one other question. We've had discussion here about diversity and density of housing, and in terms of sort of the southwest and the areas in which you guys are. Could you comment just a little bit more just about diversity of housing?
Yeah, I can do that if you like, Mick. So everybody, has different levels of affordability, and some people can afford an apartment and some people can afford a house, and that choice we have to deliver because the way it is, it's becoming unaffordable for people to own their own home and their dream now, and home ownership is something that most Australians strive for. So a range of product has to be, if you're going to have the density and have terrace homes or apartments or a higher dense product, need to be in certain centres. They can't be just put and spread over the whole landscape because that would just create a ghetto. And that's the importance, I guess, of having good public transport in centres. Centres like Leppington, Edmondson Park, where there's already existing rail, and you can see Edmondson Park now growing through Fraser's development there with high rises. And those things can happen wherever these metros go to be able to create nodes of higher density. Being able to do that gets the population, I guess, that the government needs living in these new areas and makes them well connected. So I guess the traffic of people having to jump in cars and travelling off to the city doesn't exist. I mean, if government's going to be loyal to their 3-city framework that they've come up with, where people can live and work within 30 minutes of where they live, these centres must work in Western Sydney. So Bradfield and the Parkland City will help create the jobs that are needed for that 30-minute travel time. So will the nodes that connect between places like Campbelltown and Penrith. So you've got councils in Western Sydney that are working together, that are trying to create these nodes. You've also got developers in the whole north-south corridor that will activate these spaces. But what I'm getting at is density needs to be in centres and not spread out, widespread over the whole land mass, I guess.
Yeah, I think another point to make to that is knowing that there is a node to make. I mean, our particular project is quite unique in that we're such a big player that we can move in different areas depending on time frames. So, and time frames is really important for developers. So we can work, if something's not quite ready yet, we can work in other areas of our project whilst that's happening, and we can take a long-term view. So, but knowing exactly where these nodes are going to be, it's almost the opposite of what Mark was sort of saying, that if the government doesn't identify where these nodes are going to be, people won't see it financially viable to do medium and high density. The financial drivers will do to be more low density. So knowing exactly where these things are, the development industry can respond to that. So, but from our project, what we do, yes, the diversity is part of we do everything from large lots, executive homes, ordinary lots, small lots, terrace homes, townhouses, apartments. We're now doing co-living, and unless you get this complete diversity of product, you don't get a rich society, and people can't match their living, what they need for what they do. So, and it's not just about affordability. In our latest apartments that we've just done, we've had people who have downsized and love living in there. They came off large blocks of land and now love living close to a town centre. They can walk across the road to a park, walk to the town centre, and they have a lot of social interaction on the common roof with with now new neighbours and friends. So it's all. So that's what that's about. Yeah.
Okay, a question from Dr. Kane.
Thank you. Thank you very much, both of you, for your evidence today and your submission. I just want to ask a little bit more. So you spoke about Greenway being sort of the next stage and the type of planning and integration that would be useful whilst developing that, and that Oran Park is largely a completed kind of area. It's
almost there, but from a planning point of view, it's pretty well.
Yeah,
most things are locked in. Yes.
Yeah, and I wondered then if there are lessons from what happened in Oran Park. Not suggesting that it was not successful, but in terms of that integration that we could take into how we integrate that kind of planning into the future. So were there things that could have been done differently with regards to integration with the government that we could think about going forward?
I think trying to design, the government's always hesitant about, because these infrastructures are extremely expensive. I understand that, so that's why there's nervousness. But trying to spend more money on design work early would be useful, and that's only quite a small proportion of doing these things. So if you know exactly where something's going to go, and you can design things around it, so like where our road network's going to go. Like we do work well with the other parts of transport. So I've got to say, like with our bus systems, we're able to get buses early in Oran Park, and that's made a big difference to a lot of people. And every time we look at it, there's always a bus running through Oran Park. So that catered for people who had to use public transport. But most people desire not to do it because of the long time frames that it takes to get around. So if you had this, anyway. But getting the right design work early allows for all these other connections to happen much better than what was done in the past. I think we've done a pretty good job on the Oran Park Town Centre so far. But if we had this better coordination and design coordination, particularly in a delivery, knowing exactly where a station box is going to be and where the platforms are going to be, would make a big difference to. If we could do that concurrently, would make a big difference to how these town centres work. So if I look across the nation, one of the best examples I've seen that is in Subiaco in Western Australia. So, and that was a development corporation that had that agenda of doing that, and you can see how seamlessly things work and people can get easy access. It's the last little trip of people can plan something, but if there's a brick wall or something that stops somebody from walking from getting there to it, and they have to walk 500 metres around. Yes, it might have been theoretically been close. But it's a deterrent for people to use it. So something like what I was using Subiaco, that it's very, people just walk down the platform, take an escalator down and straight onto a metro line. And the work that has been done, say with the Northwest line, I think has been done pretty good. But it's a retrofit that's been done, so the coordination, so like the Northwest Business Park, I think has been done very well. But there's been a great. And you just happen to have people around there who's now looking to redevelop. But if that was there early on, it would have made a big difference to how I think you'd get more patronage levels to happen if it was done earlier. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I check about buses? You've just said that there are buses.
Yeah.
Is that correct? But
yes.
They don't seem to be well used, or is it
yes,
because of the services, or?
And I think they are. So we have about 4 routes that run out of Oran Park, and they connect. Most of them connect either to Leppington, another railway station, or Minto, another railway station, or Campbelltown, another railway station, or back into Narellan. It's a strategic centre. So people can use it, and they use quite frequently. People that do use them, but because the buses that then try to run around to maximise the routes means that there's got longer times to get to these places. So, but it's nowhere as efficient as what a metro line could be in a direct metro line. So
it's interesting to think what Mick just said. The 4 bus routes that are in Oran Park all link to different train stations, heavy rail stations. So if you can think about how Metro would work, where people can then go from their home and walk and hop on a Metro line, it cuts out all those different routes of those buses going to the heavy rail station, and it's a much seamless transportation prospect for people that live in the area. So it becomes so much easier. And I know for myself, I'd rather get in the car and drive to Leppington. I did that today to come here on the train from Leppington. If there was a Metro at Oran Park, I would have jumped straight on the Metro.
Yeah, thank you. And about active transport, you mentioned in your opening statement that you have made attempts to make your developments very pedestrian and active transport friendly. Could you expand on that in terms of specifically what you've done?
Well, we're pretty proud of that. It's one of our objectives for when we established the project was about making it walkable. It was one of our big drivers when we started 15 years ago. Create an education town and create as many community facilities as we could up front. They are probably our three big drivers that we had as initiatives for the project. We've done numerous things to make this thing work as making it as active as possible. I think the guys counted. I think we're up to 150 kilometres of cycleways so far. But this design coordination is an important thing. So like where the high school and the primary school is, there's a public one. It will be within a 3-minute walk to the future metro station. And we unfortunately had to fight to put traffic lights in around the town centre because the policies at the time was only to put roundabouts in. Roundabouts aren't very good for pedestrians to get across major roads to get access into town centres. When the bell goes at 3 o'clock now, we see kids coming out on their bikes, scooters, and walking, where you see in other areas where parents have to pick them up. So not only they're walking on their own to get home, they're doing that to get to the library, they're doing that to get to the shops. There's been an extensive system that we've done to be able to make this happen. So every street that we do has a footpath. And it's not only just putting footpaths in, it's make sure they connect. The arguments that we have just to get a pram crossing in a per location because that's where our people have to walk to get somewhere, there's nobody there to argue for pedestrians in a policy. Oh, sorry, you got me on my booth now. So,
Great.
So there's plenty of rules about vehicles and what radio that you have to do to get cars around, but making sure that a pedestrian can walk from A to B is only it's up to somebody to make sure that those things connect. And it's amazing how many times, and it's no fault of anybody, but you see gaps in all these places because that's where one particular stage stopped or one contractor stopped. So somebody has to make sure they all connect. So I'm talking about fine-grained stuff, but if you get the macro right, you have to also get the micro right to make these things work.
One thing that the pedestrian-friendly system at Oran Park does, it helps keep people active, fitter and healthier. And we've worked with the local health district at Oran Park before we even turned one piece of soil to make sure that we actually had an active community to try and keep people out of the hospital systems. So by starting with design of a master planned estate and allowing people to be able to live there in a more healthy manner, we're able to keep people healthier and help in the health system to reduce the load on the public hospital systems.
Was this off your bat, or was this a requirement by the government, by planning, by health for you to do this, or was this you?
This was off our bat. However, the local health district wanted this outcome as well. So we've always worked very closely together. Oran Park actually is a designated integrated health hub. So it is a place in southwest Sydney that government is trying to bring services, health services, to keep people from having to travel to the major hospitals and reduce the load on those hospitals.
I think we also had an endorsement from the New South Wales Heart Foundation that endorsed Oran Park as for the initiatives that we did do. But it wasn't so at a conceptual level, yes, there's a sort of, there's from a from a planning system to say yes to try and do things, but most of these things we're talking about has come from our initiatives to make these things happen. There's more recent policies that come through from the Western Sydney guidelines that start to pull in some of those things where we have been working on for a while and that comes in through as new development controls.
Thank you.
But then we're taking that a step further for the next round. So.
Thank you. Just one final question from me. Just to be clear, what exactly are you, what's your kind of offer to government, if you like, in terms of public transport, infrastructure, investment in your developments? Do you have a specific offer that you've gone to them with? Is it like 50-50 split? I know that you've said, you're ready to invest. What would you like to say to them?
Do you mean from say like you're talking about the metro infrastructure delivery?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Well, what we've done so far is design coordination and also setting aside a site for them to use. But if we're able to work together, we could do some of these, whilst we're doing our surrounding land development works, do some works that would suit their future needs. So move material, we could cut a whole cutting in readiness for them whilst we're there. So we'd certainly want to make that offer. If there's an opportunity for doing some bridge works, but we could offset it against our future developer contribution. So we might have a developer contribution that might be due in 20 years' time, but we can bring that forward and cash flow a bridge or something if it's there, and if it saves somebody having to rip up a road later. So it's really about bringing forward cash flow that from a future obligation, but it's something that saves money for the government whilst we're there.
Thank you. Great. Thank you both. That's the end of our questions for this session. We'll be in touch if we have any supplementary questions for you. Thanks so much for your evidence. The committee will now break for lunch. Be back at 1:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great. Welcome back, and I'll welcome our next witnesses. Let's get you sworn in to begin with. So if we could start on my left. If you could please state your name and position, title, and either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kate Stairs, and I'm appearing as the Strategic Partnerships Manager at Campbelltown City Council. I'm taking an oath today. Shall I? I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Dr. Grice, you've already been sworn in. That's fine.
Kerry Robinson, CEO, Blacktown City. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
David Andrew Niven, Director, City Delivery at Fairfield City Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Mooney, is it?
Yeah, Andrew Mooney, Executive Planner, Fairfield Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Now we'll move to opening statements. So, opening statement from Fairfield. Who's giving that one? Thank you.
Thank you. I thought it's useful just to position a little bit of the historical development. Fairfield sits on the radial line that comes out from Sydney City, and most of the public transport development within the city has been about feeding into the rail line to feed into Sydney City. And that's the historic development that the land use patterns have tended to follow. As the Western Aerotropolis comes along, there's a shift in the focus of where journeys have been made by the residents of Fairfield. So the commute to work is no longer solely or predominantly into Sydney City, but it's predominantly within Western Sydney itself. And so the pattern or the network of public transport that is then servicing the residents within Fairfield becomes fragmented and disconnected as people try to move about within Western Sydney. The simple result of that is that there's a very high dependence on cars and motor vehicle transport within the residents within Fairfield. I think we have 11% commute to work by bus and rail, which is fairly low in the context of Sydney City. The challenge, I think, is how do you shift land use patterns that are existing, that are difficult to move, to a pattern that's more consistent with what you want the public transport network to be able to do. The relatively low densities, both in terms of employment within the industrial areas and the residential zones, make it difficult to put in a cost-effective public transport system. You are really then looking at the motor vehicle being the off-peak predominant method of transport, with high volume routes for your commuter travel. One of the challenges with public transport, and I think the Transport for New South Wales submission said this as well, that when you get to the off-peak or the non-commute travel, the public transport system is not a system that services residents well. And that's, I think, just a pattern of the land use densities and so forth. One of the challenges is how do we get our strategic cross-city planning for public transport right? So how do you connect Fairfield with the Aerotropolis, Fairfield with Parramatta, Fairfield with Liverpool? Fairfield, by its role, is going to be a residential city. It isn't going to be a big attractor in terms of jobs other than what's there at present. It's going to be having its population move out to jobs elsewhere within Western Sydney or across the Sydney Basin. And how do we make that work well? It also is going to be the need to move into Parramatta, Liverpool and other destinations for leisure and recreation activities. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll move to Dr. Grice from Campbelltown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing me to appear before you again this afternoon. Campbelltown, as the metropolitan centre for the Macarthur region, serves as one of the most significant growth corridors in Australia. As a region, we are set to grow by over 100,000 new dwellings by 2040, representing half of all the growth in the Western Parkland city. To support this level of housing growth, we need corresponding investment in transport infrastructure. Campbelltown provides access to universities, TAFEs, hospital, retails and other regional services. Most importantly, Campbelltown serves as a transport gateway for the Macarthur region, providing access to the T8 Airport and South Line and the T2 Inner West and the T5 Cumberland Line services. However, historical development pattern of urban sprawl in the southwest has led to the community becoming increasingly dependent on cars to get around. Despite our city being located on a train line, our bus services are slow, indirect and infrequent, making our train station difficult to access by public transport. Currently, only 1% of Campbelltown residents use the bus as a primary method of transport. By contrast, 2/3 of our people travel to work by car. 2/3 of the households in Campbelltown LGA own 2 or more cars. This car dependency causes congestion that inhibits our centre's ability to densify, as the local streets network struggle to cope with the additional traffic generated by the expanding urban sprawl on the outer fringes. Campbelltown CBD provides the equivalent of 10 football fields worth of grade car parking near the train station in order to cope with the traffic demand. Our LGA provides over 56,000 square metres of land for car parking. As well as our concern with the environment, the environmental impact, urban heat impact, congestion risk and productivity loss generated by time spent in cars, we're also concerned about the community's ability to absorb the $25,000 per year cost of owning a car in Sydney. This is a great concern in the context of cost of living, with parts of the LGA experiencing some of the highest rate of mortgage stress in New South Wales and being among the most social economic disadvantaged population in Australia. Without a viable, convenient public transport alternative to drive in southwestern Sydney, the community must continue to depend on the cars to get around. It needs to change. We are committed to enabling the delivery of housing and jobs through the intensification or densification of lands in our city centres along our railway spine. As we have publicly committed, we are willing and eager to work with the government to deliver everything we can to support the sustainable delivery of housing in our LGA. But we also need the government commitment to work with us to decrease our car dependency by improving access to public transport and enabling cars to move around the city centre rather than through them. We need to ensure that our current and future residents have access to job opportunity, social infrastructure to improve their quality of life. Connecting Campbelltown to the new Western Sydney International Airport via metro to Glenfield and Campbelltown Centre is vital for our city's success. While we understand this will take time, ensuring we have frequent and accessible rapid bus connection will help ensure that the car dependency habit is not further entrenched in our residents. We are ready to play our vital role in supporting the growth of Sydney. We are willing and ready to identify and develop sustainable city centres. All we need is for the sustainability of the coming growth to be supported by appropriate and much needed investment in public transport. I commend Campbelltown written submission to the committee and welcome members' questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now finally, Blacktown, Mr Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I take this opportunity to acknowledge the Darug people as the traditional custodians of the land on which Blacktown City is located and pay my respects to elders past and present and extend those to any people of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander heritage with us today. I tender the apologies of Mayor of Blacktown City, Councillor Tony Bleasdale, OAM, who's unable to be with us as he has COVID-19. I commend the committee for its work on a public policy matter of vital significance to the community of Blacktown City, the city with the largest population in New South Wales in the heart of Western Sydney. Our city has over 415,000 residents across 52 suburbs. In 20 years, we expect to add nearly 50% to that figure and grow to a population in excess of 600,000. Blacktown City Centre is 36 kilometres from here, and Mount Druitt at the western edge of our city is about 45 kilometres away. There's a perception in the community that all councils in Sydney are the same size, but this is not the case. If you overlay the map of Blacktown on the eastern city, we stretch from Bondi Beach to the Olympic Stadium at Homebush and from Watsons Bay to Kurnell. That map fully encompasses or touches on 14 different councils. Madam Chair, our new residents are car dependent and our new suburbs suffer from chronic congestion. Older suburbs, such as those in the 2770 postcode around Mount Druitt, continue to suffer from decades-long barriers to education and job opportunities. We're here to talk about the critical need for public transport in our city to efficiently link our community to the economic opportunity of the rest of Sydney. We cannot allow the car is king culture to be our future. Blacktown City Council has declared a climate emergency. We are carbon neutral and we have a goal to reduce the whole city's carbon output by 40% by 2040. We can only get there by improving public transport. We have an opportunity to correct past mistakes and unlock the potential of our vibrant multicultural city. I'll now very quickly highlight the key points the Council seeks to make to this valuable inquiry. I'll start with the work of the Western Sydney Transport Infrastructure Panel, a panel to which I was appointed by the Prime Minister and the Minister for Infrastructure to advise the Commonwealth on recommendations for transport infrastructure in Western Sydney. That panel's report has recently been made public and I've tabled a copy of the report with the Secretariat. I won't repeat its recommendations here, but direct committee members to pages 53 and 54 of that report, which has an extensive list of recommendations for transport infrastructure across the whole of Western Sydney. The panel included community members, academics, and representatives of 12 councils in Western Sydney, along with some state representatives. A stark feature of the panel's analysis is that the community and policymakers failed to grasp just how large Western Sydney is. Some 70 kilometres north to south, similar to the distance between Sydney and Wollongong. The need for expenditure on all transport networks must equitably respond to this reality. I'll touch on the Western Sydney Regional Organisation of Councils, WESROC's policy position. WESROC's position on public transport is one based on equity. Put simply, the people of Western Sydney deserve a public transport network which, adjusted for density, is the same as that in the east. It is not that now. The same density of heavy rail and metro railway lines and stations, the same density of bus routes and bus stops, with the same regularity of services. Anything less discriminates against the residents of Western Sydney who, on average, have lesser education, employment and recreational opportunities than the wealthier residents of the east. Missing Metrolink. Top of Blacktown City's public transport priority list, similar to those that were outlined for Campbelltown, is fixing the missing links in the metro system. Joining Tallawong to St Mary's is critical. We must confirm the corridor and get building. This link will provide access by residents of suburbs with some of the lowest socio-economic indicators in New South Wales to the high-value jobs and educational opportunities of Sydney Business Park, Norwest and Macquarie Park. This will be public transport for social public good. Of course, the link will also create a fast public transport link for businesses in that arc of economic prosperity directly to the Nancy Bird Walton Airport. With confirmation of this missing link, we can confidently plan for high-density villages around stations to help address the housing crisis. And we know that this will reduce the focus on cars, secure in the knowledge that good public transport infrastructure supports good development. We must finalise the locations of stations to maximise community benefit in the suburbs around Mount Druitt, which are so heavy with social housing. I want to focus next on complementary actions at rail stations, new and existing, to serve commuters. Council knows from successive community surveys that one of the community's highest needs is the provision of commuter parking, a responsibility of the state. There is great potential for transport hubs to stimulate economic development, and we're very supportive of this thinking. If we're strategic in developing new parking spaces, we can create urban renewal initiatives. Here, local government can contribute to ensuring maximum improvement and uplift opportunities for our communities. Due to physical distance, the reality for many Blacktown commuters is that they still need a car to access public transport. We have around 5,200 car parking spaces at existing stations, and we need at least another 2,000 to match our population growth. There are some cheap and simple opportunities which have been overlooked by past governments. Simple 90-degree parking on roads near Toongabbie and Doonside, for instance, could provide an immediate uplift in commuter parking relatively cheaply. Of course, this must be accompanied by good street trees to address urban heat, an issue which kills more of Western Sydney's people than all other natural disasters combined. In relation to buses, we call for intelligent provision of bus transport policy and infrastructure, which will support good outcomes for the community. Unfortunately, buses are funded by the state only where there is established housing. This entrenches an early pattern of car dependency in new suburbs, as so many people need to move into a suburb before the bus actually turns up. A case in point is Alara at Marsden Park, where the developer, Stockland, itself had to fund a bus service over 7.5 kilometres to Schofield Station for more than 2 years before the state-funded service had arrived. That's not the way to entrench good public transport behaviours. In summary, sorry. Most of the growth in Blacktown City is driven by the development in Sydney's northwest growth area. The projected population growth in our suburbs of Riverston, Schofields and Marsden Park will, in those 3 suburbs, deliver 120,000 new residents, the same as the population combined of Waverley and Wallara councils. This growth really simply must be supported by a network of equitable new public transport. In established areas such as Greater Mount Druitt, with relatively high levels of social housing, physical, social and economic disconnection is an entrenched reality. Not surprisingly, the social data tells a deflating story of ongoing high unemployment and poor health outcomes. The bus journey from Wilmot, with a very high proportion of public housing, to Mount Druitt takes 30 to 40 minutes to start an hour-long train journey to the city. Madam Chair, in summary, Blacktown City and Western Sydney needs a public transport system which is based on equity, one which takes into account social indicators and which reduces social inequity. The current public transport system, primarily established in the 1800s to serve farms and timber getters, does not deliver social equity. Future rail corridors must be confirmed and established so that we can effectively plan for dense housing at stations. The opportunity to shape the future is clear. Good public transport can deliver great outcomes in Western Sydney. I thank you for the opportunity today and would welcome your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll move to questions. I've just got a couple of questions about the independent panel report, Mr. Robinson. How were decisions made? Was it a kind of consensus report where some suggestions were put forward that weren't accepted by everybody? What was that process?
So the process of the panel was a series of briefings by both state and federal bureaucrats, and a process of assembling the understanding of the 12 councils as to what the community was telling decision makers were needed in terms of the infrastructure list. That was then prioritised across the whole of Western Sydney, absent of, if you like, our parochial local government views, to come up with a list of recommendations to government which serve the whole of Western Sydney.
Okay, thank you. And so where is it at now? I understand it was handed to both levels of government. Is that correct? A number of months ago now?
No, the report was made to Minister King, and more recently the report has been published by the Commonwealth. The panel has a briefing of the Minister for Transport and the Minister for Roads in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, so That's when you're saying a briefing, you'll be briefing the minister on this report.
Both of those ministers, that's correct.
Okay, both of those ministers. Thank you. And so, with these priorities, we've heard today, this morning, quite a bit about for example, one priority I think every witness has said is the north-south rail connection. Would you consider that to be one of the highest priorities? I think it is in here.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it's about 4th on the list.
Okay, what's the first one? You talk us through the first one, the highest.
I didn't
in
have a
terms
copy
of public
in front
transport.
Of me. If I can be permitted to get a copy from my bag. I'll be provided with a copy. Thank you very much.
It's Western Parkland City and Blacktown all modes strategic business case.
So one of the challenges working within government, of course, is the challenge of, I don't know why this is bound back to front, and upside down, I apologise, is the enormous expenditure which is required on strategic business cases and final business cases. There was considerable debate amongst the panel members as to putting forward a set of recommendations which funded a number of strategic business cases, but given our brief from the Commonwealth, which I won't cite here, but had a focus on 2 government budgets, we were of a view that the next step for a number of these things was the business cases, and therefore they needed to be the highest priority. So the Western Sydney, Parkland City and Blacktown is effectively talking to all of the modes of transport, public transport, which are required. So the high frequency bus network, along with the elements of metro and augmentation of the heavy rail system, those strategic business cases needed to be prioritised as the highest priority.
Thank you very much. I'll just, at this point, I just want to see if there's other questions in relation to this. Dr. Kane?
Different.
Okay, all right. But actually, why don't you go and I'll come back here.
Yeah, okay, so it's quite a different topic. Mr. Niven and Dr. Grace both talked about the sort of socio-economic makeup of Western Sydney, and Mr. Niven, I understand that Fairfield actually is the most socio-economically challenged of the areas in Western Sydney. I know Western Sydney is not homogenous, as some people would like to think. I just wondered if there are particular challenges that presents with regards to how we think of developing the infrastructure in transport in the future.
It's an interesting challenge because, as you said, the population distribution, we've got a fairly strong weighting towards the bottom end of the scale.
Yes.
But we still have pockets of the city that are at the other end of the scale, probably a polite way of saying it. I would characterise the eastern area of our city that's east of the rail line is where a fair bit of the lower socioeconomic housing has been. It's also relatively poorly served by public transport comparatively, to some extent because Woodville Road's the boundary between ourselves and Bankstown. You end up sometimes a little bit of a disconnect on those boundaries. I think one of the challenges is as gentrification comes through, as the older housing stock gets renewed, that's probably going to displace some of that social housing from those areas and push them further west and south, and potentially down Campbelltown Way, potentially out Penrith, just as part of the natural development cycle. The question is, what time frame is that going to happen on? And is that going to be an area where you're going to want to invest heavily in public transport in terms of facilities such as the metro? So while Blacktown would like it to go north, Fairfield would very much like the Parramatta Airport connection made. It provides opportunity for significant uplift of housing around Prairie Wood and through Cecil Hills. You leave that in place, if you don't put that in place now, within 10 to 15 years, infill development and other development will make that much harder to happen. It's also part of that development cycle, it's going to change what Villawood looks like, what Landsvale looks like. And so it's a little bit about what's going to happen over what time frames and what's the short-term versus the long-term solution you want to think about. So I would suggest that for Villawood and Carramar, it's perhaps a short-term solution while gentrification comes through and the housing stock gets renewed through those areas and changes the nature of those spaces to some degree.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Look, we've been talking a lot about housing at the moment, and I think it's a very topical conversation, but the reality is public transport is not just about housing. Public transport is about having quality of life for residents, it's about having environmental sustainability, and most of all importantly, it's about social equity. So if we look at public transport from that perspective, I think an equitable distribution of public transport network across our LGA will be able to benefit those people on the low social economic areas by giving them better access to employment and facilities and services they need and they have to drive to, and at the same token by servicing the other areas of the city that's more affluent, we'll be able to get a much better environmental impact because there'll be less cars on the road which will be competing for resources. So I think to answer your question, I think we shouldn't so much be looking at, let's just trying to get one area resolved, but look at a holistic network, as we heard this morning, that connects the city to each other and to the main hubs, so we can get equitable distribution for everybody involved.
Do you think that some investment can actually happen or should happen into these big public transport infrastructure projects, as well as obviously making cities more walkable, potentially at the expense of upgrading arterial roads, for example? Do you think there's too much investment in Western Sydney into some of the major arterial road and highway upgrades? Can it be both? Does it have to be both? Or should we, for example, if we choose to invest in public transport, does that perhaps negate the need to add another lane and add another lane? Dr. Grice, I'll go to you first.
Okay, I think when we talk about walkability and access to public transport, we have to be realistic. Firstly is, where are those people walking to? That's one of the questions I always like to talk about. We need to create significant amount of employments locally for people to be able to get to that level. So to answer your question is, we can't neglect road infrastructure in the short term simply because that will bring the city to a halt. We are talking a very long vision here between turning Western Sydney and Campbelltown from where it is now, which is heavily car dependent, to a city that is equivalent to that, some of the eastern suburb. So to get from that point to where we want to be is a very long time frame, and we need to be wary of what impact we'll have on our residents in the short term if we just decided to let the traffic go and bring the city to a halt.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson.
Madam Chair, thank you. Blacktown has about 30,500 businesses. Roads and public transport aren't all about housing. They're about making those businesses work and provide economic opportunity and the social equity which comes from that. About 12% of our workforce works in the construction sector, the vast majority of those being small business people, tradespeople, and the vast majority of those aren't able to catch a bus to work or a train to work. So you need to have a balance in terms of the investment. The short answer is these are wicked problems, and you need to judiciously invest in both public transport and the road network.
Thank you. Can I just check with other questions now? Ms. Ward, do you have questions? You've had trouble connecting?
I have. I hope it's okay. If it's a bit glitchy, just let me know.
That's fine from our end, actually.
Sorry, say that again.
That's fine from our end.
Okay, great. Okay,
yeah.
Interrupt me if you can't hear me. Thank you all for your submissions. I just wanted to address that wicked problem that you spoke about, and I think it's the case here with great intentions of great infrastructure and the demand for so much to be done so quickly. How would you address and prioritise you talked about the intersection of, and as a former roads minister, I know with roads and public transport, the importance of both. Can you perhaps give some steer for each of you about what you think might be prioritised, knowing that there's budgetary and labour constraints in both, and how we might work towards what the priorities might be for each of you?
Who wants to kick that off? Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam
Thanks, Mr.
Chair.
Robinson. I think you raised it. So.
Indeed. Thank you, Ms. Ward. I think when you look at the panel report, there's very clear indications of the set of priorities and the timelines within which we've made recommendations for the implementation of those things.
Yeah.
I said in my introduction that the highest priority for investment in public transport in Blacktown's view is the missing link between Tallawong and St Mary's in the metro network, and that's about social equity and providing those with the least opportunity in this city connection to the high value jobs in the business parks of the east, and also providing public transport connection to the jobs in the Airtropolis. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I might hear that from each of you, and how, given that's such a long-term and big project to cost, plan and implement, how you might weigh that up. Who would like to go next?
So is it somebody from... Yeah.
From Campbelltown's perspective, equally referring to the panel's recommendations in their schedule attached to the report, the mass transit connection from the Western Sydney Airport to Campbelltown, whether that be the first connection to Glenfield via Leppington or the connection to Campbelltown Macarthur, that would be one of our greatest priorities. But in the interim, as we understand, that would be cost prohibitive. Of course, we would welcome a truly rapid bus solution to Western Sydney Airport, as well as some connections within our region, which we believe these mass transit options could afford our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stairs.
From Fairfield?
I think that we'd probably be echoing to some degree where we're saying that that connection from Fairfield out to the Airtropolis and the jobs going on out there is fairly important to Fairfield. And again, whether that comes through a metro service or through a very good rapid bus or a very good bus service is where the challenge lies. And we know there's a fixed bucket of money and it needs to go around in certain ways.
I think that's it. At some point you've got to factor into the wicked problem, and I'm interested in your views, the reality of implementation, which is obviously rapid bus is faster and more cost efficient, but you need drivers. The longer term solution is more metro, more stops and more rail, but just weighing those up in terms of your priorities, I guess I'm interested. Sorry, who would like to go next? It's hard for me to see from here.
Is there questions about priorities, did you say, Natalie?
Yeah. Yes.
I think if I'm permitted, Madam Chair, to take that question, I think when we in Western Sydney look at the east, we question why there is an inequitable distribution of many government infrastructure and services. And from Blacktown Council's perspective, we challenge the status quo for a failure to address equity to all of the residents of Sydney. That applies to density of rail lines, that applies to density of bus routes, it applies to the frequency of services, even adjusted for net population density. So we would suggest that in terms of new expenditure, the state should not continue to add to that inequity, but should use its funding to address that inequity. Now that is whether it is public higher education places, whether it is medical research institutes or the provision of public transport. Each of these decisions should be guided by a basic equity which addresses the discrimination against the people who live in Western Sydney.
So that's an example potentially of the Metro West. People were pushing for an eastern extension, for example, of Metro West. How does that type of priority kind of sit with all of you, considering you don't even have your basic, in some ways, a basic north-south connection? Does it frustrate you when these kind of things are put on the table and then potentially continue to be prioritised? Mr. Niven?
Putting on, I think from my perspective, it's about how well integrated is public transport within Western Sydney itself. Having said that, there's also an acknowledgement that the connections between the Western Parkland City, Parramatta and Sydney City are also going to be critical as well, because you'll need to tie the three cities in Sydney together, and so they do need to have a very good connection. So I think there still is a role for that, if you call it eastern component. The question is really then about timing. I sort of take the view that the time it took to make a decision over Badgerys Creek, so the lost time between the 70s and the 90s, so to speak, has put Western Sydney 20 years behind in its infrastructure. And that's a direct consequence of not knowing what is happening in that big hole that sat between Liverpool and Penrith. Now that there's certainty and now that there's investment flowing into that space, the question is, what's the rest of the infrastructure that needs to come around that to really make that work well, and not leave it as something that's going to struggle because people need to drive there and there's no parking or parking's written. So there's a whole host of things that need to be thought through. That's not just about the balancing it's about the balancing of those things. I think as a consequence of not having had infrastructure investment in Western Sydney for quite a number of years, that's then now got to be caught up in some way. And I think that's what Kerry's getting at with the inequity of what's out in Western Sydney versus Eastern Sydney.
Yes, but we've got the Western Sydney Airport, for example, but we still, you in Campbelltown, you're expecting the rapid bus network, which we've just been informed this morning isn't happening. You don't know when it's going to be happening, is that correct?
My understanding is we are expecting it to be happening, we just don't expect it to be a rapid.
Well,
we're
that's
expecting a bus
the
link.
same thing, yeah.
Yeah. I'll answer your question very quickly, Madam Chair. Yes, it is frustrating. I mean, it's not for us here to sit and talk about the future planning of Sydney as a holistic approach. From Campbelltown perspective, it is frustrating to hear connection from heavily connected areas being extended north, south, east, whatever it is, well, we don't have any basic connections at all. So it is very frustrating for us to hear these things. At the end of the day, I'm here to advocate on behalf of Campbelltown and Western Sydney, and we think it is the number one priority for us to connect Campbelltown to the airport through the Glenfield line, and for that connection to extend then further east through Liverpool and to Bankstown, and it is to connect the airport, the north-south linked again through the airport all the way down to Macarthur. These are our priorities, and we make no apologies for pushing that forward.
Yeah, thank you. I'll check with Mr. Never. Did you have questions?
Yeah, just a general question as to all of you, and apologies for arriving late. Just by way of context, I'm a resident of the Penrith LGA, which is heavily dependent on the heavy rail network, and that is it. Do any of you have a concern with respect to how governments have historically allocated scarce public transport resources when looking at the current and future needs of residents, particularly in Western Sydney, and whether the allocation of funding has been to build on significant amounts of infrastructure elsewhere rather than, I suppose, duplicate? So If I can be crude about it, there are some parts of Sydney where you could have a light rail network, a ferry network, a heavy rail network, a metro network, all working together, but still very well serviced parts of Sydney, whereas others, including some areas that you represent, would rely on one mode of transport. Do you think governments have effectively looked at how you complement and integrate the public transport network, or do you think they've duplicated on occasion?
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important to sweat existing assets to get as much as you can out of them. But beyond that, it wouldn't be silly to suggest that the last time someone came up with a decent public transport plan for Sydney was Mr. Bradfield in the 1930s, which is an overall public transport network for the whole of the city, which is fully integrated. In Blacktown, there are calls for light rail to supplement the heavy rail. We recognise that the challenge of that is the capital investment in light rail compared to bus networks is so much significantly higher that we're probably better sticking with buses. But we do always come from a position of advocating for equity in the level of service which is delivered. And as we're talking about the airport, I'd note that it's full operation. The airport, Western Sydney Airport, generates one plane every 73 seconds, 24/7, with no curfew. That is not equitable.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to respond to Mr. Nam's question? Ms. Des.
If you don't mind, Madam Chair, in Campbelltown we're in a similar situation as you'd suggest in Penrith with our central railway heavy rail spine with 7 electrified rail stations within the Campbelltown local government area. Our community are very dependent on that. However, our community drive to those stations in order to access, and not just the community of Campbelltown, but those of the region, particularly the Macarthur region, including Camden and Wallandilly local government areas who are not served by that heavy rail infrastructure. So as you suggested, an integrated network of public transport that enables people to access those public transport, that rail spine, by bus perhaps, or other public transport, is what Campbelltown is seeking, so that our community don't have to be dependent upon the cars, which causes that congestion issue in our city centre, limits our ability to densify and the growth to occur within the city centre because of that congestion. And it would enable our community to access that public transport without having to have a car. Likewise, if I may, with the extension of the rail to Western Sydney Airport, Campbelltown would be proposing that be a metro service from Glenfield, which may be a duplicated service from Glenfield on the current heavy rail line, but that would be required so that our community are not required to change modes of transport, because we've heard from them through our travel survey data that we've provided in the submission that they are not happy with having to change 3 times to get to Parramatta, for example, or to get to the new Western Sydney Airport. So it would be important that that's an integrated network of different modes.
Thank you. I've got a questions by Ms. Merton now.
Thank you very much, and very much value your participation, expertise, and the information that you bring to our inquiry. If I could just start by, and I touched on this earlier today, so Dr. Grease, it was good to have you this morning too. But just in this environment, we've got sort of the federal government presiding over one of the largest growth in migration numbers to Western Sydney. And then in the same breath, we've had the unprecedented infrastructure cuts by the federal government to New South Wales government. to the tune of 3.5 billion, and some of these being some of the critical infrastructure pieces, and we've referenced and spoken about the importance of the Aerotropolis and connecting that to Greater Western Sydney in terms of business and jobs. And I'm just wondering what the view of each of your organisations might be as to where we stand on this in terms of migration, infrastructure cuts, and now we've got new housing targets. And I appreciate, and recognise the important role council play in this. Just in terms of where you guys might sit on this, or have you been advocating for the council or for the residents against some of these infrastructure cuts? How we're going to meet the housing targets?
So it's a little bit, if I may, Madam Chair, it's a little bit easier to answer this than this morning. We didn't really news much in the last infrastructure cut, simply because we haven't been promised anything. So the review didn't really take too much away from Campbelltown. We didn't have much being promised to us. So we did lose early on this year a car parking funding of $12 or $50 million. But we ended up with the last review was an extra $2 million to increase as a cost of increase to the current car park. So overall for us, it was a relatively a small loss from what happened from that last review. Much more significant impact on the rest of the region though, however. From the point of housing growth and immigration, we will have a significant impact on our city going forward, simply because, as I stated earlier, immigration coming into Australia do tend to settle in Western Sydney, and they tend to settle in very well-known hubs based on very well-known concentrations. So this dynamic is not new. And without the resources to be able to deal with the growing population, without the resources, without to provide this new arrival with opportunities to be able to enter into the workforce, to be able to pick up skills they need and to get the social services they require to integrate into our society, council will be bearing most of that grunt work, and that's an issue that we haven't budgeted for, and nobody has spoken about how we're going to deal with it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blacktown City values the diversity of its population, a population which has grown by about 10,000 people per annum every year since the late 1960s. So ours is a story of growth, and we're happy to continue to accommodate that growth. However, the provision of state and Commonwealth services hasn't kept up with that growth. Whether it's public transport, as I said, whether it's higher education, whether it's any range of arts and culture services, those services, both the infrastructure and the operating budgets, have not followed that growth in population, and that needs to be redressed, including in relation to the public transport provision.
Thank you.
I'm very shamelessly just going to say Kerry said it fantastically.
That's great. I was just going to push a little bit further on the commuter car park situation in Campbelltown, for example. So when you've said you've lost funding, and we know that the funding for commuter car parks has been a little controversial, but right now, in terms of the state of the car parks around the stations in the LGA, do they get full, every day, every morning within a particular amount of time? Does the fact that there's no parking actually stop people from commuting? Have you heard these stories? Could you expand on that for the committee?
Yes, I could probably comfortably say that all of our commuter car parks are at capacity in the morning. Campbelltown Station has something like 60% or slightly over of all the cars that park there don't actually live in our LGA. They come from the surrounding suburbs through Camden or Warrnambool, as it is our connection to the railway link. So whether car park funding is controversial or not, at the end of the day, people do need to access public transport. They need to park somewhere because we don't have any solution for that last mile. And we are not talking within 10 minutes walking. We are talking within an hour, maybe longer if you're not to have a car. I've got areas in Campbelltown that need to drive for a good 15-20 minutes to get to a train station. So not having a parking there available, all that does is just add to the social inequity that we're experiencing, and it makes people's commute to and from work much more longer, because they not only do they have to wait to get the train, they have to drive around in circles trying to find a park, which obviously spills over into the local streets and causes all sorts of other issues.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The situation in Blacktown City is similar to Campbelltown. We have commuters from Hawkesbury particularly, and increasingly from the Hills Shire, who drive to stations such as Riverston, Vineyard and Schofields within Blacktown City, and catch the train to their work from those locations. So there is significant pressure. As I pointed out in my opening statement, there are some lost opportunities for very simple densification of parking using 90-degree parking in the rail corridor or adjacent the rail corridor, close to numerous stations within Blacktown that the state has chosen not to pick up and construct as yet out of the car parking funds which are available to it.
So I just want to, did you have anything to add for that, Mr. Niven? Is it the same in Fairfield?
It's reasonably similar in Fairfield. We're a little more built up, and so the pressure is a little different. The pressure comes back because it's at our town centres. It's then the competition for parking between the commuters and the shoppers, and it's about trying to maintain the health of the centres as much as anything else in that circumstance.
Thank you. Could I just get a sense, just on this topic as well, people have talked about the bus, the spokes, if you like, the transport, various methods or modes that can get people to the stations, not necessarily by car. What type of work is being done, starting with Campbelltown again, that the state government potentially would have, but it's okay if they don't? What work has been done around what the Campbelltown LGA requires, for example, specifically in relation to those short bus trips to bring commuters to the station? We did hear earlier this morning of a regional organisation of councils-wide strategies, I think. Could you expand upon that again? We didn't get much detail. It would be good to get more detail.
The council, through the Mayor's advocacy, has advocated for improvement of bus services within the Campbelltown local government area, and particularly between the suburbs and those transport nodes. And further, the advocacy for the truly rapid bus service to Western Sydney Airport would not just service that direct connection between Campbelltown Centre and Western Sydney Airport, but would serve the centres along that route in order to access Campbelltown railway station much faster also. So that's part of the solution, that rapid bus connection, in order to have those rapid bus, the local bus services connecting to that trunk service, which would be the rapid bus service, and that then getting the community to the railway station faster in order for them to access the rail services.
Thank you. Is there any other contributions, Mr. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our focus has been on the urban growth areas, which in Blacktown are delivering about 250,000 additional people to our city. And the observation that one needs the public transport infrastructure in early so that the patterns of commuting are established appropriately. Once everyone's bought a second car in order to move into their house in Alara, in Marsden Park, you've got no hope of levering them out onto the bus when it turns up later. All too often, new areas are opened up. The planning for those was done by the state government. The infrastructure has been delivered to allow the urban development to go ahead, but the public transport follows way too late.
Thank you.
I think Fairfield's in a slightly different circumstance to the other two cities. We're largely developed. We don't have the new subdivisions that are challenging, I think, the other cities. We have a fairly established bus network service that radiates out from Fairfield and Cabramatta, the two main nodes on the rail line. We were also fortunate back in the early 2000s to have Liverpool Parramatta transitway constructed through the western part of the city, and they connect our other two main nodes, which are Prairie Wood and Bonnyrigg. And so our four main centres within Fairfield have two strong north-south connections that service them, and then we've got the radial bus services that come in and out. The challenge, I think, to get people out of their car is to make the bus attractive enough from a travel time perspective to make it attractive for them to get into the bus. And that comes back to the competition for the road space and priority across main roads and a few other little bits and pieces like that that just add up to making the bus trip worth taking.
Thank you. I'll just check to see whether there's any more questions from members. Mr. Neva.
Sydney is still a very heavily centre-based city, where most retail, education, employment prospects reside in probably 24 centres dispersed around the city. In terms of any analysis that you've done within your LGAs, is most movement occurring within your LGAs to, from people's homes to LGA-based centres, or within Western Sydney-based centres, or is there still a predominant commute into the CBD so far as it concerns reliance on public transport? What is the utility of public transport to your residents, or the greatest utility?
So for us, 62% of our residents leave the LGA every single morning, and 68 of white-collar workers get out of the LGA every single morning.
Do you have an analysis as to whether that's within Western Sydney or
oh, look, they
CBD?
tend, I don't have an exact analysis. Do we have the exact analysis with us? No, but we understand they are going to Sydney CBD, Parramatta CBD, and then disperse across some of the other job centres like Macquarie Park and the like.
Okay.
But we can provide it, I guess. We can provide it if you like.
That'd be good. And of those, sorry, is the I suppose greatest frustration that they may articulate frequency of service, or the lack of any sort of hub and spoke, say from their homes to a heavy rail network? What's the greatest need for those residents?
Well, I mean, it's a combination of things. Our lines is over capacity at the moment. It's at peak hours. Our main line connecting to Sydney CBD is about 140% over capacity. So that's one issue. The other issue, of course, is that last mile, just trying to get people from their home into the car parks, which at the moment there's no other viable way. Less than 1% of Campbelltown residents use the bus to do that.
And if I can add to the Mayor's comments, our travel survey has recently indicated that 33% of respondents said that travelling by public transport takes them too long to get to their desired destination, and 31% of respondents were frustrated with getting on and off multiple routes to reach their desired destination.
Mr. Roberts.
Blacktown City over the last 50 years has spent a lot of effort to create employment lands to broadly match the growth in resident population. So we currently have about 180,000 jobs within the city, and they are spread both in centres but across the employment zones of the centre. Now the community changes, it changes its jobs, it changes its locations over time, and pays no heed, of course, to local government boundaries. So we have a very diverse and spread population and skills, and a lot of jobs within the city, but even with that, we still have a job containment similar to Campbelltown at about 40%. So 60% of people are leaving the LGA. But there is 20-odd thousand jobs on our doorstep in Norwest, which is literally across the road from our boundary, and I don't have a more detailed breakdown than that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neva, we're out of time, but if you wanted to add quickly to Mr. Neva's question, yes.
Yeah, so look, 68% of Fairfield residents would leave Fairfield for work purposes. If you think about schools, we've got 55 schools within Fairfield, so predominantly that again is parents driving to the school to drop the child off and then moving on to a second destination. So that's a lot of movement. A lot of that's not catered for by public transport, and I'm not suggesting it should be either. So there are some challenges. We have Smithfield Industrial Smithfield Wetherill Park Industrial Area, one of the largest in the state, very poorly served by public transport, other than the T-way running through the area, and a significant number of jobs in that space. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Thank you all very much for appearing. If we have any further questions, the Secretariat will provide them to you in a few days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Off straight away if we can by getting you all sworn in. We'll start with you, Mr. Turner, over on my left here. If you could state your name and position title, please, and either an oath or an affirmation. Thank you.
My name's Luke Turner. I'm the Executive Director of Policy and Advocacy at Western Sydney Leadership Dialogue. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lido.
My name's Adam Leto, CEO, Western Sydney Leadership Dialogue. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Dr. Bird.
Good afternoon. Joshua Bird from Western Sydney Community Forum. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Guntuku.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm Kumar Guntuku. I'm the Manager of Policy and Programs at the Western Sydney Community Forum. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, I assume both organisations will make a short opening statement. Who's giving that for Western Sydney Community Forum?
Thank you. Thank you. The Western Sydney Leadership Dialogue welcomes the opportunity to give evidence to the committee today. Since our foundation in 2015, the dialogue has been focused on the advancement of communities across Greater Western Sydney across a variety of issues and projects, but always with a particular interest in public transport infrastructure and services. Connectivity, the tyranny of distance, how long it takes to get from A to B is a staple of conversations every day for people in the region. Regardless of the work we do in other policy areas, the conversation invariably always comes back to transport. Some of the matters raised in our submissions that I'd like to call the committee's attention to today include, firstly, and we've heard a lot about this today, the pace of population growth in Sydney's northwest and southwest calls for some urgency in the provision of new bus routes and services and the full range of policy options to encourage a mode shift to public transport in these areas. A common theme in our discussions with local representatives from these areas is that service planning and provision is too often based on official population estimates and projections that are already out of date the moment they are published. Such is the pace of growth, and transport is just one of the many basic public services that is struggling to keep up. With migration now ramping up post-pandemic, we can't afford to pull back on service delivery in these parts of the city. I note the current work of the Bus Industry Task Force. on improving bus services statewide. The recent white paper of the task force has highlighted a number of measures that would address many of the concerns that we and others have raised in our submissions to this inquiry. Ultimately, new funding, and quite a lot of new funding, is required to deliver on what is contained in that white paper and to give people in the region the infrastructure, the fleets and the technology that they expect in a modern network. We believe there's a lot of scope to increase bus patronage in Greater Western Sydney, and the Beeline project on the Northern Beaches shows that it can be done fairly quick and relatively cheap. But again, funding's required to deliver these things. We also believe that on-demand transport services have potential in these growth areas. They have been a bit hit and miss across Sydney to date. However, where there are these service gaps, where there are fast-growing communities, and where the gaps in services are compounding social isolation and disengagement, I think we need to do better to recognise the costs and benefits when we weigh up decisions on service delivery. Secondly, we've provided some comment on the design and the user experience elements of public transport that can be addressed to improve passenger safety and perceptions of safety. And this is not a Western Sydney issue, it's a citywide issue. Perceptions of safety and security are a massive barrier to public transport use for many, particularly for women. We commend some of the very important and impactful work done by the then Greater Sydney Commission under Commissioner Lucy Turnbull in this space, and we encourage the committee to look further into some of the ideas we've included in our submission on these things. Finally, we and others have pointed out in our submissions and in evidence here today wish lists for future extensions to the Sydney Metro Western Sydney Airport project, and a position on the independent review of Sydney Metro is attached to our submission. I won't labour through this, but I would simply say that our partner organisations acknowledge there are substantial costs attached to these projects, but they equally point out, and often with some cynicism, that our state has a track record in delivering missing links in the city's infrastructure. The failure to build the Northwest Metro out to Schofields is one such example, and we fear that the proposed extension of the Metro Western Sydney Airport line to Leppington and Glenfield may head the same way without sustained pressure from stakeholders in southwest Sydney like we've heard today. I commend our submission to the committee, and we're of course happy to take questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, Western Sydney Community Forum, is that you, Dr. Bird? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We welcome the inquiry and the opportunity to represent the voices of Western Sydney's community sector with the committee. To give you some background, Western Sydney Community Forum is the regional social development council for Western Sydney, representing and supporting communities and community groups and agencies in the region. This represents a population of over 2.5 million people and a community services industry that annually invests about $2.7 billion into the Western Sydney economy. So we have an active and broad member and subscriber base ranging from small community-based agencies to large charitable groups. We have led and shaped social policy and service delivery across Greater Western Sydney for over 30 years, and we're involved in leading a range of projects and initiatives that respond to community priorities, particularly working with those communities that experience poverty and disadvantage. We also deliver services that strengthen the capacity of the community sector. So our submission was developed in consultation with our member organisations and community stakeholders, including transport providers, youth services, aged care services, local place-based community organisations. And we undertook these community consultations across the region, both face-to-face and online. So the details of our recommendations are contained within this submission, as well as other submissions in relation to public transport on Western Sydney that we've made. But there's a couple of key points we'd like to emphasise today. First of all, reforms or improvements to public transport in Western Sydney need to address the lack of connection to employment opportunities and crucial services for many of Western Sydney's most economically disadvantaged areas that are already those who are least connected to jobs and essential services. Secondly, public transport needs to be more accessible, both in terms of physical infrastructure for older people and people with disability, but also in terms of cultural inclusion to respond to the various usage barriers faced by those with culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. And finally, government must take steps to rebuild community demand for public transport in Western Sydney. So things like reduced cost to users, more convenient connections, and greater route reliability will go some way to addressing the region's heavy reliance on private transport. So my colleague and I will be pleased to speak to these points in more detail and answer any questions. Thank you again for the opportunity to contribute to the inquiry, and we look forward to your recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your submissions. Just was wondering, Dr. Bird, just an expansion on what you just, your evidence just then when you talked about accessibility. You talked about particularly usage barriers for people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. Could you expand upon what specifically you mean by that in terms of what those barriers are?
Yeah, so I'll give you some examples, but these are real-life experiences which our members share from us in terms of the things that their clients experience. So usage barriers can go from things such as discrimination or feeling culturally unsafe when using public transport, to the absence of linguistically accessible signage and communications on public transport. I'll just see if there are...
Madam Chair, there was also case studies about, case studies, I hate to use the word case studies, but the stories that members shared about how women from areas like Glenmore Park or Marsden Park or South Penrith or the newly developed suburbs, where the connection to drop their children to childcare and also to come to a nearest station, train station or a bus station to go to the employment is extremely long time to travel, and they choose to be at home, and sometimes even if they choose to be at home, it's almost impossible to drop their child, so they are taking care of their own children at home, and then the ripple effect of that is both the primary care or of the family, the women majority of the times are not going to the employment and involved in economic activities, and also children not going to any early childhood education as well. That is, if we added the layer of the language barrier and the cultural barrier, the people in, as Mr. Robinson in the previous witnesses said, in Blacktown areas or people were low socioeconomic disadvantaged areas like Mount Root and these areas, it's way more numbers than other areas.
Thank you. Just in relation, it's another barrier, I suppose, but just the appalling situation with bus stops in many parts of Western Sydney. I was in Mount Druitt recently and passed not many, as in, because there didn't seem to be many bus stops, but the stops that I passed and saw a young woman sitting on a bench in the direct sun at midday with nothing around her. That's extremely common, and I would think that's a huge barrier, actually, to people getting public transport, either clearly in the rain or the heat. And I know that communities have been advocating for a very long time. So could you care to address that? Just a question as well in relation to this. You may have seen station upgrades. You may have seen some of the big shiny new stations in Sydney and other parts of inner Sydney. The train stations, they're amazing and beautiful. But how does that make you feel advocating for people of Western Sydney when you can't even get a simple bus shelter in Mount Druitt?
Absolutely. This is the frustration among the members who came to the consultation when we ran as well. There were a number of stories that they shared in terms of how not only women but also elderly people who can't walk a lot further, people with disabilities as well, and families with young children, and wait for a bus for more than 30 minutes if they missed a bus on time, or if the bus service was cancelled, they had to wait there longer to get to where they are. I think one of the examples that shared in the consultation was, I think it was in South Penrith, where the nearest hospital is the Nepean Hospital, which takes 12 minutes to drive, but if they had to take a bus and go there, change 2 buses, and it'll take 1 hour 5 minutes or 1 hour 12 minutes or something like that.
Does the Western Sydney Community Forum have?
Well, yeah, I mean, the dialogue. One of the points it makes in this, and Luke might be able to expand on it a little bit, but I think one of the points of our report was shifting the thinking a little bit beyond just the major infrastructure projects, and there's a lot of conversations around, and they're all relevant and all required. But what, like you're saying, Madam Chair, some of the issues and some of the things that need to be addressed, there's some short-term, we think, solutions that might help address the issues that some of those communities in some of the centres outside of the major centres are currently feeling. So I think one of the points we make around expanding the bus services and routes to improve efficiencies, improve reliability of services, so that some of those communities in disadvantaged areas are able to participate in normal life. And at the moment, because of the lack of access, lack of reliability, some of those communities continue to be, some of that disadvantage continues to be entrenched.
Not much more to add, except just to expand on that. You point out the physical infrastructure is obviously really important, making it an attractive choice to get the bus or train. Service frequency, reliability is fundamental also, and in some of those areas, you mentioned the Mount Druitt area, there's been some work done by Baptist Care Hope Street on this, which we mentioned in our submission, with some examples of just how hard it is in the peak and off-peak just to get around for daily errands in that area of Sydney, which, as you're probably aware, is one of the most disadvantaged suburbs or group of suburbs that we have anywhere in the state.
Thank you. I was interested in your recommendation from the leadership dialogue in relation to Opal fare discounts. So that's interesting, because sometimes it's not an issue of the cheaper fare, because there's the transport system itself is full when it's needed to be used. I think you're talking about potentially off-peak. Has there been surveys or research done on this for you to know that to recommend this would assist people in the area, or is this coming from some research?
Not that I'm aware of, and again, Luke might be able to provide a little bit more context to it, but to the earlier point, this is around being able to provide some of those communities in disadvantaged areas better access and more opportunity to participate. And at the moment, obviously cost of living is a major issue in Western Sydney, and these areas are feeling it more than others. So I think any opportunity that can be done in a cost-effective, practical sense, we'd be certainly supportive of it. Far too often in Western Sydney, we're seeing communities and residents rely on cars as their primary means of transport. With petrol prices the way they are at the moment and other pressures, it's just not affordable or practical for some of these communities to actually get to work or move to where they need to go. So if there's an opportunity or a way to look at that in a little bit more detail, we'd certainly be supportive of it. I don't have any research, I don't know if Luke does, but I'm not aware of any research which can actually validate some of that.
To clarify, the recommendation was based on conversations with a number of our partners, no specific research on that. We know that fares are obviously regulated by IPART. There are limitations to discounts that can be offered. We have concession fares and off-peak discounts, but we have seen through the pandemic and since then that price signals can be sent to incentivise transport to particular areas at particular times of the day. So I don't see why not. I'm not an expert in fare setting myself, but we've had recent examples of where that lever can be pulled.
Yeah, I think the other recommendations around safety and frequency, and we just talked about bus shelters as well, would probably also be valuable to do at the same time, I think, to maybe to incentivise people. Can I get a sense too of what you would think is the most urgent and I know this is very frustrating for you or organisations probably, because I feel like your organisations have been at tables for a very long time talking about the need for this, and you say the same things with good reason repeatedly. But there's the Metro West. We've heard this morning about North-South. That's just Metro. Lots about interconnectivity, of course, with buses. I hate to do this to you, but is there anything that is particularly more urgent than anything else, or one or two kind of key recommendations that you would want to give this committee today?
So I think I'm not going to give a recommendation in terms of importance, but in terms of there are a number of issues which we identified or which were brought to our attention, which aren't a matter of building something new or a new development or a new connection. They're actually about improving systems which already exist. So it's about improving the accessibility and the demand for systems and transport linkages which already exist. So in terms of a priority, there's some low-hanging fruit there, which, if done properly, could unlock opportunities for people to be able to access public transport better. Obviously, we represent all of the different LGAs in Western Sydney, so there are different views around, which part of things should be built and that kind of thing. But obviously, in the longer term, we want to see greater connections, but particularly with an eye towards equity and economic disadvantage. So rather than building onto already connected areas and making them more connected, we would like to see sort of a lifting of the floor for those areas which are underserviced and underconnected, both in terms of jobs and essential services. But yeah, I think in terms of accessibility, in terms of improving sort of barriers which are not hard barriers, but barriers around the training of public transport staff. They're around the I guess the software of public transport. I guess those are some areas where there can be some real impact made in a quick way without having to rely upon longer term sort of big hard infrastructure.
Thank you. Mr. Leto?
Similar to Dr. Bird, we represent 70 partners, so getting a unified position on what should come first is always difficult. So this is the dialogue's position when it comes to Metro. I think first and foremost, we'd like to see the Metro West review released pretty soon and provide a bit more clarity and certainty around housing and things that might come off the back of that project. Given it's already in play, our position is that we want it to be built sooner rather than later, on budget, and hopefully by 2030. I think the other point that I'd make on Metro would be around the Aerotropolis and the airport. We've heard a bit about that today, but I think the primary point for us is this is Western Sydney's airport, and we want to make sure that Western Sydney is connected to it. So that means both southwest and northwest have those important connections. The Metro links the extensions to Tallawong in the northwest and south to Glenfield and further south to Macarthur would be three ones that we'd like to see some action in terms of planning, corridor preservation, and work towards some clarity around when those will be delivered. Because I think we've got the airport opening in 2026, and one of the ongoing messages that we often hear is that we need to make sure that Western Sydney has access and connected into that airport. So they're probably on the Metro side the three fundamentals. There's also some supplementary connectivity issues around the rapid buses, which we heard earlier this afternoon from Campbelltown Council. Those that don't have, and the Metro is not the one silver bullet, but we do feel like with a integrated transport network, which includes the rapid buses, that we're going to be closer to having Western Sydney connected into the Aerotropolis by 2026. So there are a few off the top of my head. Luke will probably pick up on some that I may have missed, but I think in terms of the Metro priorities, that's where we sit on that.
Only thing that I'd add, I think Adam and Josh have covered it pretty well. Just expanding on Josh's point, I think across Western Sydney and across all of our public transport network in New South Wales, we can do a lot better on interchange planning, bus rail connectivity, active transport and personal mobility facilities for to really get uplift out of our rail network. We know we can't build trains to everywhere and metros to everywhere. In Western Sydney, there's going to need to be a lot of interchange, and we also can't build commuter car parks to solve every problem.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to see, in terms of questions now, Ms. Ward, do you have questions for these witnesses?
No, I think you covered mine, which is very helpful. Thank you. Very efficient of you. And can I thank you for the written submissions as well, and each of you coming today. They're very helpful.
Ms. Merton.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you both all for joining us and sharing your expertise and very detailed submissions. If I could just pick up one of the issues that Mr. Turner raised during his earlier comments, and it was talking about the rate of population growth. And if I could just set it out that we've got the federal government presiding over one of the largest growth in migration numbers to Western Sydney in Australia's history, and then in the same breath we've got the announced in unprecedented infrastructure cuts here to New South Wales, with the Aerotropolis being one of those key link roads, and we've spoken about the importance of the Aerotropolis and linking that to business and communities. And then the third act, if I could just mention this, and this was raised I think also by you, Mr. Turner, just in terms of housing targets and what has been proposed by the Albanese government, what the Minns government has agreed to, and what this impact will mean for us in terms of this inquiry, in terms of public transport. I'm just wondering if either of your organisations have engaged in any sort of advocacy in terms of the federal government on this, in terms of infrastructure cuts and the cost and the consequence to New South Wales and our communities.
Yes, we have. Adam and our chairman were in Canberra last week speaking with federal MPs and the federal minister for infrastructure about that very issue. The cuts were announced, I think, on the eve of our major conference a couple of weeks ago, and was the hot topic of conversation on that day. Those cuts were, every state kind of took a haircut there. The decisions kind of varied from some pretty half-baked ideas like a Geelong fast train to the M7, M12 interchange, which is under contract, literally being built. So yeah, that raised some eyebrows. We obviously want to see that money remain on the table. You mentioned housing targets. Look, there's a lot of talk at the moment on the potential to deliver a lot of new housing off the back of particularly Sydney Metro West and future metro projects. But the only point I'd like to make on that is that we're talking medium term at best delivery of new housing, and in the meantime there's going to be a lot of infill development and greenfield development that is not going to be metro connected. So everything under that mega project level of investment really needs a lot of attention to make sure that we can sustain the kind of growth we're seeing. And you rightly point out, we're seeing at the moment unprecedented annual population growth and migration at the moment. So it's getting pretty urgent, and it's a bit of a wake-up call after we had zero growth for a couple of years. Adam, anything you want to add?
No, I think, as Luke mentioned, we did have some issues, some concerns around the M7, M12 cuts, and conversations that Christopher, our chairman, and I had with some of our federal representatives last week was a bit reassuring. Still wait to see what comes out of that, but I think there seemed to be a confidence, or at least an encouragement that a resolution would be reached.
Thank you. So, was there anything further that you wanted to comment on?
No, just to say that as a community sector representative organisation, we sort of, for the most part, come at the question of housing from the perspective of the housing crisis and how it's impacting on people's ability to make ends meet, and from that perspective. So we understand that increased housing, and particularly increased affordable housing, is part of the solution to that problem. but for the most part, our advocacy has been around more around social housing and those kinds of areas of investment. So,
Thank you. Did the Minns government engage or consult with either of your organisations in the sort of in the leading up to the announcement and the agreement of the housing targets in terms of New South Wales meeting 75,000 homes each year for the next 5 years? Was there consultation, discussion, guidance? Are we ready? This is coming?
I think we've had some engagement with the Minns government and their various officers, departments particularly. I think on the transport front, we're very pleased with the level of engagement from Transport for New South Wales. For a long time now, they've probably been one of the, I suppose, leading agencies when it comes to being proactive in the conversations that they're having with industry and industry partners. And we meet with them fairly regularly, where they provide us an update of where things are at. We ask numerous questions of where certain projects are at. And they have regular industry meetings, I think, quarterly over the last 12 months, in particular to the Aerotropolis and Airport Precinct. So I think we're pretty comfortable with the engagement and communication that we're having from government. Specifically on the housing, we didn't. I can't recall getting a specific briefing on that. But any questions that we've had, I think we feel pretty comfortable being able to raise them with the relevant departments.
Yeah, thank you. And just one final question, if I could, just in terms of Western Sydney train stations, we've had reports of good upgrades to Doonside Railway Station and that, but then people are also reporting that, and we've touched on in terms of the commuter car parking, it's not available. People are walking long distances. It's nearly as long to walk to the station than it is on to ride the train. Was there any other sort of reports or reflections in terms of where we need to be doing more?
Yeah, I mean, I'll let Luke add a bit more to this, but I think in terms of the general messaging, the first and last mile connectivity between stations is something that we hear a lot about. We've been hearing about it basically since our inception in 2015. I think there's definitely room for improvement in there. Some of the points we raised earlier around improved bus connectivity and frequency of services would help maybe address some of that. But it is definitely an issue in Western Sydney. I don't know if the commuter car parking is the silver bullet that everyone makes it out to be. I think it's part of a solution that's required. But I think everything from taxi and Uber sort of services through to bus services, walkability again within our centres and how the centres are actually planned around our train stations. And I think that probably ties to your earlier point around future housing and how that might integrate with sort of the future of those stations. But look, I think that the commuter car park issue has been something that's been raised, and I know a lot of the councils are dealing with it because of the parking, the congestion issues that it creates. So definitely needs to be resolved, but I think it just needs to be one part of an overall package.
Thank you. You've got questions? Yes, Mr. Nava.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. I was previously going to ask around your thoughts about priorities and the lack of an integrated public transport network in Western Sydney, but you've all answered that very effectively. Just one other question. I think everyone would be in furious agreement that we would like to see more public transport, more reliable public transport, greater frequencies, but often the conversation then turns to funding, given how scarce resources are at the moment. I'm just wondering if either the dialogue or the forum has a view or any analysis of innovative funding models with respect to the delivery of public transport. The Treasurer has spoken about value capture mechanisms, such that if the unimproved value of land significantly improves as a result of that land being made more appealing or productive or accessible, then a fair share of that uplift in value ought to go to the delivery of the very infrastructure that has delivered the windfall gain effectively. Do you have a view or any analysis on the merits of those innovative funding schemes?
short answer is yes. We have done a lot of work on this going back some years now. With regards to the Parramatta Light Rail project, we convened a group called the West Line Partnership, which comprised landowners, developers, councils, stakeholders that were interested in that project being built, particularly between Parramatta and Sydney Olympic Park. And we commissioned some analysis on the potential for a value capture mechanism to be implemented on that project. And some of the committee may recall that back then there was a decision announced by the government of the day that they were going to go ahead with a 200 per square metre infrastructure contribution on new residential development that occurred off the back of that project. It was later abandoned. We commissioned some analysis on different options, some discussion of the different approaches that you could take to implementing value capture on that project. We'd be happy to share with the committee. I think it's out there in the public domain. But yeah, there is tremendous potential, particularly with Sydney Metro West and the uplift that can provide to precincts that you've heard people speak about today.
I'll just add as well, I think from the conversations that we've had, and like we say, we've been having some of these conversations for nearly a decade now, and certainly the private sector, the developers and the contractors seem to be pretty open to having that conversation with government. I think the sticking point's been an agreed position that works for all parties, and particularly the community. And I think our position would be that it's something that the government should definitely interrogate with developers and get an agreed industry position on it, because I think that there seems to be an appetite there from the private sector to actually work with government to come up with a way of helping offset some of those costs.
Well, what seems fascinating to me is the uplift is twofold. It's firstly just in the base delivery of the infrastructure, which results in the uplift of that land, but inevitably what follows the infrastructure is a rezoning and a significant uplift in zoning and transit-oriented developments, which in and of itself would increase the value of land. So there's a twofold increase, but doesn't seem to be getting captured.
Yeah. And it's a bit of a one that's gone off the boil a little bit. I know there was a lot of momentum that seemed to be building back in sort of 2016, 2017. I think it sounds like government's at a position now where it wants to look into that a little bit further. And I think the pleasing thing is that you've got an industry that I think would be willing to partner. And I think the other side of it is, I think, from the community standpoint, looking at where the value and benefit's going to lie as well. So I think there needs to be probably a level of engagement with communities to make sure that the uplift and the return back to the communities sits where it needs to as well.
I would just say that although we've been following, the discussions around the, value capture approaches, I don't think it would be accurate to say that we have a sort of formal position on the matter. But yes, to echo Adam's point, I think anything which, any new approaches which are introduced, must be seen as delivering equity to the community, and I think generally we would be in favour of anything which delivers a more equitable public transport system, and one which allows people who are not able to access essential services and employment, to be able to access those in a way which other parts of Sydney are able. But that's about as far as we'd go, I think.
And also, when it comes to Western Sydney, I think one of the other things that we have to add is that it is very multicultural, as we have been hearing from a lot of people since earlier this afternoon as well. I think without adding that layer of language barrier or community safety or cultural safety competence to transport, and also providing accessible and frequency as well, along with where it is available also, that why people are not using where it is available is also important. Without having these issues addressed for people who are coming to Western Sydney as part of the migration increase as well, if we don't address these issues, how much ever bigger innovative infrastructure things that we do for Western Sydney, they might not be as accessible as possible. I think having that Western Sydney lens with multicultural, language barrier, community safety views is a significant issue for Western Sydney.
Thank you. I also wanted to just get a little bit of evidence in relation to the importance of active transport options. I think the forum submission also makes mention of like e-scooters and other technology in terms of mobility. So if you could maybe just what are the most urgent priorities in that regard? It does sound like just kind of ensuring as much as possible that connectivity to some of the major transport hubs potentially to start with, because like in a lot of places, I don't think even just even walking, let alone cycling, let alone having mobility scooters and bikes and what have you. So I'll start with the forum and then go to the dialogue, who I think also mentioned that in their submission as well.
I mean, we've had some discussion this afternoon about, it's not just about building things, it's being ensuring that people are able to get to the transport hubs. And so part of it is about thinking in, new ways about how to unlock the access to those transport hubs. And one of those ways is by using or building in greater capacity for people to use things like e-bikes, e-scooters for that first part of the journey.
And also, as we mentioned in our submission, we have seen these successfully run in states like ACT, and also pilot programs run in the New South Wales as well, which of course we have not seen the impact as in scientific or any analysis done, but we have definitely heard from our members that there are a lot of young people, for example in Blacktown LGA, areas like Bidville or Wilmont or Lethbridge Park. These population of young people who are not involved in any active employment because of the transport accessibility reasons could possibly use these e-bikes because they are able to and go to the nearest station and go to their employment place could be an option. That and also essential requirements, as we mentioned again in our submission. There are some of the stations in Western Sydney are also not fitted with essential accessible equipment as well. So that also be integrated in this innovative equipment funding could be useful for Western Sydney.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I think it touches on Ms. Merton's point earlier around sort of first and last mile sort of facilities, and when it comes to the infrastructure itself, I think there's probably a perception around some of the stations in Western Sydney that don't have the same access to the facilities, the bike changing facilities or e-scootering facilities that some of the inner city areas might have. And I think if we look at the investment in active transport links, historically a lot of it is focused on inner city areas. There are some missing links that still need to be resolved in Western Sydney. Some of them have been achieved in the last 12 months in places like Parramatta, but beyond that I think there is a network that could be better connected and better considered that hasn't been traditionally.
Only point that I would add on e-scooters and e-bikes, the tremendous potential for them to boost the first mile, last mile connection, which is always the challenge of transport planners. There's been, I think, unfortunately, a culture in our state of banning things first, or trying to regulate things before we embrace them and normalise them. We're seeing e-bikes and e-scooters all over the roads, but apparently they're illegal, at certain speeds or in certain places, but people are out there using them. So I would love to see a more, a culture less of banning things purely on safety grounds and seeing how we can do things reasonably and manage something that people are going to start doing anyway.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll just see, Ms. Rachel Merton, one more question. No, you're done. Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. We are out of time anyway. So thanks for coming. Thanks for your evidence. If we have any further questions for you, the Secretariat will be in touch. I appreciate the work you do. The committee will now break for afternoon tea until 3:15. Thank you. Welcome back to our last session after afternoon tea. We have a couple more sessions. And we'll begin by swearing our witnesses in. So if we could start with my left, please state your name, position, title, and either an oath or an affirmation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Roy Ding. I'm convener, Restore Inner West Line, Save T3 Bankstown Line. I take an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much.
My name's David Reynolds. I'm a member of DNA, and I swear the evidence now I'm about to give I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Just to be clear, you said you're a member of... What was that
SBA,
acronym?
sorry.
That's good. We thought we
SBA.
may have had the wrong witness for a minute there.
Sorry, there was another, something else. SBA.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr Longhurst.
Yeah, I'm Steve Longhurst, a member of the Sydney Bankstown Alliance, a long-term resident of Wiley Park. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you so much. Now, short opening statements. Mr Ng, do you have one? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Restore T2 Inner West Line and Save T3 Bankstown Line community campaign advocates for the enhancement of rail services in the west of Bankstown area, which caters to around currently 19,000 commuters that will likely be worse off arising from Metro Southwest and is facing an uncertain long-term future after 2030 of whether stations will remain open. I refer to table document 1. The removal of T2 Inner West Line services from City Circle to Liverpool and Bankstown via Regents Park in the 2013 timetable, and the subsequent removal of Peak Express trains from Lidcombe and Granville in the 2017 timetable have rendered the west of Bankstown area as one of the most transport disadvantaged areas in Sydney, as evident from Transport for New South Wales' own Sydney Rail Future Implementation Plan, which has been obtained under Freedom of Information under Kipper Act. Encouragingly, the New South Wales Government has agreed to restore direct trains from City Circle from Baralla, Regents Park, Sefton, Chester Hill, Leightonville, Villawood and Carramar, but between 2024 and 2030. However, concerns do arise for Birrong and Yagoona, the only two stations on the Sydney Trains network to be without any train connection to Central Station. Due to Metro Southwest from Sydenham to Bankstown, the T3 Bankstown line will soon be reduced to a shuttle between Lidcombe and Bankstown after 2024. Thus, Broken Hill will have more trains to Central compared to Birrong and Yagoona, and I table the Western New South Wales train timetable. Transport for New South Wales needs to cease and desist from closing west of Bankstown stations after 2030. Transport for New South Wales needs to focus on new north-south connections, such as perhaps between Parramatta and Bankstown, including consideration of utilising both Lidcombe Junction West and also Sefton Junction as well. The T3 Shutdowns Temporary Transport Plan shows a lack of understanding of the west of Bankstown area, as many of the intersections in Cumberland Council are omitted. While congestion from the Temporary Transport Plan will see the near doubling of buses in Lidcombe from about 383 to 757 every day, including 2 routes that will use the single-laned Tooheys Lane outside Lidcombe Station. I table the Temporary Transport Plan. The west of Bankstown should not just be an afterthought for Transport for New South Wales planners to close at the stroke of a pen, apparently with the supposed authority of the Transport Administration Act 1988, which apparently gives Sydney Metro authority to have control over Bankstown to Lidcombe and Liverpool stations in that corridor, despite the west of Bankstown being outside of the approved Metro Southwest project. I'd like to also draw attention now to the AstroTurf Group, Locals for Metro Southwest, that have its property development office in Double Bay. They've been armed with a property relations consultant that have shown genuine contempt for the commuters of the T3 Bankstown line by striving for an all means necessary approach to achieve windfall from their $200 million worth of developments on land bank sites in the southwest corridor around Canterbury, Campsie, Belmore, and that will leave the rest of the community simply as collateral damage. I table a document with the Director of Locals for Metro Southwest and from CRK Properties and his LinkedIn profile showing his claim that he has 200 million in worth of developments. Also table an article, ABC News, that shows Locals for Metro Southwest based as property developers in the eastern suburbs that have funded their campaign. The Locals for Metro Southwest have also had exclusive VIP status with the former New South Wales government, such as an exclusive stakeholder meeting with Sydney Metro in the Campsie office on 26th of February 2019, and I table the invitation from Sydney Metro to the Locals for Metro Southwest. I should also note that the Locals for Metro Southwest received an exclusive ministerial video from then Transport Minister Andrew Constance for their group's launch on 20 June 2018, which so happened to be the very first day of the Sydenham Bankstown Metro's preferred infrastructure report. So for their launch event, Locals for Metro Southwest got exclusive ministerial video from Andrew Constance, and I table again what is document 9 in the bundle, showing that Minister Constance's office acknowledging that a video was made for this group. But furthermore, Locals for Metro Southwest got invited into former then Premier Gladys Berejiklian's boardroom on 28 June 2019 for a secret meeting without any minutes taken. This group was represented by lobbyist Harry Hughes and organised this meeting through Premier Berejiklian's planning policy advisor as opposed to the Transport Policy Advisor. So ultimately, I stress that whilst transit-oriented development is important, it needs to be transparently planned, because transparently planned transit-oriented development is a vital part of reducing car dependency, particularly for Western Sydney as well. So ultimately, I go back to the request from the 19,000 commuters in the west of Bankstown area. We used to have 2 direct lines to the city, firstly T2 Inner West, Liverpool and Bankstown via Regents Park, and also T3 Bankstown via Sydenham to the city, and that was before 2013. And from 2030, we might not even have any train stations. So again, I draw attention to the committee, Transport for New South Wales document titled 2026-2056, questioning, is it desirable to retain the reintroduced T2 services to the Harbour CBD in the 2030s? So Transport for New South Wales is questioning whether after 2030, stations west of Bankstown should even have a train station. So I'll leave it here and I'll leave it with the question for everyone. Is it unreasonable to request a train station with a train to Central? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ung. We'll go to you, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you. I'd like to just make this opening statement. The justification for the conversion of the T3 line to a metro has not been made to the community. There has been no modelling released that shows how or why the metro conversion will alter residents' heavy dependency on private car transport, particularly for travel to work, as the metro has similar interconnection points to the existing T3 line. Earlier today, in the Business for New South Wales and Business Western Sydney submission to this committee, it recognises that public transport is not a suitable substitute for all business-related travel due to flexibility, convenience, and the need to transport tools and goods. The T3 conversion is costing billions, many billions. I think I've seen a number as high as 10 billion of taxpayer dollars for something that is not materially different to what is currently there. What we are getting, the connectivity to the metro is largely the same as the existing T3 rail line with less seats. The duration of the trips into the city will not be any quicker. Passengers are less likely to be able to be seated in peak periods. If the justification is to free up space in the city circle, this is a misrepresentation. The facts are The City Circle current peak capacity is 20 trains per hour in each direction. Current usage is 19 trains per hour in each direction. Therefore, 2 additional train services that can be added to the City Circle regardless of the T3 Bankstown line using the City Circle or not. To put it another way, the T3 Bankstown line uses 10% of the City Circle capacity. Removing it will only allow a marginal improvement in the services of the T2 Inner West and Leppington lines, T8 East Hills to Macarthur train services. This is not a game changer. Upgrading the Sydney trains network signalling, it will actually increase the capacity to 30 trains per hour. That is a 50% increase in capacity. This is a game changer and is much more cost effective than converting the existing rail line into a metro line. To put it more simply, the digital signalling upgrade beats metro conversion as a value proposition. As Matthew Honsel, Senior Research Consultant, Institute for Sustainable Futures, University of Technology, Sydney, who consults and works for the New South Wales Government, Transport for New South Wales, Sydney Trains and Sydney Metro's partners, explains the Bankstown line does not have the patronage to warrant prioritising it for the metro conversion. And I've shared this document with the committee today that shows that in detail. The value proposition to the T3 locals and the New South Wales taxpayers who are funding the conversion has not been made, nor has the government released the business case that explains the justification, noting it this was a recommendation of the 2019-2020 New South Wales Legislative Council inquiry, recommendation 1. Additionally, the shutdown of the T3 line for potentially 12 months for the conversion and replaced by a shuttle bus service will cause great inconvenience for passengers. And my final point, it is unclear where the massive number of buses and drivers will come from to provide the train replacement shuttle service, noting the current shortage of both buses and drivers Sydney is experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll jump in with the first couple of questions. I'm aware with the Sydenham to Bankstown line, I'm aware that there's been quite a few inquiries. You've noted in your submission, in fact, the other submissions that you've made to other inquiries. What is there any for this inquiry now, in terms of recommendations? You note that the previous Legislative Council inquiry recommended that the business case be released. First recommendation, that hasn't been done. In relation to this particular line, what's your key recommendation that now, given practicalities, we could recommend to the government?
The earlier submissions I was listening to here today, there was some honest and frank discussion about value capture. I believe that business case will articulate the real value capture for the conversion of the T3 line. If that business case is released, then the community will see what the real value is for it and what the impacts on the local community is anticipated. If that is made public, then we can have an honest and open discussion about the reality of the T3 conversion to a metro line. At the moment, the community is hamstrung without having all the facts and to be able to have a realistic conversation about the impacts. It is likely that and I'm making an assumption, that there is going to be massive infill and intensification and gentrification along the Bankstown line, dislocating the low rent, affordable housing residents that are along that line. They will be displaced and where will they be pushed to?
Excuse me, I might add that my personal recommendation would be to proceed no further with the conversion to metro. The stations have been upgraded. We now have lifts, so the money spent have been useful. But I think any further conversion would be a waste of money. The residents don't want it. It's not needed. Train services can be increased in frequency with a much cheaper signalling option.
Mr. Ng, that plays
Yes,
into your evidence, doesn't it, in terms of developers?
I do agree the Sydenham Bankstown Alliance signalling beats metro. That was actually, again, also a finding from the previous inquiry of this committee. Again, the business case, I think, should be released, and it's long overdue that it does get released.
So this is the final business case. I assume it's been confirmed that there was a final business case, and
from my understanding, this was done around 2016. But then since Sydney Metro South West and Rapid Transit, this was all based out of Sydney Rail Future 2012, the 2012 document, Sydney's Rail Future Long-Term Transport Master Plan 2012-2013. This goes back to basically when Premier or Ms. Berejiklian was and Premier O'Farrell touting fix the trains. This goes back all the way then. The business case is, from my understanding, modelled on 2012 stats. So basically, a project that opens in 2025 is relying on statistics and data collected from over a decade ago. Does not factor in COVID, does not factor in anything of the global economic crisis, does not factor in anything else, but simply based on data from over a decade ago.
Thank you. And we could just talk about which options you're talking about. The fact that there's, I'll just get your evidence, that there's like no transport west of Bankstown. Well, trains, sorry, not transport, trains. What is the government recommending? What additional services of different transport modes, different transport, have they recommended or have they put in already for communities west? I think you said 19,000 communities west of Bankstown.
That 19,000 figure, firstly, is from a letter from 4 former rail executives, including Ron Christie, who did the famous 2001 Christie report, which was widely received by both sides of government as well. So the 19,000 figure is for the 9 stations west of Bankstown, and then so for these commuters right now, so the history of the line goes pre-2013, 2 lines to the city, Liverpool and Bankstown via Regent's Park, the Inner West Line T2, and also the alternative route of T3 via Bankstown and Sydenham to City Circle. 2013 saw the Inner West Line, Liverpool and Bankstown via Regent's Park removed. Thankfully, this government has confirmed that they are going ahead with plans to restore the T2 Inner West Line, Liverpool via Regent's Park. It's a partial restoration. And so that is actually the part of the only recommendation from the last inquiry, Sydenham Bankstown Metro inquiry, that has been partly adopted. But that recommendation actually stated restoration of direct trains for all stations west of Bankstown. There are 9 immediate stations west of Bankstown. Birrong and Yagoona are the 2 that have not going to have any direct train to Central, because Bankstown to City via Regent's Park, the other part of the former Inner West Line, has not been restored in the 2024 timetable. So that's the first issue there. In 2024, Birrong and Yagoona does not have a train to Central. And then in 2030, per the evidence I've just tabled, there's a Transport for New South Wales document that says they want to remove the train services that are getting restored in 2024, and which means basically the west of Bankstown after 2030 could potentially have no train station or Sydney trains whatsoever.
Which documents which?
I refer to so it's attachment 4.
Yes.
And also the last page of attachment 1 as well. So it's titled 2026 to 2056.
So document number 4, is there a date on that in terms of when it was produced?
So this is Transport for New South Wales GIP application 21T-0844. From my understanding, this was produced following the last inquiry, which is 2019, so this was produced around 2020. Transport for New South Wales, despite my frequent request, has not actually confirmed an exact date. But the formatting and the branding of the Sydney Metro Style Guide shows it's 2018, 2019, after that inquiry. So this was done within the last couple of years. And I also quite note that I've presented this at the previous inquiry in Sydney Metro West, because it does say, is it desirable to retain the reintroduce T2 services, given Sydney Metro West? I presented this to the Sydney Metro West inquiry, which I gave evidence at about a month ago. I'm still yet to receive a response also from Transport for New South Wales to refute this either. I've presented previous documents to the previous inquiry that have since been ruled out by Transport for New South Wales, and I thank Transport for New South Wales for ruling out those previous plans, but this has not been ruled out.
Thank you. I didn't sit on the last inquiry. I'm not sure whether anybody on this inquiry, this committee did, but I do just want to, I assume the government last time when they questioned about the need to convert to Metro, I assume they talk about more frequent trains. I assume they talk about more commuters being able to get onto those trains. Is that correct? Is that basically their selling point in terms of why they're doing it?
I believe that's the marketing, but the reality is because it goes to the same roughly the same locations, you're going to have the same people that are going to be able to use it. Being more frequent, it's not going to encourage people that use cars or other modes of transport. Only 19% of people currently, I think in the Campsie area, use the train to go to or from work. That's from the Campsie Town Plan. I think there's similar numbers in Bankstown. It's over 50% of people use cars to travel to and from work. As I said, the connectivity to other locations, say to Parramatta or to Burwood or to Hurstville, this ring connectivity, that's not being introduced. There's no added functional aspect to the Metro to encourage more people to use it than the current T3 line.
And again, signalling beats Metro. The cost is much more cost effective to improve signalling than to convert to Metro.
Thank you. What about improvements to other parts of Sydney? Just in terms of your submission here and your evidence today, are there other recommendations as well for the areas that you represent in terms of connecting to not just the CBD, but recommendations for the committee to connect the areas more broadly to other parts of Western Sydney, which of course we've heard a lot about today?
The connectivity that's being proposed at the moment ends at Bankstown.
That's right.
Where it connects to post then, have you got clarity on when and if that's going to happen?
So I'm happy to speak in regard to west of Bankstown. From my understanding, happy to be corrected, this current New South Wales government does not appear to be proceeding with Bankstown to Liverpool Metro. And on that point, I should state to the committee that the T3 Bankstown line does currently continue west to Liverpool and also to Lidcombe as well. We exist as rail stations right now, but also in 2024, the direct train between Bankstown and Liverpool, or precisely between Birrong and Sefton, is getting taken out for reasons unexplained. Why is a direct train between two major town centres of Liverpool and Bankstown getting removed? Metro extension of South West Metro, Bankstown, Liverpool or not, there should be no reason to remove existing trains that are running already between Bankstown and Liverpool. And also, as I spoke earlier in my opening statement, other opportunities to improve connectivity in Western Sydney from the Bankstown area, Bankstown to Parramatta. Future transport strategy has identified that as an important corridor. Future Transport Strategy suggests also Future Transport 2056, the Greater Sydney Indicative Network Map, does suggest that a new corridor be formed between Bankstown and Chester Hill, and then going to South Granville, Granville North, and to Parramatta CBD. Note the section between Bankstown and Chester Hill. That's not the existing rail corridor. That is not Yagoona Birrong. It's bypassing those two stations. Hence why there is also community concern that when Future Transport 2056 is implemented, Birrong and Yagoona again gets left out. And hence why, again, going back to the concerns about the closure of stations west of Bankstown. But ultimately, we should really also consider using existing track infrastructure. There is actually a railway track right now from Bankstown through to Parramatta. It just isn't used at the moment. Between Barella and Auburn, there is actually a direct railway track. It hasn't been used probably since the early 2000s. This used to be a critical part of when the western suburbs used to have a direct train to Cronulla Beach during the summer days. Back in the, I think probably the 80s, don't quote me on that, before my time, but many years ago, you could probably go from Blacktown through to Parramatta, and then from Auburn, the train would turn right down to Barella, through Bankstown, Sydenham, from Sydenham, and then it would go down all the way towards Cronulla. At least right now, we could at least reuse the direct track on Lidcombe Junction West for some direct services from Bankstown to Parramatta. That's a new north-south link. That's connecting Bankstown to Western Sydney. So I'd encourage the committee to look into that as well.
I'm sure you've recommended something like that before, Mr. Ung, to parliamentary committees, to the government in various forms, because it just seems to make such good sense, and it's crazy to have train lines like that aren't being used, and it sounds like we'll get a few more that aren't being used. What you said, Birrong and Yagoona, for example. What has been the response? What is, again, the government's rationale for just not having these trains? What particularly seems crazy right now is Birrong and Yagoona. That just seems just completely
yes, it is
crazy.
In regard to the Transport New South Wales project planning for rail services in 2024, future rail in 2024, the link between Bankstown and Parramatta, that was. I asked the Transport for New South Wales project team. They told me that was out of scope, despite the fact that Barella is part on the Bankstown line right now. They refused to consider it as something that was, in their words, unsubstantiative or not of merit for their consideration for 2024. But yeah, ultimately, Birrong and Yagoona, it both serves a lot of schools. There's Birrong Boys High School, Birrong Girls High School there, a lot of multicultural and diverse child community as well. So firstly, making passengers being the only two stations without a train to Central, that's disadvantage enough. And then in future, potentially even closing those stations west of Bankstown. People are end up going to drive to Lidcombe, which reduces the sustainability of the environment, and also increases traffic congestion in Cumberland Council area. Cumberland Council is on the T3 Bankstown line. Sydney Metro, Transport for New South Wales, doesn't like to talk about the Cumberland Council area, but it is actually about 4 stations on the Bankstown line west of Bankstown are impacted by Sydney Metro, yet Sydney Metro just ends its consultation, if you could call it consultation at all, with Canterbury Bankstown Council to the west.
Thank you. I'll just check if there's other members that have questions.
I'd like to
Mr.
ask
Dadham.
That's possible. Thanks. I might first declare that I live in Lidcombe, so this line is certainly one that myself and my family use regularly. I wanted to ask about one of the arguments that was put before the previous committee about whether you could extend the proposed metro from Bankstown through to Lidcombe so that those stations actually had a life with metro. The argument was that there was some structural issue around integration with the freight lines at Regent's Park. I wonder if you could just explain what that's all about.
Thank you, Mr. Dadham. Yes, I'm glad you're familiar with the railways as well. Yes, you're quite right. Sefton Junction is both a passenger rail service at the moment and also the entrance to Enfield Chullora yards as well. So between Regent's Park and Birrong, if we're coming from Regent's Park towards Birrong, on the left-hand side, there is a freight track that goes in. So the Southern Sydney Freight Line, from my understanding, goes underneath, but there's also an above-ground freight junction, a freight connection there. And just approximately near Birrong, under the Auburn Road bridge, that's where the freight line from Regent's Park just about turns into the freight yards. So hence, if the metro was taken through to Regent's Park, Lidcombe, so basically if you extended west of Bankstown, you would actually cut off freight access to Enfield Chullora, from my understanding as well, for freight coming from the northern side from Lidcombe down to Regent's Park. So hence, that's my understanding why Lidcombe can't be converted into metro as per the original 2012 plan for rapid transit.
Is there not an engineering solution to that problem, though?
You'd probably have to do a flyover, which, considering that there already is a flyover there, you'd have to do a flyover over a flyover, which I'm not sure how much capacity there is for that one. And also, given that if you would do metro on one branch, on the Bankstown to Lidcombe branch, take the metro up that end, you would then rule out any Sydney trains coming from Liverpool. So, which means Sefton, Chester Hill, Leightonville, Villawood, Carramar, those stations would almost be condemned to bus only between Cabramatta and Regent's Park, because metro and Sydney train can't share the same track. So it's either the whole thing stays as heavy rail Sydney trains, or you convert the whole thing into metro and then you knock out all freight. But then if you convert the entire west of Bankstown, the existing corridor, into metro, you also run into the issue at Cabramatta, because you can only take, you would need a new turnback at Cabramatta for metro. Otherwise, you would remove every single heavy rail train going from Liverpool through to Fairfield, through Marylands and Granville as well. So one would probably say, I think the choice of the Bankstown line was curious, and that no one thought it through properly, whether the whole Bankstown line or should have been converted in the first place at all.
So can I ask then, what about an alternative proposition around extending the inner city line so that it connects up to Bankstown via Birrong and Yagoona? What's the impediment there?
So city to Bankstown via Regent's Park, that service ran pre-2013. Transport for New South Wales actually, in its project documentation for planning for rail service in 2024, acknowledged that running direct train stations west of Bankstown could actually be done using currently available infrastructure, and that's a quote, currently available infrastructure. There's no real impediment on the Sydney Trains network why a train from the city via the inner west couldn't continue and turning through to Lidcombe, then Barella, Regent's Park, Birrong, Yagoona and Bankstown. I mean, in track work right now, sometimes those trains use that diversion as well. So the tracks are there. It's just not used, from my understanding. Yep. So
the turnback that exists at Flemington and Lidcombe, they're not an impediment to that having effectively a direct line that runs from Bankstown.
No, the Homebush and Lidcombe turnback. I don't have it in front of me. My apologies, but from memory, when reading the Transport Infrastructure Development Corporation, Transport New South Wales Environmental Impact Statement, or the REF, when they were constructed, it actually states in those documents that it's not to turn back every single train. It still allows capacity for some trains to continue west and continue down to the west of Bankstown area. But it's more of a timetabling decision that's been made in 2013 that basically truncated it entirely, which left the west of Bankstown, as per Transport for New South Wales' own document as one of the worst impacted areas with the most increased travel times. So this is a Transport for New South Wales Sydney Rail Future map. The areas in red are the stations west of Bankstown. Lidcombe, Auburn, and basically every station towards Cabramatta and Bankstown. This is saying in 2021, as a result of the 2013 timetable change, the west of Bankstown area will have significantly increased travel times. This is a Transport for New South Wales document.
Thank you,
Can I ask just
Anthony.
one more question?
Yeah,
I was
okay,
just gonna
all right,
say,
we're behind.
Can I ask about the one of the arguments around the turnbacks that sort of led to this deterioration in the services for those stations west of Bankstown was the capacity on the Western line and trying to free up that capacity. If the Metro West goes ahead, that's going to create new capacity in that east-west corridor. Does that eliminate some of the arguments around allowing more frequent services to run from Bankstown through that
I think
line?
that's a really good question. I have put that question to Transport for New South Wales. They've refused to comment, and probably they haven't drafted a future timetable for 2030 yet either. But also, I note the Christie report, which I'm happy to table additionally, long-term strategic rail plan for rail, a Christie report. Ron Christie, who ran the Olympic Games in 2000's transport. He notes that a future rail network development as his recommendation is that there be a sextuplication of the rail line between Homebush and Lidcombe. So he does recommend additional tracks. And again, I'll happy to take this on notice and submit it to the committee. Transport for New South Wales in 2014-2015 did actually start a project for that additional capacity, but for whatever reason they didn't proceed. One partly being Metro West, but also looking at some of the West Connects Stage 1 documentation, the State Significant Infrastructure Application Report, SSIAR, it cites that changes to the timetable changes around 2013, 2014 would appear to actually impact traffic volumes on West Connects. So one could arguably say that there's a case to be made that this upgrade for more tracks to increase the capacity was actually dumped for West Connects in 2015.
Thank you. On that note, we're actually over time, so we do have to finish. I'm sorry, but thank you very much for your evidence. The committee will be in touch if there's any supplementary questions from members, and you did take some on notice. Thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you all.
Thank you. We'll call our next witnesses now. Welcome. We'll begin by getting you all sworn in. If we could start on my left, which is Mr. Brockhoff. And I have struggled to see the nameplates with the TV there, but Mr. Brockhoff.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I swear that the evidence now...
Hang on, sorry, if everybody could start name, position, title, and then the oath or affirmation. Thank you. Proceed.
Sure, thank you. Tim Paglowski, I'm the contributor to the Planning Institute of Australia. I swear that the evidence now about the given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much.
My name is Colin Schroeder. I'm a committee member of Eco Transit. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Finally, Mr Doherty.
Matthew Doherty, committee member from Eco Transit. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Now, opening statements, the Planning Institute. Who's giving that one? Thank you.
Thank you. The Planning Institute's the professional body representing planners. We include a transport and young planners network who've contributed to our submission. We strongly support improving equity of access to public transport throughout Sydney by improving the availability and access to services where there's existing development. There is the potential for further housing growth and density where public transport capacity and amenity are available or can be improved, and reducing car dependency can offer time and cost savings for residents throughout Western Sydney. The Planning Institute acknowledged that a transport network for Western Sydney is embedded in the entire regional network, and it's difficult to consider in isolation. And we support more deeply integrated land use and transport planning across Sydney. We support a reinterpretation of the distribution of transit links in relation to housing and job concentrations throughout Greater Sydney, and support stronger orbital connectivity, including north-south links, including through Parramatta and the Aerotropolis. The Planning Institute support addressing public transport needs alongside complementary improvements to local walking and cycling environments, including and especially at night. Peer support a movement and place approach. We acknowledge the role of planning to achieve better value for metros and other major transit investments, and we note that integrated land use and transport plan is vital for well-located growth to improve the return on public investment in services infrastructure. And in particular, we support the early preparation of business cases for potential transit infrastructure alongside forward planning for density and land releases. And Tim, if you'd like to continue.
Sure. Thank you, John. Committee members, thank you for the opportunity. So I'd like to start by make you imagine that you live in Middleton Grange, north of the M5, M7 interchange, and you're trying to get to town hall on your daily commute. So you have to walk 15 minutes to the nearest bus stop. You jump on the first bus, takes 15 minutes. You wait 5 minutes for another bus stop, takes 20 minutes to get you to the Glenfield station. You wait 10 minutes for a train, and then 40 minutes later, you're in town hall. All up, it's 1 hour, 45 minutes. On the way back, you stay at work and there's a work function. It finishes at 9. That commute is not 1:45, it's 2 hours and a half. And that's due to the not integrating the bus services, your last mile or first mile journey with the train services. In comparison to the car, it only takes 45 minutes. So public transport takes more than double than what the car time does. And now imagine that you live in Wentworth Point. You had enough living in a public transport desert near Sydney Olympic Park. It takes you 45 minutes by public transport, only 30 minutes by car. So that's only a 50% difference rather than more than double. On top of that, it's also you paying more in public transport fares. If you live in Middleton Grange, you pay more than $2,000 on public transport fares, and you spend 600 hours annually on commuting. So this example illustrates the points that we're making in our submission. First of all, we need expand our availability of public transport, not only for the peak services, but also outside, to enable access to nighttime economy particularly for women. Women's safety is something that's currently neglected. Equitable access to public transport. We need first and last mile services to be catered for. Currently, we don't have bus services that are meeting the train services, and that would be a very simple solution. The main question we'd like to ask is why do people have to travel 50 kilometres to Sydney CBD? And this is the main point that we want to make as PR, that we need integrated and interdependent land use and transport planning. We need people to be able to live and work within 15 or 30 minutes of where they live. 15 minutes by active transport, so walking and cycling, and 30 minutes by public transport or by car. We also support City Metro West, which enables the quick access between the River City and the Eastern Harbour City. And we also believe that infrastructure should come first, then the development. And to pay for the infrastructure, value capture and other mechanisms can pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eco-Transit, Mr. Doherty.
Okay. Sure. Thank you very much. My name is Matthew Doherty, committee member of Eco-Transit. I'd like to take a different tack to begin with because I am very much a proud Westie who has an intimate knowledge of so many of these public transport needs. I grew up next to the Ingleburn Army Camp, which is now Edmondson Park. I went to school at Glenfield. I have vivid memories of when the East Hills line, which terminated East Hills, was extended through to Glenfield, and what a boon that was for all us people at Campbelltown. It literally cuts 20 minutes off the trip to the city. Further to that, to bring it to the modern time as well, there are still some really strong advantages with the current network, and this all goes to my major point, which is that we should be building on what we've got on the existing infrastructure rather than bring fandangled new metros through cow paddocks around Luddenham. But getting a train in peak hour from Glenfield, outer western suburbs, to Walleye Creek, an inner city suburb, 22 minutes as of now. If we could, the quadruplication of the East Hills line from Revesby to Walleye Creek has been great. If we continue that quadruplication as far as Glenfield, it would be even better. There's so many small bore amendments like that make a real difference to people's lives. And I can't count the number of times I would be on a train late at night coming home along the East Hills line, and because of the timetable, we would need to dwell for no reason. My train would need to sit at East Hills train station for 3 to 5 minutes just so that we could hit the timetable. But the principles that need to be front and centre in transport planning for Western Sydney include accessibility as a human right for all. I believe our Disability Discrimination Commissioner made mention of that in the past 2 weeks. Connectivity is critical. Making bus services link up with the train services would be a great boon. And as Eco-Transit, we have a great focus on sustainability as well, and so more concrete tunnels under paddocks, i.e. metro developments, is not what we are after. We would advocate for a great many small bore changes. Wonderful new amendments at Redfern and Erskineville Station, brilliant, I don't begrudge them. But if we had the same at Granville and Lidcombe train stations, both of which have been seeing massive development in recent years, with much more high-rise, we'd improve the walkability and accessibility for some major junction stations beyond recognition. My major point to the committee is that so much can be achieved with these small bore changes.
Well, let's say something about eco-transit too. People might know that eco-transit's a not-for-profit public advocacy group for advocate for sustainable public and active transport. To this extent, our focus is on expanding Sydney's light rail network and Sydney's world-class heavy rail network. Over the past 12 years, governments have invested billions of dollars in transport infrastructure. Much of this investment has been in its operation and the building phase, and a very large carbon footprint. The misnamed metro, for example, requires huge amounts of carbon-intensive concrete in its construction phase, and is a large consumer of energy in its operation. We say that Sydney Metro is misnamed as it is not a true metro. It is essentially an expensive underground rail network with inferior single-deck trains and too few stations. Paris Metro is an example of a true metro with stations as close as 400 metres apart. It is not uncommon to stand in a Paris Metro station and see the next station down the tunnel. The Sydney Metro, in one instance, has 6 kilometres between stations. That's Epping to Cherrybrook. And as far as the West Metro is concerned, at the moment it doesn't have enough stations. It's been designed to have a fast timetable between the River City and the CBD, but it's to make it more competitive with the existing rail service. It doesn't provide the utility of more stations and allow for more development. If your speed was the answer, it would have been built as a heavy rail line, which would enable you to run fast trains from west of Parramatta through to the CBD.
Thank you. We might just leave you there just because we're running out of time for questions, to be honest, because we ran a bit over time. I'll jump in with 1 or 2 questions, just indicate if you've got any questions to members. To the Planning Institute, you talk about integration. Clearly that's ideal, and we've heard a lot about that, but what we're getting is still new suburbs being built without the infrastructure being put in place right now. We know Southwest Growth Centre, one of the worst in terms of public transport options. What actually needs to happen to change this? My second question, I'll throw 2 in. What's your view, because I know that the Greater Cities Commission did a little bit in regards to this. What's your view around the work that the Greater Cities Commission did in terms of they've recently, of course, been abolished and moved into planning?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, we commend the work of the Greater Cities Commission and the Planning Institute. We're strong supporters of them establishing a sound centre structure to hang the next steps around integrated land use and transport planning. Understanding the way they conceptualised the city, the way they highlighted priority nodes and potential links was really important. But getting to your particular question, what we can do better is adopting, based on a network model and a potential future growth areas, ask ourselves through a strategic planning lens what are our acceptable standards of access, and then look at what sort of growth scenarios and transport scenarios will achieve those standards of access, and then working backwards from that, what is the critical enabling infrastructure that's necessary to achieve those standards of access, whether it be investment in multiple local projects or major transit links. And if it's major transport links, we need to have the business cases. We need to identify what those critical investments are, and do the business cases for them early rather than wait till a problem emerges to do the business cases and progress those projects according to the routine ways we progress major projects now. I think a no regrets pathway forward by doing the good strategic planning based off a regional framework of centres and a standard of accessibility is simply working out what are the critical no regrets enabling pieces of infrastructure and doing the business cases for those early.
Thank you. Just a question for eco-transit. You've really stressed that we've got to build what we've got, like capitalise on what we've got in terms of existing infrastructure. But when it comes to the new growth centres, sometimes that new infrastructure isn't there. We've also had a lot of people today talk about the north-south connection. So what are you suggesting? Obviously a metro has been touted today as north-south, but also what are the kind of transport options for the southwest and northwest?
Well,
southwest more particularly, I should say.
Well, one example is the termination of the line at Leppington. Now there's a plan to convert that to metro, where to connect to the new airport, the intention was always to extend the Leppington line, which would then provide much better connection from that area, and the line, if the line was then extended south from the airport to, say, Macarthur or Glenlea, as it was one of the original intentions.
It's low-hanging fruit.
It's a very, very simple and cheap solution to connect the airport, the new airport, to the city. Now, for example, if the line was extended from Leppington to the airport, the transit time between the airports would be something like about 47 minutes. But with the metro being built and having to change at some areas and then change at Central to get to the Kingsford Smith, you're looking at about 87 minutes. And it's a no-brainer to extend the line from Leppington instead of building a metro and then converting the Leppington line to metro, having people to change trains again to get from airport to airport.
Yeah, that's true. I'd also like to make a point about the Southwest Growth Centre because it's visible. It is so tangible for us in the southwest that housing estates are sprouting up either side of the Camden Valley Way. And as a child, I saw housing estates sprout up along either side of the Campbelltown Road as well, and there was never any public transport links for those. There was, however, with the Southwest Rail Link, an identified corridor, I believe, going towards Narellan via Oran Park, and so my strong recommendation is that be revisited and that the Southwest Rail Link, as heavy rail, be extended in a cost-effective way down towards Narellan, at least.
Thank you.
And if that line would link through to the main Western line, it would then could be used as a freight bypass line, which is always an intention to get the freight out of the Sydney metropolitan area to give more capacity within the suburban network.
Thank you. I'll just see if there's questions from other members now. Mr. Namber.
Thank you. Just find this idea that a lot of Sydney's mobility problems are being caused by a lack of integrated transport and land use planning. I'm just interested in your thoughts as to whether some of those issues are a result of poor planning decisions at the outset or poor transport decisions. It's a sort of chicken or the egg. Is it the case, do you think, that Sydney's urban sprawl, probably dating back to the 1950s, I suppose, has led governments to pursue or prioritise road-based transport options rather than public transport options? And if that is the case, then do we really need to reconsider our planning instruments so that we centre high density developments around public transport projects?
I'll start with that. That's a very wide-ranging question. I thank you for it. There have been a succession of lost opportunities by doing ad hoc planning that hasn't enabled us to conceive of the scale of growth and the scale of infrastructure investment to support that growth. There was an attempt to change that outlook with the Growth Centres Commission, the development of the Northwest and Southwest Growth Centres, conceived of it at one time with a single authority, the consequent adoption of the establishment of a Greater Cities Commission and a coordination committee in Cabinet. But I think the short answer to your question is that we haven't, on the public transport side, been able to find the funds to match the strategic planning that we've done, and that we've not, while on On the road side, we've had a strong succession of road authorities and strong road planning capability that's been able to look after itself. Also, given that the tollway funding of major road projects to some extent has been able to be seen as not so much off budget, but at least available. We haven't done spent the political capital and spent the necessary attention that we needed to look at the value created by land use changes and urban development on the fringe, to invest in public transport infrastructure. The knowledge and capacity to know what public transport infrastructure is needed is available, and indeed I recall when I worked on the Northwestern Growth and Southwest Growth Centres projects, we did identify an infrastructure budget included expansive public transport links, but the ability to deliver that has proved operationally and politically difficult, whereas the ability to deliver the road projects followed a tried and true pathway.
Why is that? Why has it been politically difficult and operationally difficult?
Well,
Could you expand?
I think firstly, because road budgeting has followed a tried and true formula, and that there's the ability to fund major freeway projects, at least tollway projects, through future tolling, and whereas funding major transport infrastructure is on budget and requires prioritisation against every other issue that competes in the budget process.
I'd just like to add to this one. Thanks, John.
Yes,
thank you for the question. I think I'm a transport planner and analyst as well. So the theory says that you got to it's not a chicken and egg. It's the infrastructure comes first and then the development. And if that's not possible, then at least the corridor protection, because then it's too expensive to retrofit that. So if there are any growth centres, you really want to plan for the infrastructure first before you actually develop anything.
I just want to see, just before we finish up, because we are almost out of time, if Eco Transit also just wants to comment on this particular issue. I suppose it's have successive governments prioritise funding the building of arterial roads and highways over public transport, and we've just heard evidence that that's potentially the situation because of the funding mechanisms. Would you care to comment on that?
I think we agree with that assessment. The only line I think that's been built prior to any growth is probably the Leppington line. The Leppington line was built basically as a greenfield line, and was allowed for growth to develop around it. So yes, reserving corridors is very important if you don't invest in the infrastructure to start with.
Chair, would I be able to provide a supplementary answer?
Yes, you can.
Land costs are enormous, a huge component of funding corridors, whether it be road or public transport. But one issue why it makes it particularly difficult for public transport is that to purchase the land corridor requires a strategic business case, and to do the strategic business case, you actually have to have begun to at least to go quite a long way down the project development and environmental assessment pathway, to the point you actually identify a broad easement, and then that easement and the land value of that is costed and fed into an infrastructure business case. It's very unwieldy and time consuming, and it's quite scary to create that expectation that a public transport corridor is going to be seen right through the project development, business case preparation, and ultimately funding. We've seen with so many projects in Sydney that they don't make it that far, and there's a lot of reluctance to start the process and to begin to do the early corridor planning that will enable a budget allocation to be made to actually purchase the corridor well in advance of the detail of the business case being prepared. Perhaps we need a process that allows us to make a no regrets decision, that there is no regret in purchasing or acquiring or establishing an easement for that land early, even though we haven't crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's on how that will ultimately look, whether it'll be a metro, whether it'll be heavy rail, whether it'll include a freight corridor. We seem to get hamstrung on those issues and end up not purchasing the corridor or not reserving it.
Thank you. I'll just see if there's any burning questions, recognising we're just a bit over time. Thank you so much. I'm sorry you've had such limited time.
Could I ask the permission of the chair to make a supplementary submission?
Yes, absolutely. You can hand that to the Secretariat and we'll consider that. The members can also ask you supplementary questions. So committee Secretariat will be in touch if we have supplementary questions for you. Thank you very much for your evidence and your submission and your supplementary submission, and they'll be carefully considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go because we're running late and that is my fault. We'll get you all sworn in. If we can start with you, Mr. Babineau, name, position, title and either an oath or an affirmation. Thank you.
David Babineau, I am Tram Bus Divisional Secretary of the Rail Tram Bus Union of New South Wales, and I will take an oath.
Thank you. Have you got that in front of you?
I do.
Yes.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Classens.
Is that working?
Yes.
Thank you. Alex Classen, State Secretary of the Rail, Tram and Bus Union, and I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Mr. Olsen.
Richard Olsen, New South Wales State Secretary for the Transport Workers Union. I take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Perrick, and note for Hansard it's Daniel Perrick, not David.
Daniel Pedich, I'm the Research and Policy Official, Transport Workers Union of New South Wales. I'll be taking an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, and apologies for the mispronunciation of your surname. Okay, statements. Do we have RTBU and different statements? Yes, Alex first.
Yeah, so we're just splitting ours up
Okay.
because we've got the bus
Okay.
Expert from the bus task force here
Okay.
because I thought it might be useful.
Great.
So basically, look, our submission, we supplied the written submission some time ago, as you'd be aware, back in September. You know, we've got a long-standing view that that we wanted to see the cancellation of the conversion of the Bankstown line. We believe that that was a decision that was fraught for a number of reasons, as clearly articulated in our documentation, backed up, of course, by previous transport experts like Ron Christie, etc. There was no need at all to convert the Bankstown line, and for, like I said, all the reasons that come with that. I'm happy to go into more detail on that if you need to, but it's there on the public record. We've always opposed it. We think it's ridiculous. And we stand by that submission.
Thank you very much. Who else would like to make a
Thank you,
opening
Chair.
statement? Mr. Olsen.
Yep, thank you. To begin with, I'd like to thank the committee for providing us the opportunity to speak at this hearing. We believe that this inquiry is a necessary first step towards developing developing the future of public transport in Western Sydney and ultimately meeting the evolving needs of our communities. However, we're also of the view that many of the current issues in the industry needs to be addressed in moving forward. The underlying central point of our submission is a public transport system in Western Sydney, with particular reference to buses, can only be so effective with the current state of the industry. This extends to multiple fronts. Bus drivers are subject to unreasonable and entirely inadequate conditions on a daily basis, ranging from excess demands, a severe lack of suitable facilities, poor resource routes, and many more. The quality and quantity of service have suffered due to numerous influences, including privatisation and competitive tendering, as well as significant shift in favour towards the development of Sydney Metro at the expense of bus services. They are just among the other factors, of course, that need to be carefully considered for the development and advancement of the industry and acknowledgement of just how important bus services are and will continue to be for Western Sydney communities. The Transport Workers Union believe that if the desired result implied by the terms of reference of this inquiry to be achieved, then the recommendations we make and have made must be taken into account. We would further raise that consultation is a key component in creating the best possible outcomes. Consultation needs to be a viable option between relevant unions and the New South Wales Government, particularly in regard to regulation and key decisions focused on buses in any capacity. Subsequently, we urge for the pursuit of best practices. Once again, we thank the committee for the opportunity here today to put our case forward.
Thank you very much. Mr Babno, did you have something, an opening statement in terms of buses? Or no?
No.
No, that's
No.
fine. I
Thank
thought
you.
that's what Mr Claassens suggested. Okay. Can I just see, Bob, did you want to go? Dr Kane.
Thank you. Thank you all for appearing this afternoon. Mr Olsen, if I could start with you. We've heard a lot today about, obviously, about the state of transport in Western Sydney and potential and the role that buses play both now but potentially in the future. Seems to me, though, that we might be missing out on a big piece of that, and we haven't really talked about it, which is the experience of the workforce currently as allowing that part of the transport sector to operate. Could you perhaps describe for us the key problems as you see it with what's happening currently, and I guess what kind of barrier that provides to expanding transport in Western Sydney in the future?
Yes, and I thank you for the question. I think in the main, what we're not looking at here is the health and safety of bus drivers and how they operate today and how they are probably having to operate into the future. And we've seen an example of that at Parramatta, for example, where we have an overlay in, I think, termed Smith Street, where there are 2 portaloos that are available for bus drivers to have their half an hour to an hour rest period and to have amenities afforded to them. There are well over 100 drivers over a 24-hour period who are required to park in that area. Up to 10 buses, I think, can be there at any one time, which is quite ridiculous. Now, we think that the health and safety of the bus driver is paramount about how we move forward and how we allocate where buses are required to take their rest breaks, anything up to an hour or more, and how they are treated, both within that environment, but also with their health and safety in mind, where a bus driver may sit in a bus but unable to utilise the air conditioning because they're not allowed to, but they get to sit there in 45-degree heat and or in -3 degrees cold, without the facilities that are afforded to most others as we enjoy right here as we sit. They are the health reasons and concerns of ours that we have for bus drivers. Obviously, there's other wide-ranging issues with bus drivers, the way they interact with the community on a daily basis, which is normally great. However, there is issues, obviously, from time to time with violence against bus drivers that is not being properly addressed in our view. Very little training is given to a bus driver once they have got their training and their certificates to drive a bus. Very little comes in a way of support for drivers, and we believe that is paramount. And in moving forward with the new communities, we certainly need to have the input of drivers who drive the proposed routes before they become the routes. They should be also engaged in conversations about how they are set up so we can ensure the health and safety of each and every bus driver that takes this journey along with us.
Thank you, Mr. Olsen. If I could ask a follow-up, I understand that there is a huge shortage of drivers across Sydney, but that would be, I guess, reflected in Western Sydney as well.
Of course.
Are there other issues that are contributing to this as well?
Well, obviously, yes, there is. When we've talked about the health and safety of bus drivers, there's also the very low pay. The competitive tendering, which has been set up by previous government, have really seen a downward spiral in relation to increases in rates of pay, which have been very minimal for years. And that's a direct result of the privatisation and the competitive tendering that has been occurring within this industry. What we need to have is a process moving forward to attract more people. I don't subscribe to the view that there is a shortage of bus drivers. What there is a shortage of good paying jobs in the bus industry. Why would you want to work in an industry where you can't go to a toilet, where you can't sit in comfort for an hour's break, in air conditioning, where it's cold or heating, and sometimes you're away doing your shift in a split shift arrangement for well over 12 hours, but you're only getting 8 hours pay. And with bringing into the question the cost of living for people who are doing split shifts, who are travelling to and from work twice in any 12-hour period, is unacceptable these days, and those matters needs to also be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Never.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Mr. Babineau. Look, with the loss of State Transit Authority contracts, it wasn't just a case of having a public provider in the system for the sake of it, but quite often the signal that a public operator like State Transit would provide in terms of baseline expectations for service standards, labour standards, and frequency of services to all the other operators in the ecosystem. Now that they are no longer in the mix, have you seen a sort of diminution of standards amongst other operators and effectively the delivery of services to commuters?
Yeah, there's no doubt that privatisation has had a detrimental impact on all of those things. One of the benefits that State Transit delivered, it was a little intangible, but in a non-professional industry, they semi-professionalised it. It was, if you did a couple of years at State Transit successfully driving through the guts of Sydney, to a large degree you could walk in to a job at most bus operators in Sydney because the training was excellent, the environment was challenging, and you had sort of been able to operate in one of the most difficult areas in Sydney. Now that we don't have that, we are effectively just spiralling to the bottom. I'm struggling to find one example, but in literally every aspect of service delivery, we are failing to deliver for the people of Sydney. For the workers, we are completely failing. And if you went across to all of the 4 within Sydney, 5 if you want to include Newcastle, bus companies that took over ex-STA contracts, it would simply require days to go through the problems, and they're not insignificant. We're talking about really basic stuff. For example, 3 of the 4 companies in Sydney now don't give you a pay slip. They give you a pay slip and an Excel sheet or similar, and you have to sit down in your own time and reconcile the two. And when you're talking about a job that delivers not just different amounts day to day, but the different components of that amount vary as well, depending on the penalty being attracted. And then you throw into the mix companies unable to pay you correctly, and you as an employee are unable to deliver oversight to your own finances. At a basic level, we are absolutely failing what was once a dedicated public service.
One more question,
Sure, yeah.
Chair.
Yeah.
A question for you, Mr. Classens. As far back as 2011, and I think also 2015, Ron Christie articulated some concerns with respect to what the Metro would do to the existing heavy rail network in terms of cannibalising its capacity, and certainly at the very least restricting its ability to cater for increased congestion and growth. Is that a concern that you share?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, Bradfield, who designed most of our railway system many, many years ago, had it right. There was a whole bunch of things that he put in place that was meant to address the expansion of Sydney, and it covered lots of that area. And of course, the Bankstown line has actually been one of our good points in that, it's underutilised. We could easily run more trains on it tomorrow if we had the trains to run around it. And it is used on many occasions, particularly late at night where we're doing track work on the other lines, as a way of moving trains around the city system so people could still get the train home. That will disappear with the conversion to the Metro. There's going to be stations along that line that'll never get a service again, and they'll have to convert and change. And that's what we've seen in the privatisation of the buses. You used to be able to get on a bus and go right to your point of destination. These days, of course, you've got to change multiple times, and that's exactly how Transport for New South Wales and their bureaucracy have designed this. And if you look at every other project that Transport for New South Wales has been involved in, it's usually a mess. You've only got to look back to the weekend or a few days ago of another, what should have been a fairly straightforward process of putting some new roads in Sydney, and made a mess of that as well. So the problem we've always had is there's been insufficient conversations with the people that are actually running the system. The ferries that were brought out, the trains that have been brought out, every time they've done a project, they've made a mess of it. And Ron Christie was right. He was an expert at what the railway needs, and we definitely need to keep the Bankstown line for our heavy rail system, and we need to give ourselves the flexibility to move trains around. And take that away and you'll lose it forever. And there's a reason why they've designed some of these tunnels to make them smaller, so we can't run double-decker trains through them. And all the arguments they've used to build metros and convert our existing railway line are all really about giving developers a leg up and making money for people. It's not about providing a commuter service, because you can do both. You can actually run metro trains where we don't currently run anything, that is a possibility, absolutely, and they should be doing that. Sydney, if it's going to be a world-class city, needs to have multiple modes of transport. But don't go out there and wreck a perfectly good railway system just for the sake of it.
Mr. Classens, is it your evidence that the conversion should be stopped and can be stopped? I think you're arguing that it should be, but
absolutely.
Is it your evidence to the government that it should, it can be?
Well, I believe it can be, but then I'm not privy to the contracts, right? I don't know how much money's been spent. I don't know where that money's been spent. I don't know what the contracts are. I mean, the previous government was very good at hiding all that stuff. We couldn't get anything out of them. So, but
I don't know how this one's going with that either, to be frank.
But for my purpose, we believe that there was no need to do that. Obviously, we did need to upgrade the stations, and I know that that's been happening, and they've now got lifts. I mean, I remembered arguing to try and get lifts at Unanderra since 2006. We finally got them. Why people have had to wait that long for lifts defies logic. But so those stations definitely needed upgrading, and that's now been done, and I think that's great. But they could still make the decision to cancel that contract tomorrow and run a metro, absolutely, but run it through, Western Sydney Airport, for example, other places. There are plenty of other places in Sydney where they're throwing lots of people that need transport.
Thank you. I just want to check if the opposition has questions. Yeah, Ms. Ward.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you all. Thank you for your submissions and coming today. Nice to see you again, Mr. Classens. Can I ask each of you whether you do support Metro in principle?
Who's going first?
That is, do you support it at all?
Well, from the TWU's point of view, we support all modes of transport. Whatever is the most cost-effective and serving to the community is what should be built and promoted. And that, we believe, will take in all forms of transport for the betterment of the community.
So that includes metro?
Yes, it includes all modes, wherever and whatever, although we would like to see everything manned, would be, if that's where we're heading, is certainly one aspect from our point of view is always important, be it buses, be it metro, be it trains, they should be manned by people.
Thank you. RTBU?
Given that, just following up, just before I get to Mr. Classens, just given that metro tends to be driverless, do you support that aspect to provide another form of transport, public transport, to assist commuters with driverless?
Is that a question for me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
yes, and I'll come to Mr. Classens.
Look, I understand that is obviously a controversial issue. Again, we would much rather see that all trains and platforms and buses will always be manned by people, and we would always argue that that is the best form of transport.
All right, I'll take that as a no. Mr. Classens, you said that metro was a mess. Does that apply to, do I understand your evidence correctly, to apply that description to Northwest Metro?
No, I think we've grudgingly come to accept that the Northwest system is doing what it was designed to do. It was a purpose-built system. Yes, we were pretty angry at the time when they took our Parramatta-Chatswood line away from us. Sorry, the Epping-Chatswood line. You know, these days, of course, it is actually stood up and it is providing a service and it's safe. So that's a good thing. But we've always insisted that you don't need to cannibalise the existing railway line to make a metro work. And our preference would always be that if you're going to build a metro, you can do it where they've done it in other locations, where you build it specifically to suit a transport need and you crew it appropriately. So we're obviously the same as the TWU. We're a trade union. We're all about creating jobs for people. Would be remiss of us not to sit here and say that. But and certainly there are states in Australia where they're building metros and they're putting people on them. You're getting good customer service and you're providing those needs for the people. And that's what we would always ask for, is that it's got to be a coordinated, transport has to be coordinated across all its modes. And we see that metro is just another one of those modes, and it needs to be coordinated across the whole spectrum. And that hasn't happened for a long time. We've had buses that have gone off and done their own.
Recognised the sorry, I thought you finished. Thank you. I recognise the upgrades done to train station and those fantastic lifts, which of course were done by the coalition government. I just wanted to ask about Metro West, if given that's under review, if there was any additional money going to Metro West, would you rather see that put into other public transport options rather than Metro West?
Oh, look, I'm not. I think that's a position for other people to make. I think our position has always been we want to protect what's existing. We want to upgrade what's existing. We believe that our existing railway is more than capable of doing a lot more work. These days with ETCS and all this other technology that's available today, we could easily be running trains a lot more than what we are today, and give us the same technology as the money that's been invested in Metro, and we can do wonderful things with the heavy rail system.
Sorry, just to direct that comment specifically, so there's been talk about additional stations being added to Metro West, of course, at significant expense. Would you rather see that go into better buses and better, we talked about conditions for bus drivers, would you rather see that money go into additional services for drivers and bus services?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We want to, like the amount of money that people have been prepared to throw at Metro, something that's, you know, not there, and yet we can't even get some of the basics done. Like my friends here have said, you know, we don't have proper bus facilities, we can't get bus drivers for Lovener money at the moment because they're just not being treated respectfully, then yes, absolutely, we should be fixing the problem first, dealing with what we've got in place already, make it better, fix it, and then talk about how we can improve things for the future. But, you know, everybody seems to be able to throw money at the shiny new toy, but they're ignoring the needs of the existing system that is struggling to keep up with what we need. Even the closing of the Bankstown line is going to take 1,200 buses per day to do that. Where the hell do they think they're going to find those?
So just to be clear, your evidence to this committee is rather than spend money on new or more stations for Metro West, you would rather see that invested by this government into other services such as buses, trains, other alternatives.
Yes, I would certainly want them to spend money where it's needed right today, and then let's sit down and talk about how we do things better for the future so we don't make a mess of it.
Thank you, Ms Ward. We've just got another question by Mr Nanva.
Thank you.
I think they've had. I've just had one more question.
I can come back to you if you like, just because I think it was on this issue.
Mr Classens, would an accurate reflection of your evidence be that to meet the transport needs of the current generation and future generations, scarce resources should be invested into, I suppose, public transport that builds upon rather than duplicates services? So where there are services lacking in outer metropolitan areas, that is probably where the investment's needed, rather than in a metropolitan areas that might have 3, 4, 5 different modes of transport for residents to use.
No, absolutely. That's always been the case for us. We believe that there needs to be proper, open and transparent conversations around what the current need is, what the medium term is and what the long term need is. And, you know, we haven't even talked about regional transport yet, but regional transport needs a lot of money spent on it as well. And there's a lot of things that we could be doing much better. And we do need people to sit down and have a proper conversation. But yes, you've very succinctly tied it all up.
So with respect to outer metropolitan areas, if we just take Penrith as a case study, it is heavily reliant on the T1 heavy rail line. It's got no other options to get into the CBD. What sorts of investments can be made by government, just low-hanging fruit, to increase the reliability and frequency of services, hypothetically, to Penrith?
Well, I mean, like I said, we're looking at this ETCS now that they're talking about introducing on the Cronulla line, which is technology which allows us to run the trains a hell of a lot more frequently by doing that.
So that's your signalling?
Which basically replaces line-side signalling and puts them in the cab. You can also do duplication and build a separate freight line and take the freight trains away from the passenger train network. There are a number of things which we could all sit down and talk about and plan, like we did on the Southern Sydney freight line. We separated out the freight trains from the passenger train network, and that sped up the trains and their reliability a lot better. So there are lots of things we can do very quickly if we sit down with a mind to actually doing it.
Thank you. I'm just going to throw back to Ms Ward now and just check as well, just in terms of Anthony, whether you have any questions, and I've got one from Dr Kane after that.
Ms. Lots Ward. Of government jumping in here. Sorry, can I just come back to just another question I was curious about, the rail resilience work that's underway by the government. Mr Classens, has that been undertaken by rail union workers or by outsourced workers?
Sorry?
The rail resilience work.
So this is the fixing the network work that's been going on?
Yep. Has that been undertaken by rail union?
I'm not 100% sure because that's not my area of expertise, but my understanding is that a lot of that work has been done by mostly our existing staff, but I think they have been supplemented in some areas because of the expertise was needed. But don't quote me on that one because I'm not 100% sure.
All right. And in terms of planning for duplication and where stations should go, is that your area of expertise?
No, not at all. No, I'm a train driver and I know all about driving trains, but I'm not a planning expert. There are people a lot smarter than me that can do that work. But again, I would say that all that needs to happen is people need to talk. sit down and have a conversation.
All right, yeah. And in relation to bus drivers, if conditions are improved, how would we approach recruitment of drivers? We've got lots of reviews underway and lots of talk, but what's your input in relation to if we were to implement further, or the government was to implement further buses and additional bus services and rapid buses? How would we get people to, what's the recruitment strategy?
I think until you address a lot of the issues that have been previously made, Richard mentioned quite a lot of them, training is substandard, remuneration is low for what you're asked to be responsible for, not just the amount of people on the bus, but everyone around you, everyone in a vehicle around you. It is an undervalued position across the board. There has been talk for decades about bringing, making it more attractive to women to come and work, for students, for example. None of this pans out because no one is willing to turn around and address the issues that have been around for decades. Instead, we fiddle around the edges and we offer retention bonuses and sign-on bonuses. Until you fix those fundamental issues, all you're going to do is allow the companies to go back to the churn of experienced drivers leave, inexperienced drivers come on board, and then when that drops away, you're in exactly the same position a year later.
Would you agree that retirees or semi-retirees might be a good source of experienced drivers, but that perhaps one of the issues, apart from some of those you've mentioned, is the potential effect on their pension or their pension status, and that might be something that could be explored by this government to the federal government?
That's an idea that's been bouncing around. I would also suggest that certainly through the last couple of years in regions 6, 7, 8 and 9, that most drivers there left for a reason and would probably not be wanting to come back unless they were offered at least their ex-STA conditions. It is unfortunate that privatisation drove what had previously been a very resilient core of public servants out of the job in an admittedly aged workforce. Nonetheless, these were the people that allowed the government operator to, weather a lot of the things that the private sector suffered more acutely, shortage of drivers being one of them.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from Dr. Kane now.
Thank you.
I have one more.
We'll come back to you if there's time.
Yeah, thanks. A question to all of you. We have. Sorry, Ms. Ward.
It's fine. Just keep going. We've got 8 minutes left.
We just heard there about the idea of expertise and using that as a way of informing what we do. Mr. Olsen, Mr. Glassens, Mr. Babineau, you represent people with a wealth of expertise in transport, including, where routes should go, that kind of thing. And I think, Mr. Olsen, you mentioned consultation before. What type of consultation do you think is appropriate when we're thinking of either fixing the issues that you've raised or indeed planning for the future?
I think everything in which has already been spoken about needs to be taken into its context. The health and safety of drivers, their terms and conditions of drivers, the way in which they work, the risk in which they take each and every day, all needs to be explored, all needs to be consulted with to ensure that when the drivers go out on the road each and every day, that they are safe, that they are free of fatigue, that their health and safety has been taken care of, and most importantly to the drivers as well as all of those factors is, of course, the remuneration. The remuneration is so low that they're much better off leaving as they are in droves and go and holding a stop and go sign for some contractor because they'll earn another $10 an hour. That's the problem, essentially. Overall, the cost of living is really catching up, and if we're not planning for that for now and into the future, and so that's one aspect. Then we've got the amenities issue where most other people can enjoy an office type environment to sit down and relax in a controlled environment that is either hot or cold depending on seasons, may even have a pie warmer, a microwave oven to heat up their food, etc. All of these things are not available to bus drivers overall. And they're matters that are really essential for a worker in this bus industry and in all industries, obviously, but in this industry where they are asked to stop on the side of a road and sit there for an hour, that's not appropriate. That's why we don't have bus drivers. That's why they're leaving. We may be employing a few, but there'll be much more, many people leaving this industry than what we are re-engaging.
Thank you. Mr. Classens, Mr. Babineau, have you got thoughts on consultation? Perhaps a reflection on whether there was consultation, say, in the last decade or so?
I absolutely want to go. I thought you would. So both the TW and the RTVU are currently represented on the bus industry task force. The fact that we had a white paper this year that, for the first time, I think in living memory, articulated things like standard template construction for bus, basically for bus stops and the furniture around them, the idea that greenfield developments should incorporate bus stops and terminus. The fact that this hasn't been considered previously is ridiculous. Transport for New South Wales for the term of the previous coalition government has been reduced to effectively adversarial contract manager, and they've completely lost their way in terms of service delivery and putting the people that catch the services and the people that provide the services at the forefront of their thinking. Now the ship is turning. It's not turning with great speed, but it is turning, and hopefully what's being done now can become a template, obviously if it delivers, for how we can approach a genuinely interlinked and well-developed transport system that fits the needs of our city.
We've got another question from Ms. Rachel Merton from the opposition.
Thank you very much. Mr. Classens, Mr. Olsen, if I could just pick up the bus driver shortage, and I'm aware that particularly earlier this year this issue was front and centre to New South Wales commuters and the unions and what action would be taken on this. If I could ask each of you, in terms of when did you meet with the Minns government last on the issue, who attended and what was discussed? Are we seeing any progress or outcomes?
From my
Mr. Either or. Mr.
I'm
Classens,
sure
Mr.
that
Yeah.
I'm sure Alex has got something to say on the issue, or Dave. From our point of view,
so just as to when your last meeting was, when it was held, who attended, what was discussed, what were the outcomes?
We don't have one. We haven't
so there's
had
been
one.
right.
If you could just
If I'm allowed to answer it.
Yes.
But those matters have been taken up through the task force, to my knowledge, and discussions been held there, which I'm not personally involved with. So to that extent, I understand that those matters have been discussed, and they're talking and having further discussions about how to move that forward. That's my understanding.
The task force, yeah.
And same
Mr.
with me, I
Classens.
haven't been involved in any conversations about the buses. I've left that to David in the bus task force.
Yeah, that has been the primary vehicle. It is relatively new to us to be involved in that, and so there's obviously, the union is not happy to be used as a letterhead for something that doesn't deliver for workers and for commuters. So it's robust discussion, but it is good discussion, and that's primarily where most of our concerns are being funneled through.
Yeah, thank you. If I could just draw, I think, Mr. Olsen, this might be your submission on the TWU, just on page 6. We're talking about notes from bus drivers, just in terms of speaking to receiving notes from members in the past. You're highlighting the observations, comments from bus drivers, which speaks to your comments about them not being respected.
Yes.
If I could just touch on reports about Parramatta Portaloos are putrid, no key access to facilities, no key to the Blacktown toilets at the station for the drivers. Just in terms of what's changed on this, what are the conditions today? I mean, have any of these been picked up and addressed?
There are some that are in the process of being addressed, such as the Opal card for bus drivers to use at railway stations.
Yeah.
There is actually a separate, and apologies, but there is actually a separate consultation process going on specifically focused on facilities that both unions are a part of. That operates independent of the task force, may well loop back into it, but it was acknowledged that that was a significant issue, and as well as, you know, a basic human consideration, and so that is ongoing.
Thank you. We've just got a question from Mr. Diadam now, who hasn't asked a question yet.
Thank you. Look, I just, you know, it was a matter of some consternation about the fact that we had multiple gauges in multiple states, and it seems like that now in the metropolitan area, we're not going to ever build any heavy rail again. It seems every new project seems to be metro, and it seems like we had an integrated system once in New South Wales. Now we're rapidly moving away from that integration. I wonder, perhaps you might be able to shed some light on this, Mr. Klassen, about how did the metro kind of idea become the hegemonic one in transport planning? And is that something that we can ever sort of walk back from?
Yeah, I doubt it. Like I said, I think it was specifically designed to have smaller tunnels, etc., which in itself creates a safety issue, by the way. But you know, smaller squeezeways, etc. People are going to be stuck inside tunnels when the power goes out, and they're going to have to walk up little alleyways. I know the New South Wales Fire Brigade had issues with emergency tunnels, etc., etc. But look, none of us were really surprised every time they did anything. Like, we put trams back into New South Wales, into Sydney, and we've got two different types of tram running in Sydney. Like, we've just rebuilt it, and yet we had to make it different. Why? Because it was probably in some contract somewhere to do something different. None of this makes any sense in the transport portfolio. We've got stuff goes back years where Transport have made decisions, and the ordinary person sitting around the meal room table of a night would be wondering why in the hell they've made some of those decisions. And like I said, as late as a week ago, we've got another decision being made by Transport that makes no sense to people. So, you know, are we surprised? They never wanted to talk to the people who operate the trains, the buses, the trams, or the ferries for that matter. So every time we turn around, there's been some strange decision made somewhere in the bowels of Transport that they think was a good idea. And you're right. I mean, if it was left to some of these people, we'd have different gauges again in New South Wales. But it is like, you know, there are times at night when you lay there curled up in a ball worrying about the future of transport in this state. And I must admit, over the last so many years, I've got a lot of grey hairs because of some of those strange decisions that could have been easily averted if they had actually had conversations with people.
Thank you, Mr. Classens. On that note, we are over time. I'm sorry if there's any other members who have questions. Sorry, Nat, I can see you, but if you could just put it in as supplementary because we're over time. So if you could put it in as supplementary, that's the end of this session. Thank you. Thanks very much for appearing today. As I said, the committee secretariat will be in touch with any supplementary questions or anything you may have taken on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the end of today's
Thank you
hearing.
for the
Thank
opportunity.
you.